Chapter 391. Lin Ming's eyes have now largely regained their ability to see. His vision is no longer incomplete, but rather a complex blend of World Silk elemental vision and normal vision. Although he can actively shut down his elemental and World Silk vision, Lin Ming has grown accustomed to it. Lacking these extra perspectives makes him feel insecure. Lin Ming, with Lan Qi tied up, lifted him in front of him. Lan Qi, held by Lin Ming, thought for a long time before weakly uttering help. Lin Ming lifted him by his legs, raising him to eye level, so he could just see Lan Qi's face. Caven watched Lin Ming lift Lan Qi, intending to ask a question, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a splash in his head. It sounded like water. Caven was utterly shocked. He had always thought water in the brain was an exaggerated way of putting it. At the same time, Yin Ming and Antai also subconsciously tilted their heads and shook them, as if trying to shake the water out of their heads. Lin Ming also heard the sound of water. He looked at Lan Qi, and then checked his memories. That's the sound of you dispelling your ability, isn't it? That's right. Lan Qi hung upside down in the air, his gray hair all hanging down. Only then did Lin Ming realize that the appearance of Lan Qi that he had seen, while under Lan Qi's influence, had actually been modified. Before the outer person mimicry ability was dispelled, Lan Qi was just an ordinary gray-haired boy in Lin Ming's eyes. But after the outer person mimicry was dispelled, Lin Ming discovered that Lan Qi actually looked anything but ordinary. Although his hair was still gray-white, it seemed to possess a consciousness, forming clumps that slowly swayed in the air. Besides this, his eyes were blue, and he had a gray patch on his skin. Lin Ming felt something was off about the patch on his face, so he stared at it for a while, then was surprised to discover that the patch on this guy's face could change. Not only its shape, but even its color would slowly change. As the patch moved to his head, the color of his hair would change accordingly. Help! Lan Qi was calling for help, but it sounded completely devoid of any will to live. Can't you at least put some effort into your help request? What's the use of putting effort into it? Nobody's coming to save me. Then why are you even calling for help? I'm just trying to ease the awkwardness. Lin Ming roughly explained what had happened to Caven and the other two, and after listening, they all looked like they suddenly understood. Caven didn't react much, but Antai kept frowning. If he could communicate with the outside world, he could crack this ability in a second. The most agitated was Yin Ming. She stormed up to Lan Qi, extending her right index finger. Her nail had transformed into a sharp spike. Yin Ming held the spike and stabbed Lan Qi repeatedly. Ouch! 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 Why does it hurt so much? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. It's understandable that it hurts. Being stung by a bee is bound to hurt. Lin Ming, seeing Yin Ming's furious state, was a little afraid she would kill Lan Qi. Don't kill him. I still have things to ask him. He had just begun to instruct Yin Ming when he saw 3 words appear above her head, Undying O, then poke him as much as you like. Lan Qi shuddered at these words. No. You can't just poke him like that. Ouch. 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 Yin Ming was so angry because she realized she had been tricked. Although she was a demon god, Yin Ming valued friends very, very much. And she didn't have many friends. That's why she had traveled such a long distance for Qi, because Qi was her best friend, whom she considered family. But Lan Qi had just lied. He used his abilities to make Yin Ming believe he was her friend. This disrespectful act was absolutely unacceptable to Yin Ming. Lin Ming watched for a while, and thought it was enough. That's enough, look, he's all swollen. Yin Ming stopped when she heard Lin Ming say this. It's alright, I hand it over to you after I finished questioning you. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Lan Qi immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Lin Ming put him on the ground. Lan Qi felt like he was being pierced through the skin, his whole body aching numb and itchy. He lay motionless on the ground. After a while, the color on his body began to slowly blend with the ground. Yin Ming, thinking he was going to run away, raised his hand and plop, injected another needle. Lan Qi was almost crying out, this is passive. It's instinct. I change color just by staying still. Yin Ming blinked, and an O appeared above his head. Lin Ming looked at Lan Qi and asked, have you lived on this island for most of the year? Yes, I'm basically always on this island, occasionally leaving for a while by boat. How can you be so calm? This island is practically lawless. Aren't you afraid I kill you? Afraid? Of course I am. But being afraid is useless. I rather use my energy to plead for mercy. Lin Ming looked at Lan Qi and noticed his hair was incredibly flexible. He could even use it to scratch himself and rub his eyes. You know what? This little guy is quite fun. Lin Ning curiously reached out to pluck a strand of Lan Chi's hair, but as soon as he grabbed it, Lan Chi quickly stopped him. Don't pull. Don't pull. That's not hair. Huh? What's that? My tentacles. Tentacles? So thin? Look, this is what they look like in their original form. As Lan Chi spoke, the hair on his head suddenly began to coalesce, eventually forming 8 shoulder-length tentacles with suckers. Lin Ning looked at his head, which seemed to be held in place by a bunch of octopus legs, and couldn't help but laugh. Lan Chi looked helpless. He knew people would laugh if they saw him like this. So, you turned the original 8 tentacles into countless tiny tentacles as thin as a hair? Yes, actually a little thicker than a normal hair. Lin Ning turned back to Kevin excitedly and said, "This thing is fun. Let's take it back to the Assassin's Guild and keep it." These words reached Lan Chi's ears. He frowned and opened his mouth, but remembering Lin Ming's lightning cannon attack earlier, he closed his mouth again. Kevin shook his head. Keeping things isn't something we can decide. We have to ask the vice president. Lan Chi understood now. As a pet awaiting approval, he had no right to express his opinion. Lin Ning actually just wanted Lan Chi to give them directions. They were still some distance from the storm, and firing a lightning cannon every time they encountered a crystal area would be too troublesome. Although he could use his mycelium to scout ahead, that would slow them down. Besides, Lin Ning had noticed some people watching them with ill intent along the way. The lightning cannon he fired earlier was mainly to scare away those who might have ulterior motives. Lan Chi, sitting on the ground, was so startled by Lin Ming's request that his tentacles stood on end. "You're going to the storm?" "Yes." Lan Chi looked fearfully into Lin Ming's eyes and asked, Who are you?" Lin Ming sighed. "If I said I was saving the world, would you believe me?" "Yes, of course. I believe you even if you said you were my never-before-seen father." Lan Chi was a seasoned veteran of the world, with a clear-headed outlook on life. "We need to get to the storm area now. Do you have any suggestions?" Lan Chi actually had some suggestions. It's impossible to get to the area surrounded by the storm from the ground. Perhaps due to the influence of the rotating storm, there's a ring-shaped crystal zone about a mile wide around the edge of the island. This ring of crystals surrounds the entire storm, and even in the waters outside the island, the crystals form huge rings of the same size as those on the shore. Lin Ming and his group didn't know this. Because very few people venture into that area, not many people on the entire island knew about it. Lan Chi was one of those who knew. Moreover, Lan Chi was one of the few who knew how to get through that ring. So when Lan Chi heard Lin Ming ask how to get to the storm, he knew his life was probably safe. Although Lin Ming looked intimidating, he didn't seem like the type to kill without hesitation. On the contrary, the sharp-haired, sharp-toothed man next to him always looked like he was about to chop him up. Lan Chi cautiously told Lin Ming about the large circular area in the crystal zone. Lin Ming stroked his chin, thinking for a long time. Seeing that Lin Ming was struggling, Lan Chi quickly volunteered, "I know how to get there." "Oh!" Actually, some scholars wanted to approach the storm to investigate, so they dug an underground tunnel. But this tunnel was only used once. The scholars left the island, and apparently died of elemental disease, so no one wanted to investigate again, and the tunnel was abandoned. "So, that's the only safe way to reach the storm?" "Yes, the only one." "So you know the tunnel's location?" "Hey, I'm not bragging, but right now, I'm probably the only one on the entire island who knows about this tunnel." "Why?" "Because I dug that tunnel with them." Chapter 392. Lan Chi's words were true. That tunnel was dug by him, and several scholars a few years ago. It was a huge project, taking almost a month to dig. At that time, Lan Chi didn't often use his abilities to deceive people, and he had a good relationship with those scholars. Later, when he learned that one of the scholars had died from excessive contact with crystals, he was heartbroken for a long time. Lin Ming, Kevin, and Yen Ming discussed it briefly, and finally agreed to let Lan Chi lead them through the tunnel. Hearing their agreement, Lan Chi stood up, dusted himself off, and pointed to a small hill to the north. "It's over there, down the hill. The tunnel entrance is over there. There are a few protective suits there, you can use them." Yen Ming was incredulous to see Lan Chi stand up so casually. The few times she poked him earlier would have rendered an ordinary person unable to move normally for at least 2 or 3 days, but this gray-haired octopus seemed completely unaffected. Just how good is his physical condition? Lin Ming's spores had already been planted in Lan Chi's body, so he wasn't worried about Lan Chi causing any trouble. After a quick packing, they finally continued their journey. Lin Ming asked Lan Chi many questions he was curious about along the way. "How long have you been on the attached island?" 7 years, no, it should be almost 8 years. Aren't there any federations or organizations here? Lan Chi smiled meaningfully at this question. Yes, of course there are. Wherever people gather, organizations will gradually emerge. But the attached island is different. Because ordinary people will get crystal disease if they stay here too long, the turnover rate is particularly high. The kind of organization you mentioned disappears, naturally due to the instability of its members, as soon as it gains some influence. Oh, I see. Then I have another question. Please go ahead. Isn't this area the sea? Won't digging a tunnel here cause water seepage? Oh, an expert. Are you a scholar too? No need to flatter me like that. Ah. Well, although the attached island is called an island, its underground structure is exceptionally solid. It's speculated that the attached island was once connected to the mainland. It's a mountain all the way to the far east island. Then the water level rose, and it became like this? That's right. That doesn't explain the water seepage problem. Lin Ning was about to continue asking when he looked down and saw fragments of crystal. After staring at the crystal fragments for a while, he immediately understood. The lack of water seepage actually has little to do with the solidity of the underground structure. Once crystals accumulate, they form a field that prevents seawater from seeping into the underground structure. After walking for a while, the group arrived at the tunnel entrance. Lan Chi pulled out several protective suits, checked that the protective seal hadn't expired, and handed them to Lin Ning. Lin Ning waved his hand, indicating he didn't need them, and told him to give them to Caven and the others. Caven and Yen Ning put on the protective suits, looking like deep-sea divers, completely covered except for their eyes. Anti also wore a protective suit, but because he was so small, he looked like a stuffed doll. There was no lighting in the tunnel. Caven poked his head in and asked, "How are we going to get some light?" Lan Chi went into the tunnel first and started smoothing his hair. A strand of his hair emerged, forming a braid, which he then tugged at, making it grow a little longer. The others thought he was just fiddling with his hair, but only Lin Ning could clearly see that the end of Lan Chi's hair had transformed into an octopus tentacle. It looked delicious. Lan Chi pulled the tentacle up to his chest length and said, "Light." His tentacle glowed like a night light. Caven looked at Lan Chi, then at Lin Ning. Familiar, isn't it? Lin Ning walked a bit further inside, realizing that Lan Chi's light alone wasn't enough, so he simply covered the tunnel walls for several meters with mycelium, causing the mycelium clinging to the walls to glow as well. Because the mycelium moved with Lin Ning, it lit up wherever he went. Lan Chi glanced at the glowing walls and sighed, "If only you had been here, digging this tunnel would have been so much faster." The group lined up and followed Lan Chi inside. Lan Chi led the way, Lin Ning was second, Yin Ning and Anti were in the middle, and Caven brought up the rear in case of any unexpected situations. Because they were underground, none of them really had a sense of how far they had walked. Along the way, Lin Ning found many dilapidated items in the tunnel. There were discarded protective suits, digging tools, and some books. Lin Ning looked at the books on the ground. "Can I read these?" Lan Chi, walking ahead, waved his hand dismissively. "Look. There are quite a few books they left behind. I picked up a few, but I couldn't understand them at all." "Is that so?" Lin Ning bent down and picked up a notebook, flicking off the dust. He flipped through a few pages and found it contained research on crystals and field storms. While most of the points in the notebook were wrong from Lin Ning's current knowledge level, ordinary people couldn't see elements and fields so directly. Considering everything, the person who wrote this notebook was actually quite gifted. The notebook was signed Roddy. Who's Roddy? Lan Chi was visibly taken aback upon hearing the name. A researcher dead? Lan Chi's words were unusually concise, devoid of any glibness. Lin Ning flipped through the notebook for a while, finding it increasingly interesting. This Roddy always seemed to have some ridiculously imaginative ideas, even if they seemed useless. For example, throwing a mountain-sized pure lightning element crystal into the sea might create a massive field vortex. Or building a wall with ice element crystals to prevent forest fires. For example, laying fire element crystals underground and installing ignition devices, if controlled, could maintain a temperature even in cold towns during winter. Roddy was particularly concerned about laying fire element underfloor heating in cold regions, and he did many calculations to try to prove the feasibility of this idea. However, the final calculation results were quite pessimistic. Even with the most meticulous installation process, it was easy for fire elements to escape, causing uncontrollable combustion reactions. Roddy wrote 6 words after the calculation results. "Cannot be laid, people will get overheated." Lin Ning flipped to the end and found that the last few pages were not research notes, but a diary. His diary contained many accounts of what he saw and heard on the adjacent island. Lin Ning had seen many of his experiences as well, so he wasn't particularly surprised. However, as Lin Ning read on, he suddenly noticed that Roddy had written, "He's actually not afraid of crystals. The demon god seed is truly amazing." Lan Qi learns chess very quickly. When he's racking his brains, his hair flies up. It's quite interesting. Haha, Lan Qi on a teppanyaki grill. Octopuses are so much fun. Lan Qi is a very nice person, but he doesn't seem to want to leave this island, which is quite a pity. Seeing this, Lin Ming curiously asked Lan Qi, "Have you ever left the attached island?" "Yes, I have. I occasionally go to the mainland." Lin Ning turned another page and saw this passage. Lan Qi said, "I'm his first friend. When I return to the National Council, he can come and live with me. This guy is very smart, and I recently learned that he has an amazing ability to turn everyone into his own people. I feel like he could even get a position in the National Council." Seeing this, Lin Ning was certain that Lan Qi hadn't used his ability on Roddy. And back then, Lan Qi didn't seem like a bad guy. And Roddy was right. Lan Qi's abilities, if placed in the National Council, could indeed be utilized. Lin Ning didn't think much of it, and subconsciously asked, "Did Roddy invite you to the National Council?" Upon hearing this, Lan Qi sighed heavily. The tentacles on his head drooped slightly. "Yes, I went." "Oh! Then why didn't you stay? The treatment at the National Council should be quite..." Lin Ning stopped mid-sentence, realizing his mistake. The reason Lan Qi didn't stay at the National Council was because Roddy was dead. Roddy met Lan Qi on the attached island, but Roddy's cause of death was also because he came to the attached island. If Roddy were still alive, Lan Qi might also be at the National Council. Roddy was probably the only person Lan Qi truly cared about on the entire continent. With that person gone, neither the National Council nor the continent held any meaning. Lan Qi walked ahead, her steps much more unsteady than before. Chapter 393. Lin Ning felt he had touched upon Lan Qi's painful past, so he didn't ask any further questions. The group felt they had walked quite a distance, and more crystals began to appear on the walls of the tunnel. The light from the crystals made the tunnel look strangely eerie, like a passage to another world. After walking for a long time, they finally saw the exit. As they continued forward, the exit, initially a faint glimmer, became increasingly clear. At the same time, everyone faintly heard some noise. The sound sounded like flowing sand. Lin Ning cautiously looked around and expanded the area covered by the mycelium. Lan Qi waved to him. "Don't panic, that's the sound of the storm." After walking a while longer, the noise grew louder. Although it wasn't particularly piercing, it was so loud that they couldn't hear each other clearly, and had to shout to understand each other. The moment they stepped out of the tunnel, they were all stunned. Before them stood a colossal whirlwind, reaching to the sky. They had initially expected strong winds at such a proximity to the storm. However, the opposite was true. The area where they were was completely calm. Lin Ning looked around and discovered that there really was a circular area of crystals surrounding the storm. This is truly astonishing. Caven looked up at the storm, his mouth agape in surprise. Yan Ning was completely dumbfounded. It was fortunate that Antai hadn't connected to his own vast network, otherwise, Antais all over the world would probably have been stunned simultaneously. At first glance, the storm didn't seem much different from a normal storm, but closer inspection revealed that it seemed to be constantly vibrating while rotating. Observing the storm with the naked eye at this distance, the massive whirlwind appeared to have many double images. For Lin Ming, who possessed the world-silk vision and could see elements, only one word could describe this enormous storm: magnificent. Lan Qi leaned close to his ear and shouted, "I can only take you this far. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Staying too long will also affect you." Lin Ming nodded. He certainly hadn't forgotten their main purpose. They had come all this way to drag Qi out of there. As for how to get through this storm, Lin Ming originally had no idea, but the notebook he had found in the tunnel contained a valuable idea. Rodi was a very imaginative person. Upon seeing the storm, he also considered how to break through it. He ultimately reached two conclusions. One was to circle the storm at the same speed as it, following its wind direction, gradually approaching its center. Lin Ning glanced at the storm's rotation speed and immediately ruled out this method. He couldn't run that fast. The second method was to construct an independent, stable field. In Roddy's vision, this stable field needed to be bounded by the surrounding space. The field changes within the storm were incredibly rapid. Only by constructing an independent and stable field could one penetrate deep into the storm without being torn apart. Lin Ning immediately understood the meaning of the hypothesis upon seeing it. He needed to stabilize the field around his body within a certain range, maintain this field state, and then use this frozen field as protection to pass through the storm. Rhodey probably laughed at himself when he wrote this hypothesis. How could someone possibly stabilize an independent field? He never dreamed that someone could actually do this after he was gone. While it was difficult, Lin Ming could still do it. If Lin Ming were a fish, what he needed to do now was freeze all the water around his body into ice. This way, he could ensure his body wouldn't be impacted by the current. Lin Ming first indicated that he would try to pass through the storm alone, then gave Kevin some instructions, including watching Lan Chi's movements, evacuating immediately if he felt he couldn't withstand the aftershocks of the storm, and what to do if he himself didn't return. Calvin called out to him, "What are you planning to do?" Lin Ming shouted back, "I have a plan. I think it's no problem." Calvin seemed to say something else, but Lin Ming didn't hear it clearly. Calvin didn't repeat himself, only giving him a thumbs up. Calvin wasn't worried that Lin Ming wouldn't come back. After all, Lin Ming wasn't the type to risk his life easily. He rarely did things with high costs and low returns. Lin Ming walked over to Lan Chi and handed him the notebook. Lan Chi looked at the notebook for a long time before taking it. He didn't open it, just silently held the old notebook in his hand. Lan Chi, Kevin, Yin Ming, and Anti watched as Lin Ming walked towards the massive whirlwind. Lin Ming walked forward about 100 meters, reaching the true edge of the storm. He had always been curious about whether it was possible to tunnel through underground. Now that he was so close, he used his mycelium to probe the ground. What he found was astonishing. The storm's area didn't seem particularly vast, but beneath it, between the Far East Island and its adjacent islands, lay an absurdly deep trench. How am I supposed to cross this? Lin Ming muttered to himself, pondering for a moment before turning back to look for any ice crystal areas nearby. Walking along the coastline for a while, he discovered a large area of ice elemental crystals. He left a mycelium trail in this area and then returned to his previous spot, connecting the crystal area to his current location like a water pipe. Lin Ming's plan was simple: create a large enough ice field to connect to the Far East Island, and he could cross it. However, as soon as he tried to freeze the water, he discovered something different. The water did freeze, but not in a spreading manner. Instead, it drew a thin, circular line of ice on the surface, which shattered instantly. Crossing the sea by freezing ice was clearly not going to work. The ice on the surface would also break. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and proceed. Lin Ming took a deep breath and picked up an ice crystal from the ground. He first transformed himself into an ice elemental, then raised his hand and smashed the crystal to pieces with a crack. As the crystal fragments rose into the air, Lin Ming focused his attention, gradually stabilizing the energy field within a 2-meter radius around him. Because the field's movement stopped, the previously drifting crystal fragments all froze in midair. Lin Ming needed to concentrate completely to stabilize this state. Good, let's try taking a few steps. Lin Ming took 2 steps towards the field storm, and as he approached it, just as Roddy had expected, the stable field withstood the storm. But this wasn't the end. He still needed to find a way to cross the sea. At this moment, the image of an elegant woman suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Lady Black Owl. Gravity magic is a type of field magic, meaning that Lin Ming, who could directly control the field, could also master gravity magic. With gravity magic, he could fly across. Lin Ming began to experiment continuously in place. Although he could sense the gravity field, his ability to control it was still weak. He eventually had to reduce his weight to the limit to barely float. To reduce his weight, he was now like a large sponge. Alright. Let's go! After levitizing himself, Lin Ming stabilized the surrounding field and cautiously drifted towards the storm. Half of Lin Ming's body entered the storm, and finding that he wouldn't be torn apart, he breathed a sigh of relief. This should be fine. Yay! Just as he was about to feel happy, he felt a blur before his eyes, and suddenly he was swept up by the storm and began spinning around the far eastern island. Gravity magic works, but Lin Ming's hastily learned gravity magic was simply not strong enough. Lin Ming began to circle around the storm at an incredibly fast speed. Even the scariest roller coaster couldn't compare to this thrill. Fortunately, the storm was quite stable. He wasn't immediately swept into the air or thrown into the sea, but simply spun around and around with remarkable stability. Lin Ming then remembered Roddy's first idea. He could spin like this, using gravity magic to adjust his trajectory, gradually moving closer to the center. The eye of the storm, on the far eastern island, was, according to Yen Ming, calm. He only needed to use a spiral-like trajectory, gradually approaching the center, until he finally reached it. He just didn't know how many hundreds of laps he would have to make to reach the center. Meanwhile, Chi, on the far eastern island, suddenly had a strange feeling. She felt as if something was around her, like a ghost, sometimes in front, sometimes behind, sometimes to the side. The feeling was familiar, like Lin Ming? She trembled with fear, thinking that Lin Ming had been killed by the other spiders, and was now coming to claim her life. Chapter 394. Lin Ming himself hadn't expected his method to actually succeed. He spun around countless times in the massive storm, finally reaching its center, the far eastern island, the calm eye of the storm. Lin Ming didn't have time to check his surroundings. Just keeping himself from being torn apart by the storm had nearly exhausted him. He tried to stand up, but immediately felt dizzy and had to lie back down, waiting for his body to recover. She was stunned. She never dreamed that Lin Ming would find her. Lin Ming lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head. He looked up and saw she staring blankly at him. On the far eastern island, there were no plants, only bare rocks and sand. Lin Ming even saw a sand sculpture that she had built out of boredom. "All right, finally found you, the key figure of the world." "The key figure of the world is me?" Lin Ming rolled over, lying on the sand. He sent some mycelium underground to replenish his nutrients, then looked up at the massive vortex of the storm overhead. Being in the eye of the storm, they were like two tiny insects thrown into a bottle. "That's right, you are the key figure. I know you're afraid the fourth one will devour you, but you don't need to be afraid now." "But..." Lin Ming sat up, gesturing to Qi to be quiet, then picked up a handful of sand. He tossed the sand into the air. Qi frowned, expecting the sand to fall back down and cover Lin Ming, but she clearly saw that the sand turned white after being thrown into the air. It was snow. Lin Ming looked at Qi and voiced his thoughts. I no longer belong to any species in this world." He wasn't human, nor a demon, nor a spider. Lin Ming had become an existence akin to a cheater, and he could sense that his changes were continuing with time. She was silent for a moment, then said something Lin Ming hadn't expected. "Do you remember what you promised me before?" "Huh? Promised what?" She pointed to Lin Ming's chest. "Oh," he remembered. She had requested a private meeting with Ershram. This was a deal Lin Ming made with Kui no Q when she was kidnapped. Lin Ming, of course, kept his word. However, he was still somewhat uneasy. Although she requested a private meeting, in reality, Lin Ming had no way to eavesdrop. Only one of Ershram and Lin Ming was allowed to take the lead. If Ershram were brought out, Lin Ming would retreat back into his body. Lin Ming looked up at the massive storm, and suddenly felt that this place was actually quite suitable. His biggest worry, when he agreed to Qi's request, was that Ershram would lose control of his abilities. But currently, this island might be the most suitable place for Ershram to get some fresh air. Lin Ming asked with slight concern, "Won't you be affected by him yourself?" "No, I can find a way to hold out until we finish talking." Find a way to hold out until. That explanation sounded very far-fetched. Lin Ming confirmed again, "Is it absolutely necessary to see him?" "Yes, there are some things I need to confirm with him before I can draw a conclusion." Lin Ming nodded. "Okay, but I need some time to prepare." Hearing this, she consciously took a step back, squatted down, and stared intently at Lin Ming. Lin Ming sat down on the spot and closed his eyes. He had several experiences with Ershram before, and he could awaken Ershram inside his body, but he needed to first confirm that Ershram wouldn't take the opportunity to seize control of his body. Immersing his consciousness back into his body, Lin Ming arrived at that familiar place. He had been here once before, in the Southern Territory, after first meeting Chang Wuzi. After being poisoned by Xiao Yezi's fire-chasing moth, it was in this place that he first met Ershram face to face. It was a pitch-black space, with only a circular platform as a foothold in the boundless darkness. On this platform, Ershram sat quietly, his all-white skin the sole bright spot in the pitch-black space. Ershram seemed to sense Lin Ming's arrival, raising his head and tilting it in confusion. Lin Ming and Ershram didn't actually need to communicate verbally. They were of one mind, their consciousness almost perfectly intertwined, but Lin Ming still preferred to speak directly. "Someone wants to see you. Are you going?" Ershram seemed confused and reluctant to move. "Basically, you need to show yourself now, and then come back." Ershram still looked bewildered, but finally gave Lin Ming a definite answer. Qi, squatting on the ground outside, noticed tiny mushrooms slowly spreading across the ground beside Lin Ming. Furthermore, Lin Ming's hair was gradually turning completely white. Qi realized her skin was beginning to break down. It was likely that tiny, invisible spores had seeped into the air. Lin Ming, sitting on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. With just that one glance, Qi was certain that the person before her was Ershram. Finally, we meet, Cleaner. Ershram seemed quite displeased at being called Cleaner. The sand beneath him was covered with a layer of black mold, which seemed to defy gravity, drifting upwards like raindrops against the current. Ershram looked at Chi and said 2 words in a rather awkward voice, Guardian. Chi nodded upon hearing this. It's me, but I'm not the guardian I once was. Ershram pointed to himself again. He, the beginning. She shook her head. No, he wasn't. He just inadvertently became more and more like the beginning. Ershram shook his head. Inevitable. Is that what you think? You're not wrong. Although Chi's tone was calm, her body had already begun to break down. She needed to convey as much information as possible before her body dissolved. This world is on the verge of collapse. The rejection has become aware of itself. It wants to transform people's souls into dust. Ershram frowned. You don't want to go through it all again, do you? Ershram's brow furrowed even more. Ershram glanced at the surrounding storm. Return. No, this is just a remnant of the last return. It hasn't reached that point yet, but... Chi's legs were so badly mangled that they couldn't support her weight, so she continued kneeling on the ground. We don't actually know who prepared these things, but this world seems to have its own arrangements, only its arrangements are missing a crucial link. People, outsiders, dust, origin. Chi paused, looking at Ershram. Rejection, a thought of origin. Ultimate beauty, a thought of origin. Seeking, a thought of origin. Domination, a thought of origin. Recording, a thought of origin. But he, Lin Ning, he is both an outsider and dust itself. He controlled the body of return, and now he has gained the essence of the beginning. Everything seems to point to this special existence. She. Her body was now tattered and mangled, her hollow eyes fixed intently on Ershram. The exclusion has acquired a very familiar ability, melting, understood separately as melting and transformation. I know you, the cleanser, can actually do it too, but Lin Ning hasn't realized it. So I'm asking you a favor. Under Ershram's gaze, Chi stated her request. When you deem the time right, you will erase me. At that time, I will hand over my authority and records to Lin Ning. Only in this way will he have the possibility of fighting the exclusion and reconstructing the world. Chapter 395. When Lin Ning reopened his eyes, he saw a tattered body. If it weren't for those overly distinctive, hollow eyes, he would have had a hard time confirming if it was Chi. Hey, still alive? Chi didn't speak, she simply nodded. Looking at her, Lin Ning couldn't help but marvel at the spider's resilience. Lin Ning wanted to press Chi about what she and Ershram had discussed, but judging from Chi's expression, now wasn't the time. Can you still use your abilities? I don't want to fly out in circles again. Chi nodded again, raised her hand to open a spatial entrance, and then gestured for Lin Ning to carry her inside. Lin Ning carefully lifted Chi, afraid she would fall apart if he wasn't careful. He carried Chi forward a short distance through the space, figuring they were close enough to escape the storm, and asked, Is this place alright? Can we get out now? Chi nodded again, opened the spatial entrance, and Lin Ning stepped out, finding Kaven and the others staring intently at the storm not far away. Hey! Over here! Lin Ning called out in their direction. Kaven heard him first, glanced at Lin Ning jumping around, and beckoned Yin Ming, Anti, and Lan Chi to come towards him. Kaven and Yin Ning were quite surprised to see Lin Ning alone. Just you? She is injured. Injured? You were attacked? Well, it's a long story. Let's leave this place first. I tell you what happened inside the storm in the tunnel. Of the dozen or so people, Yin Ming seemed the most anxious. Lin Ning reassured her first. Chi's life isn't in danger. She just needs to rest. You know how fast they recover. Hearing this, Yin Ming felt somewhat relieved. The group emerged from the tunnel. Lin Ming told Kaven and Yin Ning about Chi's private conversation with Ershram. Lan Chi was also listening, but he didn't understand. He felt like they were speaking in some kind of underworld slang. Kaven's surprise was palpable after hearing Lin Ming's explanation. You mean in the storm, you gave your body to that white-haired guy? Yes. Kaven looked at Lin Ming, opening his mouth several times, but each time he hesitated, finally only saying, It's good that you're alright. They left the tunnel and returned to the area outside the crystal zone. Lin Ming told everyone to rest for a while, then sensed Chi's location. Although Chi was a bit slow, she quickly arrived near Lin Ming. Lin Ming, finding himself alone, asked, How are you? Can you come out now? Someone was worried about you. Hearing this, Chi opened a spatial rift beside Lin Ming and staggered out. As soon as she appeared, Yin Ming pounced on her and hugged her tightly. She looked at Yin Ming, who was clinging to her, with a surprised expression. Gently, gently, I'm going to break. I'm going to be crushed by you. She had only briefly repaired her appearance in the spatial rift to make herself look whole. Her internal body was still riddled with wounds, and couldn't withstand Yanming's strong embrace. Although Yanming didn't make a sound, she was already crying her eyes out. Linming wanted to find Qi to obtain information, and to use her as part of his fighting force. Yanming wanted to find Qi simply to confirm her safety. She looked at Yanming, seemingly puzzled. She looked at Linming with a questioning gaze, and Linming smiled at her. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have found you either. She suddenly understood. She had initially thought Linming had found her location using those cross-shaped eyes, but it turned out Yanming remembered the place. You see, when she described this place to Yanming, it was just a casual remark, yet this bee, a nickname for Yanming, remembered it all this time. A strange feeling. She was still somewhat confused, but she seemed to understand something. Linming asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of being caught up by the third one now?" She shook her head, pointed at Linming and said, "You're faster than him now, so there's no problem." "I'm faster than him." Linming knew Qi was referring to his speed of elemental manipulation. Indeed, for Linming now, the third person was someone he could easily defeat without breaking a sweat. He hadn't yet used his elemental manipulation ability on living beings, but theoretically, within Linming's sight, any living creature could be instantly killed. Linming looked at Lan Qi and suddenly decided to experiment on him. "Lan Qi, your tentacles, or rather, your hair, can regenerate, right?" "Sure, what do you want to do?" "I pluck a hair from you." "No way. Why do you always try to pull my hair?" "My tentacles are precious." "Just one." "It's not about the quantity. Tell me what you want to do first." "I want to test the speed of my ability." Hearing Linming say this, Yanming, who was holding Qi's face and gazing at it intently, separated a bee from her fingertip and flew it in front of Linming. Her swarm of bees didn't care about losing one or two, and their speed was fast enough to be used for Linming's experiment. Linming understood Yanming's meaning and let her control the bee to fly past him at top speed. Yanming nodded, waved her hand, and the others only heard a whoosh, snap, and then saw a tiny spark of electricity flash in front of Linming. Yanming was dumbfounded. That was her fastest special type of bee, and that bee, merely entering Linming's field of vision, was directly struck by lightning. No, not struck. A part of its body was directly transformed into lightning, and then the lightning destroyed the other untransformed parts of its body. Lan Qi witnessed this scene, swallowed hard, and cautiously asked Caven beside her, "If I go to your place as a pet, will I be guaranteed 3 meals a day?" Having Qi was like having a very practical means of transportation, but Qi's body wasn't strong enough to carry so many people, so they decided to temporarily camp on the adjacent island. Qi said she would recover to about 70 to 80% in one night. Just then, darkness began to fall. They started a fire on the spot. Yanming didn't let Qi go back to her own space. She forced Qi to lie on her lap, and then stroked Qi's head like she was soothing a child. Linming looked at Qi lying on his lap, looking bewildered, and almost laughed, but ultimately held back. Qi usually seemed detached from worldly affairs, lacking genuine emotion, but in front of Yanming, she suddenly became a stark contrast to this highly emotional bee. Qi didn't really understand Yanming's actions, but she vaguely sensed he was doing something important, so she didn't stop him. In the book she had read, this behavior would be considered liking. She looked at Yanming and asked, "Do you like me?" Upon hearing this, Caven, Linming, and Lan Qi, who had been chatting, all stopped and looked at the two of them. Even Antai, who was engrossed in a book, peeked over. Yanming, upon hearing Qi's question, immediately put a checkmark above his head. Qi, seeing the affirmative answer, seemed somewhat puzzled, but feeling utterly exhausted, she closed her eyes and focused on repairing her body. Linming found this somewhat miraculous. Qi, standing beside Yanming, seemed quite different from the observer, recorder, and scholar he had previously encountered. Whether it was due to the firelight or something else, Linming noticed that Yanming's face appeared somewhat flushed. Chapter 396. After resting for a while, the group decided to leave the island. With Qi's convenient transportation, they no longer needed to risk leaving by boat. Before leaving, Linming curiously asked Lan Qi, "Are you coming? I can give you a ride." Hearing Linming's question, Lan Qi looked up at the sky blankly. He really didn't have any ideas. He had almost forgotten what the outside world was like. He remembered Roddy's earnest advice to him to go out and see the world. The world is big. As long as you keep going, you're bound to encounter interesting things, Roddy had once told Lan Qi. Lan Qi looked at Roddy's notebook in his hand and nodded to Linming. "I'm coming." Give me a ride. Okay. Inside Chi's space, it felt like they had only taken a few steps before arriving at the pier where they had first landed on the island. Leaving behind the elemental crystals scattered everywhere and the massive storm field, everyone felt refreshed, as if they had finally surfaced from underwater. Especially Anti. He finally connected to the internet. Anti quickly backed up his experiences on the island to the other Antis. Kaven also breathed a slight sigh of relief. After leaving the island, Lin Ming first said goodbye to Lanqi. Although he said he wanted Lanqi as a pet, Lanqi couldn't help them with the things they were about to face. Before parting, Lin Ming told Lanqi the location of the Assassin's Guild. If he wanted, he could work there. He would probably have a lot in common with Xiaoye. After Lanqi left, Lin Ming told Kaven about Chi's meeting with Ershram. Kaven looked surprised. You can actually talk to him? You can talk, it's just a bit exhausting. Kaven recalled the situation when he appeared in Ashram, nodded silently, and then asked, what did they talk about? Chi said, she was explaining some cleanup. Cleanup? Cleanup whose cleanup? Cleanup our cleanup. According to Chi, she was explaining what would happen after our defeat. Didn't she always trust you? Really? Of course. Then I guess. Just in case. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. I've been thinking a lot lately about how the fourth one will carry out his plan. Any clues? Just a little bit. That's alright. Your little bit might be a huge discovery for others. Tell me about it. Lin Ming found a rock and sat down, looking at Yin Ming and Anti catching crabs by the water in the distance. Due to the storm, the waters around the island didn't actually have much aquatic life. Only a few crabs and shellfish could be found in the narrow area right next to the shore. Lin Ming watched for a while, then told Kaven his guess. The fourth one might use the second awakening. Kaven stroked his chin. He looked around, examining the surrounding trees. Even after so much time, the trees in this world still showed some imbalance. This was the mark left when Yuan Yi died. Yuan Yi's second awakening affected the trees of the entire world in an instant. You mean, the fourth one might be able to use the characteristic of a second awakening to influence the entire world in a very short time? Yes, the second person's research wasn't aimless. Now that I think about it, it might have been part of a plan. Although the second awakening itself is a pseudo-proposition, it can indeed instantly affect the entire world at the moment it's triggered. I've been trying to integrate all the intelligence recently, and finally came to this conclusion. Second awakening, in Lin Ming's memory, was more like a forcibly triggered bug. Kaven recalled the scene before Yuan Yi's death. If what Lin Ming said was true, things were really dire. This meant that the fourth person's final action was likely completed in an instant. They might not even have a chance to stop it. Therefore, they had better find the fourth person's location before he activated his plan. He looked at Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes and asked, Can you locate the fourth person's position now? No, he's been hiding his location since the last conflict. Lin Ming said, then called out to his side, Hey Chi, I need to ask you something. After a while, Chi poked his head out from midair. She first glanced at Lin Ming and Kaven, whose faces were grave, then at Yin Ming not far away. Yin Ming was currently helping Anti, whose hand was trapped, pull the crab off. Chi's body hadn't fully recovered, so she returned to her own space to rest whenever she had a spare moment. What is it? I can't sense the fourth person's location at all now. Try to find him. Chi's head, suspended in midair, looked around and shook his head. No, I can't see him either. He must have learned the technique of concealing his soul. Lin Ming clicked his tongue. This is troublesome. Kaven shrugged. This is troublesome too. Lin Ming told Chi his thoughts. Chi stared blankly at him with her dark eyes for a moment, saying nothing, then turned to stare at Lin Ming. She thought Lin Ming had a solution. But this time, Lin Ming genuinely had no solution. If he were to let his imagination run wild, Lin Ming had considered spreading the mycelium across the entire world, a literal carpet search. But that would be very inefficient. Before he even found the fourth one, all of humanity would have become food for the spiders. While Lin Ming was deep in thought, she kept staring at Kaven. Kaven was confused by her gaze. Is something wrong? I was thinking. There's someone who might be able to help. Who? That dragon. A dragon? Kaven scratched his head. Chi's statement was strange. Last time, when facing the fourth dragon, Kaven did reveal his true form as a dragon, but if Chi was referring to him, it should be you, not that dragon. You're talking about the first generation? The first generation? There's only one dragon. Huh? But the Nightborn clan. She looked at Kaven and said firmly, There's only one dragon. Kaven probably never imagined that he would learn the true origin of the Nightborn clan from Chi. The first generation was that one and only dragon. The name dragon came later. In the beginning, the first generation's true form simply wandered aimlessly across the continent, feeding daily, like a land whale by inhaling storms. Dragons are perhaps the most unique species on the continent, for while possessing near-infinite lifespans, they have no other kind. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the first generation, after being influenced by the original humans and transformed into a demon god, exhibited a similar sense of maladjustment to that of a spider. He could clearly sense the difference between himself and humans. Perhaps influenced by the inherent collective consciousness within the human soul, after becoming a demon god, he yearned for his own kind and family. This is why the first generation became the first outlier to rely on self-division to gain members of his kind. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning suddenly realized, so, that dragon back then wasn't Kaven, but the first generation? She nodded. When I saw the dragon, I realized he was actually that lonely giant from before. But what does that have to do with finding the fourth one? Of course it does. If I remember correctly, that dragon's abilities were related to the soul. Indeed, it could directly attack the soul. She shook his head. Attacks on souls are just one way he uses his ability. If we were to name it, perhaps it should be called soul analysis. That dragon once tagged the souls of all the spiders. He could actually pinpoint their movements directly. Lin Ning was completely bewildered. Tag the spiders? Why would he monitor their movements? And how do you know so much about the first generation? She tilted his head and said, because a long time ago, the spiders fought him. We lost, a crushing defeat. Ah. Lin Ning suddenly remembered the first generation's reaction when he saw Mei. The first generation said he had fought Mei, and was very familiar with him. Lin Ning asked Chi knowingly, so you were beaten up by him too? She shook his head. No, I just ran away quickly. Chapter 397. After hearing Chi's explanation, the most shocked person was actually Kaven. He knew absolutely nothing about the first generation's past. In Yisheng's eyes, the first generation was just a parent with a slightly eccentric temperament. Later, Kaven ate the first generation's heart, and the first generation lived within Kaven's body in another form. Even so, Kaven still knew nothing about the first generation's origins. In other words, he knew nothing about himself either. Lin Ning asked Kaven curiously, can Old Deng still come out now? What's Old Deng called? A nickname. Actually, I don't know what the first generation's current situation is. At first, I always thought he was about to die. But then I found out he seemed quite happy staying with you. Hearing this, she shook his head beside him. Dragons don't die that easily. His soul strength was so high that even primordial humans were terrified. Lin Ning and she wanted Kaven to try to summon the first generation, but Kaven closed his eyes and tried for a long time, yet the first generation didn't move at all. No. It seems the first generation only wakes up in times of crisis. Crisis. Upon hearing this, she stepped directly out of the spatial dimension. I try, he should still remember me. She walked up to Kaven, stood on tiptoe, and placed his palm on Kaven's forehead. Chi's hand was unusually cold. That was Kaven's first reaction. Then Kaven saw Chi's fingers, as if conveying some coded message, rapidly changing the shape of his fingers and the angle of his palm. To Lin Ning, Chi's gestures looked like he was cooking. With Chi's gesture, Kaven felt a surge of anger rise within him. Kaven saw red energy uncontrollably emanating from around him, and then a familiar voice rang out above his head. You? What's your name again? Don't run away. She ignored him, and vanished in a flash, leaving behind Lin Ning, Kaven, and a strange red mist above Kaven's head. Kaven's shock was palpable. This was the first time he had coexisted with the first generation's consciousness. Previously, whenever the first generation escaped, Kaven would fall into a coma, but this time was different. Huh? Did I remember wrong? Did I forget again? Lin Ning noticed that the mist was like a balloon with a long thin tail, the other end of which connected to the back of Kaven's neck. The first generation muttered to himself for a moment, then noticed Lin Ning beside him. Hey kid, wasn't there a split-type entity here just now? A split-type entity. Such a contradictory name must refer to the spider. Yes, and she's the one who called you out. The first generation realized he'd been tricked again. What she had done to Kaven was actually quite simple. She had merely called the first generation's name. While the first generation's name couldn't be called out, she could write it in her spatial dimension. Few knew the true spelling of the first generation's name, and could write it accurately. Among the spiders, only she could do this. That was in an era before human civilization was fully developed, before the first generation had produced offspring, and when she had just begun gathering knowledge about this world. The first generation had always disliked Chi intensely because she was a spider, incredibly fast, and constantly provoked him by using her own name. In the first generation's eyes, Chi was an annoying jerk who would cause trouble and then run away. However, Chi initially didn't know that the gesture was the first generation's name. It was only much later that she realized the hand gesture that always made the dragon rush over in anger was actually the dragon's name. At first, she thought it was some kind of summoning spell, so she just practiced it for fun. Although Chi later stopped calling the first generation by his name, a grudge had still formed between them. Lin Ming looked at the first generation's balloon-like form. Although he had many questions, he first explained to him why he had Chi teach him to appear. So calling you out was my request, not her idea. The first generation muttered to himself for a while, then said, "Fine, then let her out. She might not dare to come out." The first generation sneered, "What wouldn't she dare? Even in my prime, I couldn't harm a hair on her head. Now I'm just a half-dead remnant soul. What is she afraid of?" After the first generation finished speaking, a while later, Chi cautiously poked his head out of the space. "Dragon, we need your help." "Dragon?" "Yes, it's the name humans gave you based on legends and the subconscious memories of your soul. It doesn't sound good. You need to have a name you can call yourself." Lin Ming listened to the conversation between Chi and the first generation, feeling that the atmosphere was quite subtle. There was a feeling that neither side was willing to yield to the other, but they had no way to resolve it, so they could only pretend to be amicable. "So? What do you need me to do?" Hearing this, Caven looked up and replied, "I need your help finding someone." Hearing Caven's voice, the balloon floated in front of him, seemingly scrutinizing him. The balloon lingered in front of Caven for a moment before returning to his head. "Who?" She pointed to himself and said, "One of my kind? One of the spiders you beat up back then." "What? You finally split up? Weren't you all able to communicate?" "Things have changed a bit." Lin Ming picked up where she left off, and the first generation explained the current situation. The fourth generation had finished analyzing the composition of the human soul. He attempted to transform human souls, using them as nourishment for the spiders, thus transforming them into a new species with the ability to rule the world. The first generation's balloon swayed slowly from side to side for a while, presumably in thought. In other words, not only humans, but also demons, including myself and this child, will disappear because our human souls will be decomposed. This child the first generation referred to was likely Caven. Yes, at that time, only spiders and some primitive creatures, like livestock and insects, will remain in the world. Truly, a magnificent undertaking. The first generation gave an unexpected assessment of what the fourth generation was about to do. "So, can you find his location? And after you find him? Are you going to the final battle?" Lin Ming nodded. He did indeed want to end all of this. The first generation's balloon suddenly extended a small point, pointing at Chi. "What about her? What is she? Isn't it strange that there's another spider, as an accomplice in the extermination of spiders?" She shook her head. Of course, she had considered this question. The fourth generation's actions could indeed lead to the evolution of the spider species. But if the fourth generation's plan was successfully implemented, the few spiders currently alive would also disappear, because they also had human parts within their bodies. In other words, the fourth figure's plan isn't about placing the current spiders on the throne, but rather a true reshuffling. Unbeknownst to them, humanity will disappear, the demon race will vanish, and Chi, Changwuzi, the dragon, and even the fourth figure himself will inevitably face collapse. Then, a group of spiders will remain, reborn amidst confusion. Chi harbors a deep-seated fear of this ending. Chapter 398. While Lin Ming, Caven, the first generation, and Chi were discussing matters concerning the future of the world, Yin Ming and Anti, the silent communication duo, had already caught a whole bucket of crabs. Lin Ming watched them hop and skip happily back, and asked curiously, "Where did you get this tin bucket?" "A sailor gave it to us. Maybe he mistook you for tourists." Lin Ming looked at the bucket full of crabs still trying to crawl out, then at Caven and Chi. "Anyway, we still have a lot to discuss. Are you hungry? Want to eat something?" The sky was slowly darkening. Lin Ming planned to rest for the night, while simultaneously communicating the known information with the first generation and Chi, and then formulating a preliminary action plan. Seeing the crabs still trying to escape, Lin Ming raised his hand and conjured Ice Element, adding an ice lid to the bucket. The others were already used to Lin Ming's ability to manipulate elements, but the first generation couldn't help but utter a soft "hmm." The first generation was quite knowledgeable, but he had never seen such free manipulation of elements before. This kind of unbelievable ability only didn't seem strange to him when it existed in spiders, since spiders' abilities were mostly contrary to common sense. Lin Ming carried the bucket to a spot a little further from the water's edge, found a dry clearing, gathered some branches, and started a fire. Because the bucket was made of leak-proof sheet metal, it was perfect for cooking crabs. Lin Ming placed the bucket directly in the middle of the fire, and the group sat in a row around it. Soon, they could smell the sweet aroma of crabs and shellfish. Although demons aren't particularly afraid of hunger, they still crave certain things. It's a pity Lunchy isn't here, otherwise Lin Ming might have cooked some octopus tentacles. Lin Ming controlled the heat, while continuing his conversation with the first generation and Qi. How come you were able to separate from Kaven's consciousness this time? Didn't you suddenly possess someone like an evil spirit before? Actually, it's because my soul is almost completely depleted, and I don't have the ability to wake up using my body anymore. So you can't help fight like last time? Yeah, I can't do that anymore. Now I can only talk. So, you won't fight back if I'm sarcastic or sarcastic towards you? You can try. Never mind. The first generation soul strength was already quite weak. He himself was initially surprised that he woke up this time in this way, instead of reviving in Kaven's body. The first generation, who possessed an unparalleled understanding of souls, quickly realized that this meant his soul strength was no longer sufficient to forcibly possess this junior's body. Lin Ming frowned for a long time after learning this. Does that mean you lost the ability to track spiders? You know what, I still have that ability, but I can't use it. Listen to that. Does it make sense? The first generation explained again in rather complicated terms, which essentially meant insufficient energy. Then what do we do? The first generation soul sphere extended a small tip and pointed at Kaven. I can teach him. Kaven looked up at the first generation with a puzzled expression. But my abilities are completely different from yours. Completely different, isn't it? Yes. How many cores do you have? 7. That's enough. By the way, at my peak, I had 362 cores. 362. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in astonishment at this number. Kaven with 7 cores was already practically immortal. The first generation with over 300 cores would probably be alive, and kicking even if chopped into dumpling filling. The key to cores isn't the quantity, but the meaning behind their existence. Isn't it like a spare heart? Of course not. Cores actually indicate the form and characteristics of the soul. Each soul has 362 anchor points, and the differences in these anchor points lead to the uniqueness of each soul. While the first generation was lecturing Kaven, Anti had already started scooping crabs out of the bucket. Anti was truly unfazed by the heat. He scooped out a crab, popped it into his mouth, and crunched it down with gusto. Lin Ming also scooped one up, broke off a crab leg, and sucked on it with relish. He offered one to Qi, but Qi just stared blankly at the crab, completely unsure how to eat it. Finally, Yin Ming pulled out some crab meat and fed it to her. While they were munching on crabs, they listened to the first generation's lesson to Kaven. Simply put, the cores on Yisheng's body were essentially their built-in soul usage guides. The cores were both vital points and nodes for releasing the soul's power. Kaven's earlier realization of merging cores was essentially manually reducing these nodes, allowing the soul's power to flow more smoothly. However, too few nodes caused the soul to lose its original state, which is why Kaven felt that the fewer cores there were, the harder it was for consciousness to control. Lin Ming, hearing this, skillfully cracked open a crab while asking curiously, with such a large difference in the number of cores, how can I learn your ability? By changing the position of the cores, temporary pathways can be constructed. Even when over 300 cores are operating, not all of them will be connected. Only a few need to connect to build a stable foundation for the soul. The first generation paused here, then said, seemingly to himself, changing a human soul. This isn't something that can be done overnight. Lin Ming stopped chewing on the crab. Not overnight. Is it gradual corrosion? Corrosion isn't quite the right word. I've seen a similar ability before. I don't know its name, but if I had to describe it, it would be soul plague. Plague. Those two simple words sent a chill down Lin Ming's spine. Yes, plague. Contagion, corruption, lethality, by any measure, this perfectly aligns with the Fourth Order's plan. Lin Ming put down the crab and looked at the first generation. You've been silent since I said the Fourth Order might use a second awakening to complete the plan. Could it be? The first generation soul sphere extended a pointed tip, pointing at everyone present except Lin Ming. You, and that child. Your souls have all developed problems. I'm just not sure if this soul mutation is related to the fourth order. What kind of problems? If I had to put it simply, it's a chronic illness of the soul. You may already be suffering from a plague. Chapter 399. Plague. If the way to corrupt human souls is through plague, then the world will face a horrific situation. Humanity will be engulfed in an unavoidable plague. Those whose souls are damaged will show no symptoms in the early stages, but as the damage deepens, they will become delirious, eventually becoming empty shells, like walking corpses. Finally, because the soul can no longer maintain the physical form, the body will begin to decay. He found this data while searching for research reports in the second person's laboratory. So, if the first generation's prediction is correct, humanity will face a zombie crisis. Lin Ning turned to the first generation and asked, "You just said their souls are all damaged. What about the sailors nearby? Were their souls damaged?" "Yes, everyone nearby, except you, has had their souls affected." "Except me." Lin Ning cracked open a clam and sucked on it. The reason he was unaffected was obvious. He wasn't a human in this world, so the attacks developed by the fourth one through decoding human souls were ineffective against Lin Ning. Lin Ning glanced at Antai, who was eating crabs without spitting out the shells, and Yen Ning, who was wiping Chi's mouth. They seemed unaffected. Lin Ning threw the clam shells into the fire and asked the first one directly, "Is there enough time?" The first one knew what Lin Ning was asking. If the soul corruption was done by the fourth one, then they had to find the fourth one's location before things escalated, and then fight to the death. The current problem was whether they could get Kaven to master the ability to search souls before things got too serious. I really can't guarantee that. It'd take this child at least half a month to learn soul searching, but we have no way to analyze the speed of human soul corruption. Is it because everyone's soul strength is different? Yes, you few are all demon gods, so your soul strength is inherently higher. That's why you might still be lively and energetic after 10 days or so, though you might be a little mentally confused. But look at those sailors over there, they're all humans. They might show symptoms of fatigue and irritability after 2 or 3 days. And the soul strength between humans varies drastically. Huh? Wait a minute. What? Lin Ning suddenly thought of something crucial. The primordial human lord's descent. The human anchor point used to stabilize the human soul's form. If all human souls are now beginning to twist and be damaged, what about the soul anchor point? Chi. Yes. Do you have any other information about the human lord's descent? Chi looked up, thought for a moment, and then explained in realization, Indeed, if the souls of all humanity are afflicted, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the fourth has destroyed the soul anchor, disabling the self-protective state of the human soul, or the soul anchor, along with all human souls, has been corrupted. I don't have any other information. The term Lord of Humanity is a name coined by anthropologists. A demon god of humanity theoretically doesn't exist, because humanity itself is a differentiation of the original humanity. Even so, Lin Ning still felt it necessary to confirm with the Lord of Humanity. Firstly, Kaven needed time to learn the soul-searching ability from the first generation. Secondly, Lin Ning felt he couldn't place all his hopes on Kaven. His plan to spread mycelium across the entire world also needed to begin concurrently. And Lin Ning grabbed Antai, who was still chewing on half a crab. Antai, crab in hand, looked completely bewildered. When it comes to finding people, you're actually the best, but I think the fourth one will be wary. Anyway, you have to help. Antai didn't nod, just silently chewed on the crab. If you can achieve this, all of humanity will probably treat you like a hero. Antai remained unmoved by this. As a hero, I have plenty of crabs. Antai's eyes brightened slightly. I have plenty of all the good food. Antai still seemed hesitant, but finally nodded. Lin Ning then put Antai down. The rest was clear. Kaven would focus on learning soul searching, while Lin Ning expanded his mycelium's reach while heading to the Lord of Man's divine abode to check on the soul anchor point. Then he'd probably have to observe the condition of other humans along the way. Sigh. Lin Ning shook his head and sighed. This feeling of being in the open while the enemy was in the shadows, having no way to use his strength, and punching cotton, was quite frustrating. The first generation was already teaching Kaven how to control his core. In any case, he needed to rest for the night, and he also needed to try out the method of extending his mycelium to its maximum extent. The first generation probably felt that his soul sphere form was a bit troublesome, and since he couldn't return to Kaven's body, he transformed into a slightly glowing red braid, hanging down from the back of Kaven's head to his chest. Lin Ning stared at Kaven's suddenly appearing long braid, tilting his head to examine it for a long time. You know what, it actually looks quite good. With this braid, Caven suddenly looked much more refined. Add a folding fan, and it would be even more fitting. After a while, the fire slowly died down, and the bucket of crabs was completely eaten. Anti didn't need much sleep, so he sat on the ground watching the stars, while Caven continued listening to the lesson and practicing the use of the nucleus. Lin Ning looked around and realized that Qi and Yen Ming were nowhere to be seen. Qi poked his head out from beside him. Yen Ming is with you? Yes, she insisted on sleeping with me for some reason. Is she asleep? Yeah, she took off her clothes to hug me, but she fell asleep as soon as I hugged her. There's no need to go into so much detail. Yen Ming was probably exhausted too. Ever since Yen Ming found Lin Ming, she had been on edge and lacking rest. Now that she was sure Qi was alright, this was probably the first good night's sleep she had in days. Lin Ming suddenly felt curious. I really didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with another demon god. Qi blinked her piercing eyes, seemingly puzzled herself. I didn't actually do anything. She was just always around me doing things I didn't understand. Like what? Like touching my lips, and she really liked combing my hair, biting my fingers, and rubbing her face against my neck. Yen Ming. I can't see that coming. Ah no, I can see some things. Lin Ming cautiously asked a few more questions, and finally realized that Yen Ming hadn't actually done anything truly extreme. From Lin Ming's perspective, this seasoned veteran, Yen Ming's behavior was actually somewhat restrained. To put it paradoxically, she was cautiously audacious. And thinking about it carefully, Yen Ming's personal feelings seemed somewhat complicated. After all, as a spider, Qi's emotions were somewhat empty. Even if Yen Ming really did have feelings for Qi as Lin Ming imagined, she might never receive a response. However, now wasn't the time to think about that. The world might end. Qi. What's wrong? Hold Yen Ming more often for the next while. Why? It will make her happy. Qi seemed to understand, but not quite. It seemed she hadn't read many novels in this genre. But she would still listen to Lin Ming's advice. Is just hugging enough? I feel that's enough. I'm afraid you'd be in trouble if you do anything else. Chapter 400 Extra Chapter. This is a story from a very, very long time ago. In a database on the continent, two students, searching for files, chatted by the light of an oil lamp as they took one thick book after another from a huge bookshelf. One of the students picked up a book, Soul Theory and Ghostly Tales, and casually flipped through a couple of pages. Hey, have you heard? Lots of library offices and archives are haunted. Another student, while searching for the materials he needed, casually struck up a conversation with him. Haunted? What kind of haunts are these places? Do ghosts love studying that much? Are they the vengeful spirits of people who studied so hard they died? Probably not. Why not? Because it's said that the ghosts they see all look the same. What do they look like? Probably a woman young, with a head of dry, black hair like straw, barefoot, and wearing a gray burlap sack. Wow, are you sure this isn't some old senior who's gone crazy from studying? No, if this ghost turned around, you find she was bloodless and had no eyes. No, maybe it's a kid who sneaked into the archives. Listen to what you're saying, does that sound human? Besides, many witnesses say this ghost appears and disappears on the spot. The other student fell silent. Hey, what are you doing? Have you found the book yet? Hearing no response, he stepped out of the bookshelf and found another student staring motionless into a corner deep within the archive. What are you looking at? Hurry up and finish looking so you can leave. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a blurry figure flipping through a book in the corner of the archive. It had hair like dry straw. It wore a dirty gray burlap sack. The two students froze, too afraid to move. The loud clatter of the ghost turning pages echoed through the archive. After a while, the ghost seemed to sense someone behind it, stopped turning the pages, and slowly turned its head. A pale face and two pitch-black eyes, like bottomless abysses. Wow! A ghost! Wait! The two students were about to scream when the ghost suddenly vanished. Gone! Gone? A paranormal event. Hurry, get out of here. They turned to flee the archive, only to find a head floating in midair, blocking their path. Eek! The braver one managed to stay upright, but the less timid one had already fainted from fright. The ghost tilted its head and glanced at the two of them. Looking down, it saw the book, Soul Theory, and Ghostly Musings. Then, the ghost snatched the book and vanished. From that moment on, the saying even ghosts love to study more than I do spread like wildfire. While her legend circulated in research institutes and colleges across the land, the ghost herself was leisurely sitting on a hillside reading. She had recently developed a great fondness for reading. She discovered that books, after being improved by humans, had become increasingly perfect. Moreover, humans had essentially written all their thoughts and discoveries in books. Sometimes, she even felt that books were more human than humans themselves. She was engrossed in her book on the study of the soul, when she suddenly heard a buzzing sound in her ear. The little girl was back. From the first day she arrived on this hillside, this person had been observing her from a distance. The little girl was clearly timid. At first, she only dared to watch her from behind a rock, but gradually she drew closer. When she realized she was engrossed in her book and ignoring her, she began to boldly sit directly opposite Chi, staring at her. Sometimes she would stare for hours on end. Later, she would always bring food and place it before Chi like an offering, but Chi didn't understand her intentions. At first, Chi thought she wanted to talk to her, but strangely, this person didn't speak to her, just stared at her, and then gave her lots of food and various small toys. Chi ignored her, because this strange little girl posed no threat to her, and didn't disturb her reading. Until one day, the weather was clear, and there wasn't a breath of wind in the air. In the absolute silence, she seemed to hear faint, almost imperceptible voices. She thought she had misheard. She listened intently for a while longer, still unsure if there was any sound, until she looked up and searched around before realizing the little girl in front of her was moving her lips. "It's you talking?" The little girl nodded excitedly. "Could it be that you've been talking to me while you were sitting here?" The little girl nodded again. She found it very strange. Although she had never quite understood the thoughts of humans and other demonic beings, she could at least roughly grasp the relationships of interest. But this little girl in front of her truly baffled her. Other humans and demons would be terrified, disgusted, and contemptuous when they saw her, but the little girl, who couldn't hear, seemed excited. This was the first time she had encountered someone like this. Curious about what she was saying, she moved closer, pressing her ear to her mouth to hear clearly. She listened for a long time, only vaguely catching fragments of words. Such as, "I thought you couldn't see me. Do you like books? You're very pretty. Can I comb your hair? Me pretty?" This was the first time she had been complimented on her appearance, since she gained self-awareness. Although she didn't understand human aesthetics very well, she was aware of her current state. Her hair was matted together, her burlap clothes were scavenged, and she had even had people throw coins at her. Seeing her bewildered expression, the little girl simply reached out and grabbed Chi's hand, excitedly leading her somewhere. She looked at her hand being held and felt strange. She was usually averse to contact with other individuals, and she could clearly sense the malice of others. But this little girl, strangely, didn't evoke any disgust in her. Instead, she intrigued her. The only word that came to Chi's mind was special. She felt that this girl must be special. After walking for a while, Chi found they had arrived at a riverbank. Because of the undulating terrain, a small waterfall, 3 to 5 meters high, had formed. The girl led Chi to the riverbank, then ran into the water, and happily waited around for a while before indicating that she could take a bath there. She stood in the river for a while, and seeing that Chi didn't move, assumed she was shy, so she ran to the nearby woods, leaving Chi to bathe alone. She watched the girl run off, puzzled. After thinking it over, she decided that bathing was indeed a good idea, otherwise, she'd easily get her books dirty. Books are easily damaged. She decisively stripped off her clothes, revealing her bright white skin, and carefully stepped into the river. The water wasn't very cold. She squatted down and began washing her dirty, tangled hair repeatedly. After washing for a while, she suddenly heard a buzzing sound in her ear. At first, she ignored it, but then she realized that the buzzing seemed to be circling around her. Her hair was almost washed. What was once dry and brittle now lay smoothly against her shoulders and collarbone. Chi stood motionless in the river, her eyes slowly locking onto the source of the buzzing. It was a bee. She observed the bee's movement pattern for only a short while. The bee would find a good angle to observe the whole scene every time she raised her arm or leg, then circle around to her back when she opened her eyes. More precisely, behind her buttocks. She actually knew that the girl was a demon god. The aura of a demon god is different from that of a human. This bee was probably related to the girl's abilities. Thinking this, she pretended to close her eyes, and then, as the bee flew in front of her, she grabbed it. Just as she caught the bee, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. She grabbed the bee, slipped into his own space, and then instantly reappeared in front of the girl. The girl, terrified at being caught peeping, never expected Chi to appear before her in an instant. The girl would never forget that glance. It was in a forest, the sun shining brightly, the water shimmering, and the sound of a small waterfall in the distance. The girl, who had been crouching in the bushes, suddenly saw Chi's bare feet and calves. Startled by Chi's sudden appearance, she fell to the ground. Sitting up, she looked up and saw Chi's slender figure, her wet hair cascading over her slightly rounded chest, her skin as white and bright as jade. Chi seemed completely unconcerned about her naked body. Water droplets continued to slide down her skin, reflecting the shimmering sunlight like sparkling diamonds. Her demeanor was like that of a serene deity, her dark eyes, like two carefully preserved slivers of night within the daylight. At this moment, she held out his palm to her, in which lay a bee, unable to fly because its wings were wet. The girl sat on the ground, stunned by the breathtaking beauty of the scene, speechless for a long time. Chi's original intention was to use the bee to question the girl's purpose in peeping. But the first thing the girl did after regaining her senses was to take off one of her clothes and frantically dry Chi's body and hair. She found it strange. Being spied on and touched, if it were anyone else, she would have already gone on a killing spree. But with this girl, Chi sensed no malice in anything she did. Instead, she became curious because she couldn't predict the girl's actions, and wanted to see what she would do next. She was now even more convinced that this girl is special. "My name is Chi. What's your name?" The girl, who had been blushing and trying to cover Chi's body with her clothes, brought her lips close to Chi's ear upon hearing his question. Chi felt a few warm breaths against her ear, and then she heard two words, Yen Ning. Chapter 401. The next day, the group packed up quickly, and set off for the location of the Lord of Humanity. The first stop was the nearest town. They needed to replenish their supplies, and then have the first generation observe the soul state of the other humans. In short, they arrived at the town. Lin Ning carefully observed the residents, and found something was indeed wrong. The residents all seemed listless. Most of the town's residents made a living repairing boats. Although it wasn't a commercial center, there were some shops. Lin Ning and his group wandered around for a while, before finding a quiet alley, and discussing the matter with the first generation. The first generation stated directly, "There's a problem. Everyone's soul is damaged, especially the elderly, and those who were already ill. However, they might not be able to feel any symptoms yet. Alright, let's continue on our way." Lin Ning and his group didn't linger in the town, and quickly continued towards the Lord of Humanity's location. Lin Ning could feel the sense of urgency. He had an inquire about the Assassin's Guild. While the mercenaries showed no symptoms, the merchants who frequented the area reported feeling weak and frequently distracted lately. Up to this point, Lin Ning felt things were still under control, until he noticed something amiss with the ground beneath his feet. Lin Ning discovered that the density of divine descent grounds along the way seemed unusually high. As a precursor to the birth of a demon god, divine descent grounds would exhibit characteristics different from ordinary ground during the symptom phase. In Lin Ning's memory, divine descent grounds were actually quite rare, and those that could be discovered were even rarer. However, along this journey, Lin Ning encountered a divine descent ground almost every short distance. Since discovering this, Lin Ning had become much quieter. The sudden increase in the number of divine lands could only mean one thing. This world had begun to spiral out of balance. The number of demon gods was actually finite. Because the original humans created demon gods in a unique way, every species, except for spiders, possessed only one demon god. Therefore, the appearance of these divine lands couldn't be due to a sudden surge of new species. The only possibility was that these divine lands were filled entirely with spiders. The earth was preparing for the continuous generation of new spiders. Once the human souls collapsed, countless spiders within these divine lands would likely awaken. She shared the same feeling as Lin Ning. She had sensed the presence of spiders when Lin Ning discovered the first divine land. This presence was elusive, and it was precisely this elusiveness that sent chills down Chi's spine. The feeling was like walking down a completely dark corridor, and when you finally reach the end, light an oil lamp, and look back, you realized that the people who had surrounded you the whole way were motionless, holding their breath and staring at you. These spiders' divine presence was like those people hiding in the darkness, holding their breath. After a brief meeting, Chi, Lin Ming, and Kaven's braided hair realized that everyone's feelings were similar. After listening to Lin Ming and Chi's descriptions of the divine presence, the first generation remained silent for a long time. How did he do that? Chi chimed in, he devoured the abilities of other spiders. If he also devoured other demonic species, then I don't think it would be surprising if he had any abilities. Just as they were discussing the divine arrival, Anti suddenly ran over and started hitting Lin Ming's leg repeatedly. Ouch, be gentle, you're going to break it. Anti pulled out paper and pen from his bag and began quickly writing down the intelligence from the Assassin's Guild headquarters. The person contacting Lin Ming was Nazi. Nazi's first words to Lin Ming piqued his curiosity. There's a strange matter I must discuss with you. Then, Nazi went on to explain, recently, everyone in the Assassin's Guild has occasionally heard whispers, and everyone has the same dream. A dream? Lin Ning was utterly astonished. In the dream, people seem to see a blurry figure. This figure seems to be speaking some profound truth, but everyone forgets it upon waking. Oh, there's one exception. Yuta says she remembers a passage, and she's been working day and night to decipher the information in that dream. Hearing this, Lin Ning suddenly understood something. That might be the consciousness of primordial humans. The consciousness of primordial humans originally existed deep within the soul of every human being. This consciousness, rather than being a personality, was more like a message left by primordial humans. When a human soul was corrupted, this message within the soul was activated. To be honest, Lin Ning was quite curious about what kind of content primordial humans would leave deep within the souls of all humans. Lin Ning asked and to ask Nachi if Yuta had deciphered any scattered words. Anti waited a while and wrote 2 words, life. Instinctum. I don't understand. Anti then wrote another word, many. According to Yuta, the dream contained many expressions of the word many. Because it was translated from ancient language, it might not be semantically precise. Yuta said that translating it as many, complex, repetitive, or copying would be acceptable. Nazi's communication ended there, concluding with a few words such as, the cat misses you, always staring blankly at the road outside the Assassin's Guild, and Heisen's ceiling research is showing progress, although unstable, but Ellie now has some blurry vision. Lin Ning ended the communication. Although the cat and Ellie's situation concerned him, he focused his thoughts on the dream text deciphered by Yuta. Many according to Yuta's translation, complex refers to an abstract many. Repetitive refers to a concrete many. Copying refers to increasing. Lin Ning felt none of these words were quite right. Thinking about what the original humans had done, Lin Ning thought the word should perhaps be translated as reproduction. He thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Kaven. Kaven was startled by his gaze. What is it? First generation, I have a question for you. Kaven's braid twitched slightly. Huh? What question? What do you think is the meaning of reproduction? Meaning? The first generation seemed stumped. After a long pause, the first generation gave an answer completely unexpected by Lin Ning. Perhaps, for immortality. Immortality? Yes, immortality, or rather, preservation. Chapter 402. Preservation. Throughout the journey, Lin Ning kept pondering these 2 words. In his previous life, he had heard that humans needed offspring because their existence could alleviate the fear of death. Lin Ning thought that was just an escapist form of self-comfort. But if the existence of the soul was also considered, things changed. The immortality spoken of by the first generation wasn't actually wrong. Even with souls as powerful as those of the primordial humans, they weren't completely immortal. Distributing their souls among humans might simply be a strategy to maximize their survival rate. But this had a premise Lin Ning might never understand. The soul is greater than consciousness. The preservation of the soul is greater than the continuation of self-consciousness. If the primordial humans also considered it this way, then everything made sense. Although incomprehensible, it was surprisingly reasonable. In short, it was the feeling of I die, but my soul must survive. Thinking of this, Lin Ning asked Kaven curiously, Kaven, what? If you had to choose between preserving consciousness and preserving the soul, which would you choose? Kaven looked clearly troubled. But the first generation gave a decisive answer, of course, the soul. Lin Ning was quite surprised. Why? Isn't consciousness more important? While they were discussing the issue of soul and consciousness, Qi, who was standing nearby, suddenly said, thoughtfully, speaking of which, there was once a theory among humans. They had a very special school of thought that believed the soul was the key to what makes a person human, while consciousness was merely experience to ensure the survival of the physical body. And then? Then, they concluded that the essence of consciousness is the accumulated experience of thought, which can be replaced, altered, and even fabricated. However, each person's soul has its own irreplaceable nature. Therefore, consciousness is merely a tool, while the soul is the true essence of humanity. Wow! Human research is truly diverse and varied. Just as Lin Ning was still marveling at this strange theory, Kaven gave his answer. I still think consciousness is more important. Lin Ning tilted his head curiously and asked, why is that? Kaven didn't answer immediately but smiled at Lin Ning's cross-shaped eyes. Because the soul is just my soul, but there are other important things existing within consciousness. Lin Ning touched his nose and scratched his head. He hadn't expected Caven to solve the problem so easily with just one sentence. Simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. Their return to the Assassin's Guild was much faster than their arrival, because Lin Ning's elemental manipulation abilities allowed them to develop many unexpected ways to travel. Alternatively, they could use ice elements to freeze the lake and cross the water. They could also blast away any boulders blocking their path. They could even build a giant ice slide from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain. Although this world was on the verge of collapse, they seemed to be having a great time. Lin Ning's mycelium dispersal plan was also progressing steadily. Everywhere he went was covered with mycelium, and the mycelium was still spreading continuously. He had also found a way to make his mycelium last forever. And unexpectedly, his method was exactly the same as that of the original humans. Now, when Lin Ning spreads his mycelium, he doesn't simply let it spread. He uses his fungi to transform the ground into an ecosystem suitable for his species. Fungi, spores, nutrients, reproduction. A perpetual cycle of life. This is primarily due to his current elemental manipulation abilities. The ability to accurately analyze and alter elements allows him to perfectly analyze and restructure the soil. On the surface, Lin Ning is merely expanding the mycelium's reach, but in reality, he's shaping the world to better suit his needs. When they returned to the vicinity of the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ning frowned. It was anything but lively here. If it were just a lack of liveliness, Lin Ning could understand. After all, it was wartime. But the problem was, there wasn't even a hint of killing intent. Even the tense atmosphere of two armies facing off was gone, and the number of nearby troops had noticeably decreased. In the past few days, Caven had also gained some of the first generation's abilities, and he could see that the souls of humans and demons were more severely damaged. The first person they encountered surprised Lin Ning somewhat. Clad in black armor, and a black skirt, carrying a hammer larger than his head on his shoulder. It was Mei Yi. Mei Yi seemed to have been waiting for them. Upon seeing Lin Ning, she first frowned at his cross-shaped eyes, then greeted him with a casual "Yo, long time no see." Lin Ning sized Mei Yi up and down, then turned to Caven and asked, "How is it? How severe is the corruption?" Caven examined Mei Yi closely, and was surprised to find that her soul was only minimally damaged. The damage is minimal. She seems to be the healthiest person we've seen on this trip. Mei, carrying her hammer, chuckled. "Don't underestimate me. I'm the chief priest of the Assassin's Guild. Anyway, you're the only priest. TSK, I smash your head with this hammer, you believe me?" Heh heh. The long-awaited banter with an acquaintance eased Lin Ning's tension slightly. He asked Mei curiously, "Why are you waiting for us so far away? Is something wrong?" "Actually, I'm not waiting for you. I'm waiting for Nazi." "What's he doing?" "Going to get materials." Ever since Yuta started deciphering those dream messages, she's frequently needed a lot of ancient texts for reference, and Nazi goes to various places specializing in scholarship to search for materials for her. How's her deciphering progress? Mei sighed upon hearing this. To be honest, her condition isn't good. After listening to Mei's account, Lin Ning realized that among the entire Assassin's Guild, the one with the most severe soul damage was Yuta. Yuta was experiencing intermittent episodes of confusion, currently only occasional, but if this continued, she would likely fall into complete mental chaos. Yuta herself realized this, and wanted to do as much as possible while her mind was still clear. Lin Ning said to the person beside him, "Come out, you can't keep hiding." Hearing this, she cautiously emerged from the spatial dimension. Lin Ning introduced Yin Ming, Qi, and the first generation member on the tip of Caven's braid to Mei. Lin Ning had initially thought Mei would be hostile towards Qi, but unexpectedly, Mei leaned close to Qi and examined her closely for a long time. "I've been wanting to take a closer look at your eyes. And they really are empty. Can I poke them?" "No. You can't poke them." Lin Ning was surprised by Mei Yi's reaction. "I thought you'd just give Qi a good whack after you saw her." Mei Yi shrugged. "To be honest, I still have doubts about their existence, but I'd rather believe you than doubt her." Chapter 403. After they arrived at Nachi's location and returned to the Assassin's Guild headquarters, Lin Ning sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the gloomy atmosphere still made him uncomfortable. Upon entering the headquarters, the first thing he saw was Yin Feng sitting in a rocking chair, sunbathing. The scene was so incongruous that Lin Ning initially thought he had mistaken him for someone else. He walked over and patted the rocking chair. "Uncle Yin, sunbathing?" "What Uncle Yin?" Yin Feng climbed up from the rocking chair and sat up, turning to look at the group Lin Ning had brought back. "You can decide on your own accommodations. It's been quite quiet lately. Like everyone suddenly shut themselves away. There are no mercenary orders, and very few people at the exchange. Lin Ming gave Kevin a wink, and Kevin glanced at Yin Feng and shook his head at Lin Ming. Yin Feng was undoubtedly a simple human, and his physical abilities were only average. His strength lay in the realm of the mind, so in this plague targeting the soul, his condition deteriorated rapidly. "Where's the landlady?" "She's on her way," Yin Feng said, pointing to his office. "She said someone like me should get more sun, so she got me this rocking chair. You know what, it's quite comfortable in the sun. I noticed the cat wasn't at the lookout tower earlier. Where did he go?" "He probably went back to one of the houses you bought for him." Yin Feng spoke with Lin Ming, then glanced back at Qi. "I knew it." "What's wrong?" "When I saw her before, I had a feeling we might cross paths again." Looks like my intuition was pretty accurate. Since Yin Feng had told Lin Ming to make the decision himself, he planned to find a room for Yin Ming later, and went to check on the cat first. After checking all of the cat's properties, he finally found Qiu Dong sprawled on the floor in the smallest of the rooms. "Hey, I'm back." Hearing Lin Ming's voice, the cat lifted its head, glanced at him, its ears perked up and twitched, but didn't say anything, then looked behind Lin Ming. The cat didn't react to anyone else, but when it saw Qi, its tail slowly bristled like a feather duster. The cat seemed to want to run away, but didn't really want to move, so it symbolically wriggled away from Qi for a moment, then lay still again. Lin Ming didn't think the cat's behavior had anything to do with its damaged soul. It was probably just lazy. "Hey, silly cat, look at this," Lin Ming said, conjuring a small ice cube in front of the cat, then squeezing it in his hand, a crackling sound echoing in his palm. He then opened his hand, a burst of sparks flying from his palm. Seeing Lin Ming's little magic trick, the cat's surprise was palpable. It got up from the ground and stretched. After a brief chat with the cat, Lin Ming went to take care of business. He was going to see Yuta. Antai was nowhere to be found. Before seeing Yuta, considering what Yuta had experienced, Lin Ming asked Qi to return to her own space to avoid the situation. Yin Ming, having learned some ancient script from Qi, was brought along. Kevin, on the other hand, returned to his and Lin Ming's residence to continue studying his soul perception abilities. The moment Lin Ming saw Yuta, his brows furrowed. Yin Feng and the cat were only showing signs of lethargy and listlessness, but Yuta. If she didn't speak, Lin Ming would even doubt if the person sitting there was alive. Yuta sat on the floor, draped in a blanket, surrounded by scattered papers arranged in concentric circles around her, with connecting arrows drawn between them, making it look like she was performing some kind of ritual. She wore loose pajamas, and her hair was a mess of tangled weeds. In Lin Ming's memory, Yuta was quite robust. After all, she was someone who carried a solid greatsword over a meter long everywhere. But now, Yuta looked as haggard as a persimmon that had been sucked dry and dried in the sun for 2 days. Yuta looked up at Lin Ming, her voice weak. "Ah, it feels like being held and slept by a voluptuous older sister." "Is that the first thing you said to your old friend?" "Yes, it came from the bottom of my heart." For some reason, hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly felt less worried about her. She can still have lustful thoughts. It seems she's not in too much trouble for now. "Where's Arns?" "She left a while ago, saying she was going to check some things, leaving me all alone, cold and lonely." "She wouldn't have warmed your bottom while she was here." "That's true, but the idea of warming your bottom sounds rather lewd." "Is that so?" "Yes, I want a mature older sister to warm my bottom." Hearing these suggestive words, Lin Ming curiously turned to look at Yin Ming, who had come with him, and found Yin Ming pretending to be calm as he examined the floor of the room. Lin Ming placed a stack of pages in front of Yuta. "Here, this is the information Naki retrieved." He said it's divided into 2 parts. The second volume is a bit incomplete. Hopefully it won't affect reading. "Let me take a look." Over the next few minutes, Lin Ming, Yuta, and Yin Ming worked together to integrate the currently deciphered content. Yuta explained the scattered papers. "The content we can decipher so far is just a few scattered sentences. At first, I thought my deciphering method was wrong, but then I realized that these sentences themselves seem to be like this, very much like incoherent, sleep-talking." "What specific sentences are there?" "For example, this, one and many, in chronological order, can be delayed but not reversed. This probably means that the soul can differentiate but cannot merge. And this, nothing is without completeness. Does outside refer to objects or concepts?" "Both. Nothing is without completeness." This sentence gave Lin Ming a whole host of inspirations. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, the original humans were outsiders to this world. Lin Ming was too. No outsiders, No complete possibility means that without outsiders, this world would be incomplete. Oh right, there's this word. This word seems important, but I can't pinpoint its exact meaning. I can only call it appointment for now. Appointment? Yes, appointment, position, status, identity, some kind of power, control, owner, all these meanings are possible. Where is this word used? Used at the end of a word, it should be a noun, something like appointment. The word place before it changes. We already found 3 words containing appointment. Could it be various positions? That's certainly possible, and there's another word that appeared at the same time that we can basically confirm its meaning. What is it? Yuta pointed to the ceiling. This word can be understood as above, higher level, not ordinary, and... Yuta swallowed, frowning as he uttered the meaning, some kind of deity. Chapter 404. Some kind of deity? A deity? Lin Ning pondered this word repeatedly in his mind. He felt it was somewhat out of place in the world he knew. Therefore, Lin Ning was more inclined to understand appointment as a kind of official position. If he were to piece together the information Yuta had deciphered, the result would be this. The world became complete because of the arrival of outsiders. The appointees manage the world's age. The appointees exist, but are not constant. By the time he reached this point, it was already getting dark. Lin Ning lay down wearily on the floor, relaxing his mind slightly. Yuta, do you want to eat something? Of course. What do you want to eat? Half a pound of flatbread first, then half a pound of roasted meat, and I think about what to drink. Hearing Yuta's appetite, Lin Ning felt much more at ease. Although she looked very weak, she could still eat half a pound of flatbread and half a pound of meat, so it wasn't a big problem. Wait a minute, we go get something to eat, and bring it over later. Okay, the pancakes should be soft, and the meat a little charred. You have quite the appetite. Lin Ning and Caven Yinming left Yuta's residence and looked around the streets of the outer city, finding that very few shops were open. They found a barbecue shop that was still selling meat, but the owner looked dejected. Lin Ming tentatively asked, "Boss, the meat?" The shop owner reluctantly lit the grill and started grilling the meat. Watching Lin Ming talk to the shop owner, Caven asked curiously, "Your eyes? They don't scare people anymore?" "Oh, you mean that?" "Actually, I can, but to avoid causing panic, I cast an illusion on others first." "That works?" "Of course. Except for you few who gotten used to these eyes, I used illusions on the entire Assassin's Guild, including Yin Feng and Yuta. The Assassin's Guild's roasted meat has undergone several iterations based on Lin Ming's roasted pork knuckle. Now, there are many more ways to eat it. A crispy version for wraps, a juicy version for noodles, and even a method of kneading roasted meat into dough before baking. It looks like a pizza." Just as Lin Ming and the others were enjoying their meal, a familiar voice sounded behind them. "Long time no see." Lin Ming turned around and saw the proprietress, holding a long-handled pipe and wearing a white cloak. Since moving to the Assassin's Guild, besides spending her days with Yin Feng, the proprietress also opened her own shop, selling tea and wine. Lin Ming looked the proprietress up and down. It was the first time he ever seen her dress so warmly. In his memory, her style was always covering up what needs to be covered. But this cloak covered her from her neck to her calves, completely obscuring her view. Lin Ming initially assumed Yin Feng had told her to dress so conservatively, but after chatting for a while, he learned that her health wasn't good. "It's very cold," she said. According to her, she started feeling cold frequently not long ago, and all the staff she hired had taken leave. Business was failing, and now she spent her days wandering around aimlessly. Lin Ming sighed. He didn't dare tell the landlady the truth. The assassin's appearance now was just the beginning. "Oh right, Arns gave me something before she left and asked me to give it to you." Lin Ming was quite surprised. "Why did she tell you, or?" The landlady smiled and took out an envelope. "That's probably the secret. Although Yuta and she have a good relationship, there are still some things they can't understand, especially their attitudes towards the future." "The future?" "Yes, Yuta thinks the future is absolute, decipherable, everything is perfectly aligned like a chain. But Arns thinks any seemingly insignificant choice can affect the future, even completely altering its course due to certain key moments." Lin Ming quickly interrupted the landlady. "Wait, how do you know so much, landlady?" "Yuta told me. I often visit her, and she always talks a lot. That girl, apart from her slightly restless hands, is quite adorable. I really like her personality." Lin Ming glanced at the landlady's ample bosom, which seemed to push up her cloak, and thought, "I might not know what you like about her, but I know perfectly well what she likes about you. Alright, I can't eat much meat anyway, so I won't keep you company any longer. I'm just here to deliver something. Come visit me sometime. Lin Ning got up and saw the proprietress out of the shop, then sat back down at the table and took out the letter. Arns's letter. Lin Ning stuffed a few more pieces of meat into his mouth while reading the letter. He felt that after reading this letter, he wouldn't have the appetite to eat meat anymore. Upon opening the envelope, he found the letter was much longer than he had expected. Lin Ning quickly skipped the opening pleasantries and went straight to the point. Regarding this illness, I can roughly sense the cause. As the spider demon god, I am very sensitive to souls. The souls of the entire Assassin's Guild, no, I should say the entire world, are being corrupted. I don't know what caused this terrible thing, but I think you left the Assassin's Guild because of this. Lin Ning clicked his tongue after reading this. You guessed wrong. We only recently learned about the soul plague. Yuta and I argued about this. Yuta felt that since I have the ability to see the future, I should use it appropriately, as it might find a way to solve everything. However, you should understand that I have a deep fear of my ability. I'm different from Yuta. She's the kind of person who would laugh it off even if she deciphered the end of the world. But I'm terrified of the future I see. Lin Ning initially thought that since Arns had said that, she wouldn't observe the future anymore. But after reading a few more lines, he was shocked to see. However, I still looked. Yuta's growing weakness and the world's anomalies were unsettling. I ultimately observed the future. Originally, I only wanted to peek at it as little as possible, to see if I could find the key to breaking the deadlock in a glimpse, but seeing this, even though there were still several pages left, Lin Ning chose to put the letter down temporarily, then covered his forehead with his hands, his mind a jumbled mess. Arns wrote definitively in the letter, I saw the rulers of this world. I think we can tentatively call them gods. Chapter 405. Lin Ning pondered for a long time after reading this sentence in the letter. Although Arns said her views differed from Yuta's, they ultimately arrived at the same conclusion. The world's administrator. Lin Ning still preferred this title. For some reason, he always felt the word God sounded a bit vulgar. Lin Ning shook the letter in his hand, and found there was another page. She really writes. Even though she usually seems quiet. Lin Ning read the following content again, which roughly described how Arns saw the administrator. Lin Ning read this part several times before finally understanding its general meaning. This is probably the most unbelievable thing I encountered since I became conscious. There are too many strange things, and it makes me feel utterly hopeless. I dare not tell anyone about this, I'm afraid it will cause panic. Lin Ning curiously read on, and as he read, cold sweat slowly began to appear on his forehead. No wonder Arns was so certain she had seen a god. As you know, my abilities are divided into several levels. When I peer into the future, 4 eyes sees the future closest to the present, 6 eyes sees a slightly more distant future, and 8 eyes sees the most distant. The future I saw about you is at the 8 eyes distance, but this time I didn't rashly peer that far. I just wanted to take a quick look at the near future to see how far this plague would go. But just as I gained vision of the future, I saw a figure. Seeing people in the future is perfectly normal, but this time, this person, whose identity I don't know, was talking to me. He looked at me and said, this ability has always existed. I thought it had disappeared. I was terrified and subconsciously asked, are you talking to me? And the person simply replied, of course. Seeing this, Lin Ning understood what had happened to Arns. A strange figure appeared and spoke with her in the future. It wasn't a misunderstanding, nor a coincidence, a real conversation took place. In a later letter, Arns mentioned a coincidence in this event. The place where she saw the figure was the ruins of an ancient city she had visited before. Because Arns's observations were recent, the ruins still looked familiar. To confirm some details she had observed, she decided to go directly to the ancient city. Anyway, my staying with the assassins would only add pressure to Yuta. I'm not very good at taking care of people, and Yuta seems to always maintain a deliberate physical distance from me. So I'm leaving the assassins first. I gave this letter to Miss Inglan. Besides you all, she's the person I known the longest in the entire Assassin's Guild. If you want to find me, you can ask Anti. Maybe I run into them outside. The letter ended there. Lin Ning shook the few pages of paper and looked at Kaven and Yin Ming, who were now full. Is the portion for Yuta packed up? Kaven took a plate wrapped in oil paper. It's packed up. What did the letter say? Your expression was so unpredictable just now. Unpredictable, that's not how you use that word. As long as you understand. Did the letter mention something? Was it about your future? No, it's not. It's a bit complicated to explain. Let's take Yuta's food first, then we talk at home. Lin Ning and Kaven both thought their conversation was fine, but Yin Ming, listening from the side, was completely bewildered. Especially the let's talk about it when we get home kind of talk, like an old married couple. Lin Ning took the packed lunch and turned to Yin Ning saying, "By the way, why don't you come over tonight?" Yin Ning thought she misheard, a question popping into her head. "Me too?" "Yes, I also have something to ask Chi." "Ah, that's what he meant." Yin Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since she joined the Assassin's Guild, she noticed the atmosphere here seemed quite relaxed. She assumed this kind of invitation was some kind of local special etiquette. Actually, Lin Ning just wanted to confirm something with Chi about the manager. He recently noticed that Chi seemed much more relaxed with Yin Ning present, and since Yin Ning was their companion in handling this matter, it wouldn't be good to exclude her. The group took the food to Yuta, and after settling the seemingly sickly Yuta in, Lin Ning and Kaven planned to return to their lodgings. On his way back, Lin Ning saw Mei Yi, fully armed and carrying her spiked hammer, heading towards the outer city gate. Her attire was also somewhat strange. Although she was still wearing full armor in the style of a Western-style dress, the armor was noticeably more extensive, and she was also wearing a helmet. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Ning asked curiously, "Where are you going at this hour?" Mei Yi shrugged. "I just received word from the front lines that suspicious individuals are approaching the defenses. I'm going to check it out." For some reason, hearing this made Lin Ning uneasy. In the current situation, could there still be enemy troops? But then again, perhaps they were trying to take advantage of the situation and kill him. That made sense. Lin Ning looked at the helmet on Mei Yi's head, which almost completely covered her head. "I never seen you wear a helmet before. My reflexes have been a little slow lately. Even though I find it hot and ugly, I worried just to be safe. And not just the helmet, look," Mei Yi said, raising her hand and suddenly lifting her skirt. Lin Ning jumped back in fright, only realizing after a moment that Mei Yi was showing him the leg armor she wouldn't normally wear. Seeing the innocent Lin Ning startled by Mei Yi lifting his skirt, Kaven and Yin Ning almost laughed, but they held back to protect Mushroom's pride. Lin Ning felt much more at ease looking at the fully armed Mei Yi. "Be careful." Mei Yi smiled. "It's been over 10 years since anyone told me to be careful. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. If I can't win, I run away." Lin Ning wanted to go with Mei Yi directly, but Mei Yi said her main focus was reconnaissance, and she would engage in combat depending on the situation, declining Lin Ning's request to accompany her. "What you're busy with now is more important. You should hurry up and solve this plague problem. Otherwise, humanity probably won't last much longer." Lin Ning nodded upon hearing this, casually touching Mei Yi's helmet. Mei Yi jumped back in fright, just like Lin Ning had done earlier. "I left some mycelium on your helmet, so I can track your location." After watching Mei Yi leave, Lin Ning and Kaven finally returned to their lodgings. The familiar door, the familiar bed, the clothes hanging on the wall, and the painting they brought back from Dongcheng on the table. Yin Ning's mind was filled with questions as soon as he entered the room. First, so they weren't sharing a room. Second, why were there so many women's clothes hanging on the wall? And then, who was that beautiful woman in the painting on the table? Being in this room, Yin Ning's gossip-loving soul began to burn fiercely. Chapter 406. While Lin Ning and Chi were discussing intelligence regarding the world's administrator, Mei Yi, on her way to the front lines, encountered some strange things. She had a very unpleasant feeling. After leaving the Assassin's Guild for a distance, Mei Yi felt as if she were being followed. As a combat priest, Mei Yi wasn't particularly perceptive. If Yin Feng were here, he should have immediately been able to determine if someone was following her. But Mei Yi couldn't. She could only cast some miscellaneous buffs on herself as a precaution, while glancing around and quickening her pace towards the frontline camp. The garrison at the frontline camp wasn't composed of Assassin's Guild mercenaries, but rather a temporary coalition of forces from nearby areas. These temporary coalition soldiers, while not as obedient as the mercenaries, had gained considerable respect for Mei Yi over time, and always addressed her as Big Sister. As Mei Yi hurried along the night road, the moment she saw the camp in the distance, she sensed something was wrong. It was nighttime, yet the entire camp was completely dark. This was the frontline war zone. There was no way there wouldn't be night watch. The moment she sensed something amiss, Mei Yi immediately ducked into the nearby bushes. This camp had most likely been attacked. If the camp had indeed been attacked, the perpetrators were certainly no ordinary individuals. Although the camp didn't have the 7 garrison commanders, there were several highly skilled fighters among the allied forces. Mei Yi thought to herself as she slowly made her way towards the camp, using cover. Blessing Night's Light, Mei Yi first cast a blessing on herself, enhancing her night vision, then looked towards the camp entrance. At the entrance, there was half a person. The upper half. Mei observed for a while longer, and noticed the lower half of the person was in the grass not far away. Seeing the soldier who had once been laughing and chatting so freely, now a man torn to pieces, May felt a surge of anger. She took a deep breath, already mentally preparing for the worst. This camp was probably completely wiped out. But who was it? The enemy? No, there wasn't even any sign of a march around here. This camp had about 200 soldiers. These weren't people a few skilled fighters could easily deal with. Thinking this, May suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Because another thought suddenly popped into her head. The enemy. What happened to them? At the same time, she felt the constant feeling of being followed. This feeling was as unpleasant as wearing wet socks. Since she was already being watched, sneaking around seemed pointless. Light swallow rise, May gripped her mace, crouched down, 2 magical seals appearing beneath her feet, then took a large step forward, using the momentum to slam her foot into the ground, leaping into the air with a whoosh. Because she had already used considerable enhancements on herself, Mei Yi's leap was several tens of meters. She intended to lure the enemy out by deliberately revealing her position. Although Mei Yi was a heavily armored infantryman, she possessed a highly skilled aerial combat technique. Using her airborne position, Mei Yi used the moonlight and her newly activated night vision to gather intelligence on the ground. Sure enough, the enemy camp in the distance was also completely dark, with only a few stars visible in the distant towns. It wasn't just their coalition forces that were attacked. In other words, this attack was most likely not an enemy offensive, but an indiscriminate attack by another force. But the problem is, with the entire world on high alert and divided into 2 camps, where did this third force come from? Huh? As Mei Yi began her descent, she suddenly saw a dark shadow flash across the ground. In a mere instant, the shadow was already in front of Mei Yi. It seemed this was the one that had been following her. As Mei Yi gripped her hammer, preparing to fight, she suddenly saw the creature's appearance clearly in the moonlight. Her hammer hesitated. She found it difficult to call this ugly thing human. It resembled an insect. An insect slightly smaller than a human. But this insect seemed dissatisfied with its appearance. It twisted its limbs, contorted its body, forming human-like limbs, and then coiled its antennae across its face, seemingly mimicking facial features. This thing had forcibly twisted itself into a shape almost human-like. To achieve this form, the giant insect's body looked completely tattered. After recovering from her shock, Mei Yi raised her hand and slammed down with her hammer. So ugly. The insect man had blindly jumped up to attack Mei Yi. He didn't seem to consider his aerial combat abilities, so he had no way to dodge this blow. Mei Yi's hammer slammed down with a thud, and a wave of discomfort filled her brain. The sensation from the hammerhead was like striking a mangled corpse. Leap second stage meteorite. Mei Yi's body remained in the air, 5 magical seals illuminating her surroundings. Each seal could be stepped on once, serving as a temporary foothold in midair. Adjusting her posture with the seals, Mei Yi determined her angle and forcefully pushed off one of the seals with both legs, propelling her body like a cannonball towards the insected. Just as Mei Yi was rapidly descending in midair, preparing to launch a descent attack on the insectoid, a very long, sharp spike suddenly shot out from the ground with a whoosh. If it were anyone else, this attack would likely have been a guaranteed hit, as it's difficult for a person to change direction in midair. However, Mei Yi simply pushed aside a floating seal beside her, dodging the attack. But the spike's speed was excessive. Mei Yi felt as if an entire crossbow corps was firing arrows at her. Fine. A flying device, huh? At this moment, she suddenly felt very fortunate that she had recently modified her spiked hammer. The modification was done with Hazen's help, reportedly using a technique similar to Lin Ming's staff. Mei found her angle in midair, kicked the hammerhead hard, and then swung it with all her might. The iron ball, larger than her head, along with an iron chain, flew towards the ground with a whoosh. Perhaps the opponent hadn't expected this move at all, and even tried to block the iron ball with spikes. But how could slender spikes possibly overcome a solid iron ball? The iron ball slammed into the insected's body with a boom, then ground against the insected's body, scraping a short distance on the ground. Mei landed steadily, clutching the chain connecting the iron ball. She pulled back, and the hammerhead flew back to her side. With a pull and a push of the handle, the hammer returned to its long-handled form. Seeing that the opponent was completely still, Mei cautiously approached to check the situation. But just as she was about to reach the insectoid, she suddenly heard a whoosh. The sound came from behind her, and it was incredibly close. No aura, no figure, Mei hadn't sensed another person's presence at all. But by the time Mei realized there was more than one enemy here, it was too late. A long serrated spike pierced the back of Mei's helmet with a clang. Although the helmet was of good quality, and Mei dodged immediately. The force of the spike still sawed a gaping wound the length of a hand, and the width of a finger in her helmet. Mei felt something was terribly wrong. The timing, force, angle, and the level of concealment in this attack were completely different from the insectoid attack before. Moreover, even with the helmet protecting her, the attack seemed to have torn off a layer of her scalp and thinned the skull in that area. Just as Mei was attacked, Caven, who had been telling Lin Ning that the world administrators might be a collective term for certain special ability users, had just glanced down at the data and looked up again, and Lin Ning was gone. Chapter 407. Lin Ning arrived at the battlefield where Mei Yi was from the Assassin's Guild headquarters in just 3 seconds. Mei Yi was stunned when she saw Lin Ning emerge from the ground with a whoosh, holding a spiked hammer. "Where did you come from?" "From the ground." "Isn't that obvious?" Although they exchanged pleasantries, both of them lowered their bodies, wary of any movement around them. The insectoid in the distance, which had been hit by Mei Yi's hammer, was now motionless, seemingly dead. The problem was the guy who had just poked Mei Yi. Mei cast several protective hand seals on herself, then whispered to Lin Ning, "It's a guy who's very good at hiding his presence. I didn't sense his presence at all just now." Upon hearing this, Lin Ning pointed to Mei's left. "Over there." "You can sense its location?" Lin Ning pointed to his eyes. "I can see it. This insectoid, although able to conceal its sound, form, and scent, cannot disappear from the world silk as long as it exists in this space." In Lin Ning's eyes, all its disguises were futile. This insectoid looked much larger than the previous one, and its form was a distorted human shape created by twisted limbs. Lin Ning looked at this insectoid, his eyebrows furrowing. The aura of this thing had a familiar feel to it. "It's a spider." Lin Ning wasn't initially sure, because this insectoid's aura was somewhat different from Qi's and the others, but if he compared the insectoid's aura to the suspicious divine descent lands he had discovered along the way, it was too similar. These insectoids were probably newly awakened spiders, but their completion was nowhere near that of a true spider like Qi. They were like inferior imitations. "Things are worse than I thought." Lin Ning stretched out his hand, pointing in the direction of the insectoids. A huge magic seal appeared beneath his feet. Frosty heaven exquisite amber. When Mei Yi saw the magic seal on the ground, she already sensed something was wrong. But before she could react to what was happening, she heard a clap of thunder. When she looked up again, she realized that what she had heard wasn't thunder, but the sound of a massive amount of ice instantly freezing. Before her appeared a small iceberg, resembling a small hill. In the center of the iceberg, an insectoid slowly revealed its true form, at first glance indeed looking like a giant piece of amber that had sealed an insectoid. Mei, dragging her hammer, approached the small iceberg and asked curiously, "Is it dead?" "It should be dead. I didn't give it much of a chance to struggle." "Impressive. These things will probably increase in number recently." Mei fell silent upon hearing this. She had actually felt a slight decline in her skills just now. Although she said she wasn't greatly affected by the plague, her body was still much slower. Mei removed her helmet, revealing pink hair in the moonlight. The bleeding from her earlier injury had stopped, but the blood that had flowed out still stained a large patch of her hair red. This was the first time Lin Ning had seen Mei injured. "How are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious. I just don't know if this patch of scalp will ever grow hair again." "Does that mean you go bald?" "Don't say such unlucky things." "Then I wish you everlasting hair." "Thank you for your kind words." Mei turned around and walked to the insectoid she had flattened. Lin Ning followed, examining the insectoid's anatomy. Strictly speaking, spiders are not insects. This was Lin Ning's knowledge from his previous life. Now, it seemed that this knowledge was no longer useful, because the insectoid in front of him possessed characteristics of both insects and spiders. Lin Ning looked up and surveyed his surroundings. How much fighting strength does the Assassin's Guild have left? Not much, only half of its full strength. Should we set up defensive fortifications? Yes. These strange things might be increasing in number recently. Mei didn't immediately agree, because she knew that given the Assassin's Guild's current situation, setting up defensive fortifications was already quite difficult. Could their appearance be related to the plague? Lin Ning was startled by her keen observation. "How did you know?" "Just experience. When two strange things happen at the same time, they're more or less connected. Let's leave here first." To prevent the insectoids from reappearing, Lin Ning chose to walk back to the Assassin's Guild with Mei Yi, instead of using the mycelium teleportation. Along the way, Mei Yi kept fiddling with her long pink hair. Lin Ning suddenly remembered what Mei Yi had mentioned about her hair. "I remember you said you originally had black hair?" "Yes, it's black. My parents used magic to make it look like this. I'm quite curious what you look like with black hair." It probably wouldn't look good either, because according to others, I look scary with black hair, like a vengeful ghost. Really? I think you have a very gentle appearance. Haha, you have good taste. Mei Yi said, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. What's wrong? Do I look strange now? My eyes and stuff. No, not really. I just suddenly feel like I can't even recognize you anymore. Can't recognize you? Yeah, now I can only confirm that this person is Lin Ming when I'm talking to you. If I only look at your eyes, you look so different from when you first came to the Assassin's Guild. I almost forgotten what I looked like back then. Mei Yi suddenly fell silent for a moment, then said to Lin Ming as if casually, I was quite serious back then. I thought about whether I should date someone. Huh? With whom? Don't play dumb, or I beat you up. Mei Yi switched the hammer to her shoulder, then, while casting a spell with one hand to heal the injury on the back of her head, casually said, I even asked the vice president about this. I asked her, what do you think of Lin Ming? What did the vice president say? The vice president said you're just a brat. In the vice president's eyes, we're probably all brats. That's true. Lin Ming and Mei Yi exchanged a glance, then burst into laughter. Mei continued, the reason I didn't act later was that I didn't seem to like it that much, and I always felt that you have your own world, and your world seemed to have a subtle misalignment with mine. This sense of misalignment is also a kind of force beyond our control, so I just gave up. Besides, I really prefer the feeling of being free. I just gave up. Lin Ming found this statement strange. I wasn't that eager for love either. Although you're not bad, you're not so good that one would throw themselves into it, so I calmed down later. That's quite blunt. Mei shrugged. That's my view on relationships. I say it's pretty rational. Why suddenly? Mei interrupted him, saying, why suddenly say all this, right? Because I suddenly felt that I might not have the chance to say it later, so I had to get it off my chest, and it's better to say it now. Mei quickened her pace, standing in front of Lin Ming, who could only see her back. I'm strong. I always thought I was strong. I never even believed an assassin couldn't win a battle, but this time I really am starting to doubt. Mei wasn't stupid. Since Lin Ming had tacitly acknowledged the connection between the plague and the insectids, it meant that humanity's chances of winning were dwindling. Humanity was gradually weakening, while those incomprehensible insectids were about to emerge in droves. Mei was already one of the stronger individuals among humans, yet she still nearly had her head blown off by an insectid. This chief priest of the Assassin's Guild had directly experienced the fear of death emanating from the insectoid. Even if Lin Ming hadn't come, she might not have lost to that insectoid. But what about tomorrow? Would Mei Yi, weakened to this point, still be able to cope? If she could tomorrow, what about the day after? Mei Yi, the chief priest of the Assassin's Guild, would one day be too weak to fight, and die at the hands of these strange things. Rather than dying an inexplicable death then, it was better to say what was on her mind first. I handle it. Lin Ming's voice made Mei Yi stop in her tracks. She turned around. Handle what? The problems facing this world. A hasty promise. Mei Yi couldn't help but think to herself, if you ultimately fail to solve everything, then humanity is finished. Then there be no one left to hold accountable you. Although she was still silently complaining, for some reason, Lin Ming's hasty promise reassured Mei Yi a little, and her fear seemed to lessen somewhat. Mei Yi stared blankly at Lin Ming, then burst out laughing. A mushroom, trying to act cool. Chapter 408. Lin Ming and Mei Yi encountered Caven on their way back to the Assassin's Guild. Caven stood motionless, seemingly listening intently to something. Lin Ming approached, about to greet him, when Caven gestured for him to be quiet. Seeing this, Lin Ming curiously held his breath and listened intently for a while, but heard nothing. After a while, Caven let out a long sigh. It's spiders. Huh? The ones you fought just now were spiders. Lin Ming scratched his head, then glanced back at Mei Yi, who also looked bewildered. Lin Ming didn't dare directly say that the insected beings were spiders. Although he now possessed the ability to manipulate elements, could see world silk, and was familiar with the aura of spiders, those two creatures were different from the spiders he remembered. How can you be so sure that was the spider? Caven pointed to his ear. I heard it. Heard? Yes. Just as Lin Ming was surprised, the first generation suddenly spoke up. Don't be surprised. I perceive souls with my eyes. Different souls have different appearances. When searching for souls, I also use my sense of smell. Hearing is a last resort. So, it seems Caven's way of perceiving souls is different from yours? Yes, he's not very sensitive to the detailed forms of souls, but he's very familiar with their internal frequencies. So, unlike me, he's better at distinguishing souls through hearing. Internal frequency. Lin Ming scratched his head. Although the first generation explained a lot, what he cared about most was why the spider appeared in the form of an insectid. Caven pointed to his feet. There's one here too. It'd probably wake up in about 2 days. Lin Ming felt his head start to throb. If this continues, these strange divine descent grounds will be like pupae, continuously awakening insected beings. Lin Ming briefly recalled the number of divine descent grounds he had recently sensed, and the strength of the 2 insected beings he had just encountered. If all these insected beings hatched, while humanity wouldn't be wiped out immediately, the collapse of the human race under the influence of the plague was inevitable. Regardless, Lin Ming wanted to return to the Assassin's Guild first, to have their existing forces prepare defenses, as many insected beings were likely to appear soon. On the way back, Lin Ming was walking while pondering things, when he suddenly seemed to see something strange. Huh? Caven, thinking something had happened, quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I might be seeing things." Caven's eyes suddenly changed from wary to worried. If someone else said they were seeing things, they probably really were, but Lin Ming's eyes shouldn't be so easily deceived. "What did you see?" How should I put it? Look at the ground." Caven looked at the ground. Where they had walked was a damp patch of grass, the soil very soft, probably from recent rain. "It's the ground. What's wrong?" "Just now, I think I stepped in my own footprint." "That's normal. Of course, there will be footprints on the path we walked." "No, it was when my foot landed that the footprint appeared, and then my foot landed precisely in the footprint." Caven and May exchanged a glance, and the first generation stirred slightly. The 3 of them felt they only vaguely understood Lin Ming's description. They understood each word individually, but when strung together, it sounded utterly unfamiliar. Just as Lin Ming thought he might be seeing things, and was about to continue forward, a swarm of bees flew in from a short distance. Yan Ming? Lin Ming initially thought Yan Ming had simply come out to check on him, since he hadn't returned for a while, but Lin Ming immediately sensed something was wrong. She arrived beside him before Yan Ming. This was the first time Lin Ming felt she was so unfamiliar. She didn't just show her head as usual, nor did she have that slightly wooden demeanor from before. She now resembled a wild beast poised to pounce. Chi's dark eyes were wide open, and 8 spider legs formed from black mist behind her slowly waved in the air, each leg leaving a long, shimmering trail as it sliced through the air. Lin Ming didn't recognize what it was at first, but after a while, he suddenly realized that the trailing object was actually a spatial rift that Chi had torn open. Lin Ming had previously wondered if Chi possessed any offensive capabilities, since in his memory, Chi was always the first to flee. But now it seemed that Chi's attack method was quite direct and effective. She could use the method of opening spatial rifts to slice through anything, ignoring defenses. If Lin Ming were to use a metaphor, he thought Chi's current state resembled a wild beast with its fur standing on end. However, Lin Ming didn't understand which of the 4 people present, himself, Caven, the first generation, and May, had made Chi so wary. "Leave that." Chi uttered these 3 words, in a completely emotionless voice. Lin Ming was utterly bewildered. "Leave? Are you talking to us? He's not someone you need to worry about. Please leave." Lin Ming was even more confused this time, because Chi didn't seem to be speaking to any of them. "Who are you talking to?" Lin Ming was interrupted by Chi before he could finish his sentence. "Don't move. Don't make any decisions." Decisions? Although Lin Ming didn't understand, seeing Chi's caution, he knew the seriousness of the situation and didn't ask any more questions, leaving it to Chi to handle. Chi seemed to be locked in a stalemate with that thing for a while, then the spider legs behind her began to poke the ground incessantly like a restless person shaking their leg. After a while, Chi finally let out a long sigh, and the black mist behind her slowly dissipated. Lin Ming felt that Chi was like a cat that had calmed down after being frightened, its ruffled fur slowly becoming soft again, returning to its usual appearance. "Chi, what just happened?" Chi remained silent for a long time, seemingly making a difficult decision. Lin Ming didn't urge him, just waited quietly. After a while, Chi slowly uttered a single word, "Goo." "Goo, is that a name?" "Let's just call it a name. Judging from the style of this name. Could it be a spider? Why can't we sense his presence?" She shook his head. "No. He's not a spider, he's not even a living being." "Then, what is he?" Chi looked into Lin Ming's eyes, and revealed the identity of the uninvited guest. "He is the world's administrator you speak of, and also the one that little girl referred to as the Holder, and one of the most dangerous individuals among the Holders. His function is cause and effect. She had expected Lin Ming to question her about how she knew about the appointees after she revealed these things, but to her surprise, Lin Ming didn't ask any of those questions at all. Lin Ming asked curiously, "Why do you say he's the most dangerous?" Because Gu himself has no self-awareness. He's more like a formless, lower animal, only appearing briefly when something in this world piques his curiosity or frightens him. So he's almost uncontrollable. What would happen if you hadn't driven him away? At first, there would only be some minor causal inconsistencies, then these inconsistencies would gradually expand, and what happens after that would depend entirely on his mood. Under Gu's influence, all probabilities would cease to exist. You might even vomit blood from saying a single sentence, lose your sight from rubbing your eyes, or die instantly from turning your neck. She took a deep breath, as if relieved to have survived a near-death experience, and continued, Gu can see everything predetermined, or rather, everything Gu sees is predetermined. His existence is not the same concept as ours. We should be thankful he has no self. If he possessed intelligence, this world would be like a ball of yarn in a house cat's hands, something for him to play with. After saying this, Qi fell silent. Lin Ming was still processing the information he had just heard, but she had a very unsettling thought. Gue, along with the unknown successor who spoke with Arns in the future, and the successor's sudden activity, was undoubtedly due to the current world events. Qi had initially thought the successors were concerned about humanity's impending extinction. But Gu's sudden appearance beside Lin Ming made Qi realize another possibility. The successors weren't concerned about humanity, but rather about Lin Ming. Chapter 409. Gu's sudden appearance completely disrupted Qi's plans. Qi originally intended to conceal the matter of the appointed person until the very end. However, now that the appointed person had directly revealed themselves, there was no longer any need for her to hide it. After returning to the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming settled Mei Yin, and then went back to his residence to continue the previous meeting with Qi and the first generation. However, this time, their discussion had shifted. Lin Ming knew that Qi wouldn't reveal the appointed person's details. Lin Ming's attitude towards Qi was somewhat forced. Because Qi didn't want to talk about it, Lin Ming had no way to force her to. He could only try to persuade and gently coax her into revealing more. But obviously, this hole in the hole wouldn't cooperate. And although Qi seemed naive, she was still capable of lying. From the moment Qi requested a private meeting with Ershram, Lin Ming knew that Qi knew far more than he had anticipated. Qi wasn't some convenient, voice-activated encyclopedia. She was more like a vessel sealing away countless layers of this world's deepest knowledge. This was evident from Qi's initial self-designations: observer, recorder, scholar. Lin Ming pondered these matters, while listening to Qi recount her knowledge of the appointed ones. The species of the appointed ones were uncertain. Spiders, humans, demonic beings, ancient creatures, and even strange beings like the Gu, which had no physical form but simply existed, all could potentially be appointed ones. The only commonality among those who hold a position is that they all possess a soul, but the forms of their souls are not identical. Because of this characteristic, the number of those who hold positions is uncertain. Even those who hold positions themselves cannot perceive the existence of all those who hold positions. They can only confirm those whose presence is obvious, or those who have a definite physical form. Qi, halfway through his sentence, suddenly looked at Lin Ming and said, there's something else you might be interested in. What is it? The abilities of the demon god seeds might be related to those who hold positions, but this is just my own speculation. Lin Ming was indeed interested in this. If Qi's speculation is correct, then this world is incredibly interesting. If one understands the demon god seeds as individuals who can temporarily borrow the power of those who hold positions, then everything seems to make sense. Then Lin Ming might very well be raising a god of sleep in this world. If Qiu Dong knew this, he'd probably be smug for a long time. However, upon closer examination, Qiu Dong isn't some god who governs sleep. At most, he can only have some connection with the one who assumes the position of sleep. If this conjecture is true, then there would be as many corresponding assuming beings as there are demon god seeds, or perhaps demon god seeds themselves are the nascent stage of assuming beings? Thinking this, Lin Ming felt his thinking begin to clear. But it wasn't entirely clear. Lin Ming pondered for a while, and asked a question: are assuming beings created naturally? Qi seemed stumped by the question. Lin Ming didn't know if she didn't know, or if she couldn't answer. This question directly touches upon the very origin of this world. Who appoints the appointees? If Qi says that the appointees don't arise naturally, then Lin Ming will have to re-examine this world. Qi looked quite troubled, pondering for a long time before finally saying, I think it should be considered a naturally arising entity with consciousness. Well, That's like saying nothing at all. Qi didn't continue explaining, but instead asked Lin Ming a question in return. Do you think the primordial elements of consciousness? This time, Lin Ming was stumped, because he couldn't say no definitively. I think the primordial elements. Lin Ming only got halfway through his sentence before suddenly understanding the meaning of Qi's question. If the primordial element had consciousness, what would it want? Lin Ming muttered to himself. As the source of this world, if the primordial element had desires, what would it want? Just as Lin Ming was lost in thought, the first generation beside him suddenly interjected, although I don't know the whole story, since it's the primordial element, could it possibly want to continue? Wouldn't wanting only to continue be too simplistic? Wait a minute. Lin Ming seemed to understand. Qi's conscious, naturally occurring emergence probably meant that the appointees weren't appointed by a specific person, but their birth did indeed stem from some kind of desire. The desire of this world. From this perspective, the appointees are like a spontaneously generated management mechanism of this world. Just as primordial humans anchored human souls to prevent them from becoming distorted, the appointees are the anchors of the rules of this world. The being who controls cause and effect has no subjective consciousness, but his existence is far more important than what he wants to do. Because if this being disappears, or becomes unstable, the cause and effect of this world will be disrupted, and everything in the world will instantly collapse. Thinking about it this way, many things make sense. The one Arn saw in the future was very likely a time-related person, which is why he could ignore the time difference and talk to Arns. But it's strange. Lin Ming frowned and explained his thoughts to the people around him, then asked, if, as I think, persons are the ones who stabilize the rules of the world, then they only need to exist. Why would they have consciousness? Objects without consciousness are the most stable. No. The first generation interrupted Lin Ming decisively. If what this spider said is true, those so-called persons don't have consciousness, but souls. A soul can be considered a perfect existence. A complete soul is more stable than any object. Hearing the first generation, an expert on souls, say this, Lin Ming understood. Once these key questions are clarified, the identity of the appointed one becomes a semi-automatic management system spontaneously generated by this world to stabilize its rules. Sigh. Lin Ming suddenly thought of something. He looked at Qi and asked, the reason why spiders possess consciousness and souls. Could it be? Spiders were very likely created as appointed ones. However, due to various circumstances, spiders failed to become true appointed ones. Even so, the spider's abilities were on a completely different level from other demonic races. Therefore, Lin Ming had a bold hypothesis. The spider was a defective chosen one. They could have. Thinking of this, Lin Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The relief of finally having a clear mind, and the shock of seemingly glimpsing a corner of the truth were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, sending a shiver down his spine. Fourthly, why let the spider regain control of this world? Why did it harbor such resentment towards human souls? Because the spider was originally supposed to be the ruler of this world. If there were no humans, they would have been the initial candidates for the chosen one. From the very beginning, they were beings a level higher than animals, humans, and demonic races. They were divine heirs. Everything in this history seemed to make sense now. The original human destroyed the spider's connection, creating the demonic race. What he did was not simply a matter of whim. No one would change the entire soul system of a world just for fun. Lin Ming had always felt that the actions of the primordial humans had their reasons. And now, Lin Ming seemed to have found that reason. The primordial humans weren't just changing souls, they were attempting to fundamentally alter the rules governing this world. When the spiders first appeared, before the primordial humans began creating demon gods, this world was likely in a state of chaos. When the primordial humans realized that this world wanted to use the spider's souls as anchors to stabilize its rules, they sensed a hidden danger. Therefore, they stripped the spiders of their right to directly become rulers. Chapter 410. After hearing Lin Ming's conjectures, Qi was astonished by the accuracy of Lin Ming's thinking. Lin Ming's guesses were almost entirely correct. As for what the original humans were thinking, no one knew, but it was indeed true that spiders were originally candidates for the position. Lin Ming shrugged. What's so good about being a position holder? It's like a job you can never resign from. It's more of a burden than a right. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Qi blinked silently. Having figured out most of the position holder situation, Lin Ming stretched and, using the excuse of inspecting the insectids around the Assassin's Guild, left for a while. Carbon wanted to follow, but was stopped by the first generation. After Lin Ming left, Qi also disappeared from the spot. Caven glanced at the room, which had suddenly emptied, and asked the first generation, do they have something to say to each other privately? Oh, you gotten smarter. It's all thanks to your guidance. You even become more talkative. Why do I always feel a bit heavy? It's because your soul is damaged. You and I are essentially demons, after all. We can't stay healthy and strong forever in the face of this plague. I don't feel it's physical. Oh, you empathize with that mushroom, haven't you? Stress can be contagious sometimes. Stress? Of course. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but right now, the fate of all humanity might depend on this mushroom finding a solution. Do you know about the prophecy? Prophecy? What prophecy? That spider demon who can see the future once saw Lin Ming 10 years in the future. And then? What will he be like 10 years from now? Although I don't know the details, based on the description, the world will be destroyed 10 years from now, and only he will survive. Then he must have destroyed the world. Why do you say it so casually? After all, he has that power now. Caven stopped talking, picked up the painting on the table, and looked at it. In the painting, Lin Ming was laughing heartily. Caven looked at the painting and gently shook his head. At this moment, Lin Ming was already a few miles away from the Assassin's Guild. He stood still, looked around, and muttered to himself, if Nachi saw my teleportation ability now, he'd probably be furious. I never hitch a ride with him again. After confirming that there was nothing amiss around him, Lin Ming called out to his side, Chi. I'm here. You're also a wielder, right? She was taken aback by the question. She had indeed expected Lin Ming to ask this question, but she hadn't expected him to be so direct. I am, but I am not. Speak plainly. I can only be considered a pseudo-appointed one. My function cannot be considered a rule of this world, but rather a tool. Is it your strange space? Yes. Lin Ming found a clean patch of land, sat down cross-legged, rested his chin on his hand, and then asked, judging from the current situation, even if I kill the fourth one and solve the plague problem, will the appointed one still cause me trouble? Yes. Why? Because compared to the fourth one, you are more like the greatest threat facing this world. Will I be eliminated? You're very strong. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Don't talk nonsense. The moment I saw the causal chaos, I knew what being a designated person meant. If they wanted to eliminate me, they would definitely find a way to kill me. Chi, unusually, also sat down on the ground, facing Lin Ming, their posture resembling a game of chess. Chi looked at Lin Ming and stated his thoughts. Although I had this premonition a long time ago, Gu's appearance truly confirmed this idea. You have already qualified to become a designated person. Me? A designated person? Yes. Lin Ming scratched his head. Would designated persons appoint so casually? No, but you becoming a designated person is already the best case scenario. Lin Ming finally understood what she meant. It wasn't that the position of designated person needed Lin Ming, but rather that Lin Ming only had two choices, either become a designated person, becoming one of the tools for maintaining the stability of this world. Either Lin Ming would be seen as a threat to this world and eliminated by the other appointees. There was no other choice. Then I rather become an appointee. That's difficult. Why? Because before that, you have another problem. Problem? You mean the fourth one? No. Then what is it? Chi didn't speak, but pointed to Lin Ming's chest. It was Ershram. The source of Lin Ming's power was his biggest problem. What appointees had to do was bind their souls to a certain function to stabilize the rules. Chi's words were merely a hope. Chi hoped Lin Ming could successfully become a chosen one, so that he wouldn't lose his life and the world could resume its normal functioning. But in reality, Lin Ming's awkward body already determined that he couldn't become a chosen one. To put it simply, his abilities passed, but his physical examination failed. Moreover, Lin Ming's soul didn't even belong to this world. An alien soul, primordial elements, a demon god species. The constituent elements of Lin Ming's body were as numerous as a mixed-breed stray dog. Looking at Chi's face, which had a cool, aloof beauty with her eyes covered, Lin Ming suddenly felt there was a hidden meaning in her words. According to Chi, Lin Ming was almost certainly doomed. Soon, he would be eliminated by the chosen ones because his abilities were too extraordinary, deemed a threat. But Chi's rambling words just now seemed. It was as if she had a way to make Lin Ming successfully become a chosen one. Do you have a way to make me a appointed one? No. Chi answered decisively, as if she had prepared the answer beforehand. A appointed one? Are there individuals who don't need to bind their soul? The kind that doesn't require a physical examination? No. This time the answer was even faster. Your lying skills have improved. Really? Really? A dozen seconds later, she realized she had been tricked. But no matter how Lin Ming questioned her, she wouldn't reveal how she made Lin Ming a appointed one. Seeing that she was determined not to budge, Lin Ming temporarily gave up pressing her for answers, but then, he suddenly realized something rather off. She had just mentioned Ershram. Lin Ming had briefly communicated with Ershram. In Ershram's memories, he was once a source of destruction, having ravaged the world. Even if not completely destroyed, an existence of Ershram's caliber could easily devastate the world simply by taking a stroll. However, in the history he currently possessed, there were no records of disasters caused by Ershram. Thinking of this, Lin Ming began to recall the scenes in Ershram's memories. Suddenly, whether Ershram was responding to Lin Ming, or Lin Ming's thoughts had awakened the dormant Ershram, a clearer memory appeared in Lin Ming's mind. It was hell. Lin Ming could only think of this one word. The sky blotted out the sun, the mountains and plains were covered with Ershram's slime mold. The entire world was like a leaf being devoured, melting away bit by bit, everything decomposing into its original form. Monotonous elemental particles. Lin Ming was startled by this memory, and it took him a long time to recover. No. Something was definitely wrong. This kind of formatted destruction couldn't possibly have occurred without any record or trace in this world. Then, what exactly was destroyed in Ershram's memory? Thinking this, Lin Ming subconsciously glanced at his hands. Ershram, aren't you also not a native of this world? Chapter 411. The mystery remained, but Lin Ming had little time left to solve it. Time ticked by, and humanity's condition worsened. With each sunrise and sunset, the Assassin's Guild members grew weaker. The guild, once bustling, had become deathly still. Fortunately, Kaven's soul perception training had yielded some results. Kaven finally sensed the location of the fourth figure. Upon hearing Kaven reveal the fourth figure's location, Lin Ming suddenly understood. He had been there before, and it left a deep impression on him. It was that haunted underground city. He had even encountered the turtle demon god Tata in that city. He wondered how that turtle was doing now. That ancient city had always been a source of unease for Lin Ming. He had previously considered how to rid the ghosts there, but now it seemed unnecessary. The ghosts there were essentially trapped human souls. Presumably, those souls had already met their demise, used as nourishment by the fourth. Now that their location had been found, the final battle should be about to begin. Before leaving, Lin Ming went to see the vice president. He had assumed the vice president would be resting in bed, but upon entering the vice president's room, Lin Ming found him meditating. The vice president's red hair was loose over his shoulders, his eyes closed, his posture calm and steady. Vice President. Let's get straight to the point. Soon, Kaven and I will be leaving the Assassin's Guild. Then the insectids outside the city. Don't worry about that. Although there will be casualties, we won't be instantly overwhelmed. Karen has already gathered a group of mercenaries as reserve forces. The vice president opened his eyes as he spoke. Go in peace. Humans aren't that fragile. Lin Ming bid farewell to the vice president, then visited Mei Yi, petted the cat, made some food for Yuta, and returned to his residence. Lin Ming's original intention was to confront the fourth one himself. After all, the fourth one's ability to cause demon races to degenerate was troublesome. When Kaven transformed into a colossal beast last time, it had already caused considerable trouble in the battle. However, Kaven disagreed with Lin Ming's plan. He pointed to Qi beside him. I think we can make better use of her. Lin Ming followed Kaven's finger and looked at Qi. He and Kaven stared at Qi for a long time, making Qi feel uneasy. You're right, we really should make use of her. After some discussion, Lin Ming felt that the best way to use Qi was to treat her as a dimensional pocket. Like Doraemon's. On the surface, Lin Ming was facing the enemy alone, but other forces could be placed in Qi's spatial dimension as a surprise attack force. During the pre-battle preparations, Lin Ming felt something was missing. He still felt somewhat uncertain. Just as he was considering whether to devise some strategies, Anti suddenly pushed open the door and handed Lin Ming a note. Take me there, wait for me a moment, I'd be right there. Huh? Lin Ming looked up at Anti in confusion. Aren't you already here? Anti shook his head and wrote another sentence. I'm in the mountains. In the mountains? Although he didn't know what Anti was doing, Lin Ming decided to wait. After all, Anti was originally part of the plan. He was quite valuable both as a communication tool and in terms of sheer numbers. While waiting, Lin Ming checked his belongings. A short while later, the mycelium he had deployed outside the Assassin's Guild sensed something unknown rushing towards him. Lin Ming quickly moved outside the city and looked in the direction of the approaching thing. The thing was incredibly fast, traveling in a straight line, smashing through buildings and trees in its path. Lin Ming stared at the train-like object rushing towards him, puzzled for a long time. He had assumed it was Antai's main force, but now it seemed only one person was coming. As the person drew closer, Lin Ming's confusion deepened. Why did it look a little different from Antai? In that brief moment of hesitation, the thing slammed on the brakes, sliding for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop right in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming tilted his head to look at it. The thing also tilted its head to look at Lin Ming. The person standing before Lin Ming was a girl. The girl had snow-white skin, black hair, round eyes with two small, dotted eyebrows, and two tentacles on her head, each about half a meter long, swaying slowly from side to side. Although her hair was messy from her own cutting, it looked incredibly soft. It looked very nice to touch. The girl wasn't wearing shoes, only an ill-fitting black coat. It looked like it had been stolen from somewhere. Because the girl wasn't tall, the coat reached her knees. Although it looked a bit incongruous, it ensured she wouldn't be exposed. Who are you? The girl pointed to herself, Antai. Huh? You changed your gender? How can you talk now? Antai stretched out her other hand and pointed to her face with both hands. I am the queen, and hearing the words Queen Ant, Lin Ming's expression became quite varied. Makes sense, very reasonable. Ants naturally need a queen ant. So, those little boys Antai they knew before were actually just worker ants. Where did you come from? That mountain. So you actually been in that mountain all along? Yes. Then why did you only come out now? I just gained the ability to come out of the mountain. Before, I didn't have a physical form. I see. The queen ant added, I can't stay outside forever, I have to go back after a while. So you came out of the mountain just to help me fight the fourth one? If you lose, it's all over. Of course, I have to help. Lin Ming felt quite amazed. The Antai of the past couldn't speak, so she seemed quite taciturn. But now, the queen ant seemed quite talkative. After chatting with the queen ant for a while, Lin Ming learned that the queen ant wasn't entirely interconnected with the other Antais. While the queen ant possessed access to all Antai's information, she also had her own independent consciousness, while the other Antais shared a single consciousness. This explained why the queen ant's personality differed somewhat from the other Antais. Furthermore, after joining the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming discovered that this queen ant only seemed so polite when speaking to him. She was generally indifferent to others. But there was one exception, Ellie. After joining the Assassin's Guild, the queen ant went to see Ellie first. Although Ellie was very weak, she was pleasantly surprised to hear that it was the queen ant and sat up in bed. To Lin Ming's surprise, Ellie already knew of the queen ant's existence. The two acted like old friends, and Ellie even thoughtfully gave the queen ant a set of pure cotton underwear. Lin Ming asked Ellie with considerable astonishment, You knew all along that Antichrist? The queen ant was in that mountain? Of course, I discovered her. Then why didn't you tell us before? Ellie skillfully held the queen ant in her arms, stroking her head as she said, She's growing, and at an astonishing speed. If outsiders knew of her existence, they would definitely harass that mountain. The queen ant seemed quite unhappy about being held and having her head stroked. She tried to break free from Ellie's embrace, but after struggling a few times, she found the soft, squishy back of her head quite comfortable and gave in. Lin Ming leaned closer, examining the queen ant from head to toe, and asked curiously, Are you different from the previous Antiotes? The queen ant pointed to her antennae. Communication efficiency. Lin Ming scratched his head. I don't really understand what you mean. The queen ant's antennae twitched, and she drew a circle in the air with her hand, saying to Lin Ming, Do you have something you want to announce to the world? You mean, as long as I'm here, I can transmit your words to every corner of any world, Shilinser Dongcheng, the Southern Territory, New Stone Trelova, all of them. Other Antiotes can't do that. You mean, I can communicate my information to the whole world with almost no delay? Exactly. That means, Lin Ming could use the queen ant's ability to hold a global pre-war meeting before confronting the fourth one. Thinking this, Lin Ming shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He was still too arrogant. He always felt that being an enemy of the fourth one was a personal matter. He didn't even want to involve Caven. He accepted his identity as the savior with trepidation, but the anxiety in his heart never subsided. But just now, when the queen ant said he could hold a pre-war meeting in front of the whole world, Lin Ming's heart suddenly calmed down. Yes. He, Lin Ming, didn't only have Caven, the cat, the Assassin's Guild, he also had the king of Shulinsel and his warriors, Dingdingyan Seal Society, the sea siblings of Dongcheng, Wilhelm, and the allied forces. The enemy of the fourth one wasn't Lin Ming himself, but the entire world. Then let's hold a massive meeting. The first, and possibly the last, large-scale joint symposium of all humanity and the demon god race. Moderator, Lord of the Alien Fungi Lin Ming. Discussion topic, Saving the World. Chapter 412. This meeting was initiated by the Assassin's Guild, with representatives from various factions attending. Besides familiar faces like King Fang Xianshun of Xiaolincel, acting City Lord Si Bai of Dongcheng, and Wilhelm, head of the Allied Forces branch, there were representatives from other Allied Forces branches, and even some scattered branches of the National Council. Although the Queen Ant's presence allowed Lin Ming to enjoy voice communication, other Antia still relied on handwritten messages. Therefore, each faction appointed a broadcaster beside their Antia to read aloud the written text. After Lin Ming explained the origin of the plague and the upcoming decisive battle with the fourth Antia to the various factions, the Queen Ant fell silent for a considerable period. Finally, Xiaolincel broke the silence. However, it wasn't the king speaking to Lin Ming, but Dingdingyan of the Dharma Seal Society. The Queen Ant relayed Dingdingyan's words to Lin Ming. I confirm that the plague is related to the soul. Although it can't be completely cured, I found some prescriptions in the Dharma Seal Society's library. These prescriptions were originally used to replenish the aura of warriors and assassins. I tested them, and they have some effect on maintaining the soul state. Colleagues can try them for now. After Dingdingyan finished reciting the prescriptions, Lin Ming handed them to the others, asking them to prepare the medicine according to the prescriptions and try it out. After Dingdingyan finished speaking, King Xiaolincer added a few more words. Xiaolincer, our combat strength is currently sufficient, but our resources are not enough. If we can set aside past grievances, neighboring countries can exchange resources for troops. Our elite troops can still drive away the insectids. After the king finished speaking, several allied small states indicated they would immediately send envoys to Xiaolincer. Following Xiaolincer's statement, it was Dongqing's turn. The speaker wasn't Si Bai, nor Si Ming, but CMO, the young master of the Si family. Well, Dongqing's defense mainly relies on the defensive mechs I developed. Mechs, well, they're very useful. You can all try them out. Lin Ming could probably imagine the expressions on the faces of the other countries upon hearing this. They did have the idea of using mechs, but they lacked the technology. After CMO finished speaking, Si Ming continued, after dismantling 7 or 8 of these insected creatures with my bare hands, I discovered some clues. Their weaknesses are their necks and abdomens. I also tried their groins, but it didn't work. Don't worry too much about their limbs. As long as you destroy their abdomens and necks before they attack with their limbs, you can greatly weaken their fighting power. After Si Ming finished speaking, Si Bai added, the prescription that Xiaolincel mentioned earlier sounded familiar. I had my men check it out urgently. Several ingredients in this prescription are produced in Dongcheng, but Dongcheng hasn't been trading with other regions recently. If other colleagues can't find these ingredients, they can try using the other ingredients I mentioned as substitutes. After adjusting the dosage, the difference shouldn't be too significant. Si Bai seemed to be talking about medicine, but Lin Ming knew that for Dongcheng, whose main industry was precious medicinal herbs, to proactively offer substitutes for its own herbs was tantamount to cutting off its own livelihood. But when it comes to the survival of humanity, even Si Bai, who is wholeheartedly devoted to Dongcheng, can't care about so much else. Other factions, naturally, also sense the Si family's magnanimity. In the subsequent meeting, each faction offered almost unreserved advice on how to combat the insectids. The Queen Ant relayed their words almost non-stop. The exchange of information among the nations surprised Lin Ming. Many of these factions were actually adversaries. However, they communicated without reservation, even detailing troop deployments and supply details. All this intelligence was of great help to humanity in combating the plague and the ever-increasing number of insectids. After understanding the information from various sources, Lin Ming suddenly felt more confident. Humanity wasn't necessarily doomed. When elites from various factions began to cooperate without reservation, the speed at which problems were solved was astonishing. But even so, Lin Ming still couldn't obtain information about the root of the problem, the fourth figure. Until the Queen Ant said something that startled Lin Ming. The Righteous School has some information to share with the Assassin's Guild. Huh? The Righteous School? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lin Ming racked his brains for a while, searching high and low, before finally realizing what it meant when he thought of Wilhelm. The Righteous School, that was the name of the National Council before it was controlled by the Council of Elders. That was the initial form of the National Council, an academic group that adhered to the principle of no proof, no truth, no doubt, no depth. Just as Lin Ning was still wondering why someone would use the name of the righteous school, the other side said something that sent a chill down his spine. The Lord of Man has vanished. What the fourth is doing now is likely gradually turning the insectids into spiders. Forgive my bluntness, but defeating the fourth doesn't necessarily stop the plague. The root of the plague lies in the disruption of the interconnected rules of this world. Lin Ning knew that the Lord of Man had vanished. This was evident from the extent to which human souls had been corrupted. The anchor that stabilized human souls had failed. Lin Ning had also considered that killing the fourth might not save the world. This world was like a patient. Killing the fourth was at best removing the lesions, but it didn't mean the patient would be cured. The spokesperson for the righteous school continued, therefore, we believe the way to save the world is to find a way to rejuvenate it and return it to its rules. But that doesn't sound like something humanity can do. Lin Ning was about to say something when the person opposite him said the last sentence. The support the righteous school can provide to the assassins is recognition. Recognition? Lin Ning was stunned. The rationalist school continued, this world can be locked. Locked? The Queen Ant then relayed the rationalist school's words. We discovered your hyphae, Lord of the Otherworld. We understand you well. From the hyphae gradually spreading across the world, we can deduce what you intend to do. Lin Ning remained silent. After spreading his hyphae throughout the world, he had indeed entertained some seemingly delusional ideas. For example, using the hyphae to lock down all elements in the world. To stop all movement, to halt all change. If this could truly be achieved, Lin Ning could press the pause button on this world. However, Lin Ning treated this idea merely as a flash of inspiration, not taking it seriously, because there were too many uncertainties. How vast is this world? How high and how deep constitutes a complete world? Is time an uncontrollable force? Will those in positions of authority fall silent along with the locked world? Or will this action anger some in positions of authority? These questions made Lin Ning feel that locking down the world was unrealistic. But now, the spokesperson for the Orthodox school stated unequivocally, we analyzed your mycelium. You can do this. Although we're not skilled in combat and don't understand the strategic implications, we can provide you with theoretical support. With your current abilities, locking down this world is achievable. In other words, although the method has a touch of brute force, Lin Ning can indeed pause time in this world. Chapter 413. Besides telling Lin Ning that he could lock onto this world, the righteous school also gave him crucial information. This plague caused by the fourth one is divided into two phases, and we're currently only in the first phase. Lin Ning frowned upon hearing this. This widespread weakening of humanity is only in the first phase. Before Lin Ning could ask further, the righteous school said rather helplessly, unfortunately, we can only deduce the two phases of the plague from the existing data. As for what the second phase will look like, and what conditions are required, we don't know. If we continue working overtime, we could actually make some progress, but unfortunately, the righteous school stopped speaking at this point. Lin Ning knew that research is extremely energy-consuming and physically demanding. Under the current soul erosion, the righteous school was no longer able to conduct normal research. During the free discussion after everyone took turns speaking, all the various factions discovered the evolutionary nature of the insectids. They were changing. Initially, the insectids were twisted humanoids, lacking consciousness and resembling highly aggressive wild animals filled with innate resentment towards humans. However, it was later discovered that the insectids began observing humans. They would deliberately observe the actions of humans when they used ki or activated their demonic powers. This sent chills down humanity's spine. They might possess learning abilities. The current insectids, with their terrifying physical attributes and various unbelievable abilities, are already quite formidable. If they were to learn human tactics, humanity might be utterly helpless. Regarding this, Caven and the first generation could actually sense some clues. The souls of insectids and humans are in a zero-sum game, Caven stated bluntly. The insected souls are currently at the fragment level, but as human souls corrupt, the insected souls are gradually becoming whole. Caven had recently been cramming on soul knowledge with the first generation, and he had a fairly clear understanding of the soul plague. Human souls have a certain degree of self-healing, but this is based on the premise that the soul is mostly intact. If the damage is too extensive, the self-healing will gradually fail. Lin Ning understood what Caven meant. In other words, there is an irreversible critical point for the exchange of human and insected souls. That's right. If humanity weakens to a certain critical point, although it may seem that the soul hasn't been completely taken away, it is actually beyond saving. This meeting of all humanity ended with a phone call between Wilhelm and the chairman and his wife. They meticulously analyzed their current combat strength, aiming for smaller nations to unite in defense, and for larger nations to open their fortifications to civilians, minimizing casualties. Simultaneously, they also allocated a portion of their forces to support Lin Ming. At the end of the meeting, to Lin Ming's surprise, to ease the overly tense atmosphere, the various factions began to tally their strongest remaining forces. Amidst a chorus of boasting, the atmosphere indeed became lively. The strongest force in Xiaolancer was its aging but still the most capable fighter in the entire nation, the ruler Fang Xianzheng. Dongqing's strongest fighting force consists of Si Ming and a two-part semi-automatic city defense machine. Wilhelm mentioned a name Lin Ming had never heard of. Lin Ming also didn't recognize most of the figures mentioned by the other factions. Just as he was marveling at the hidden talents within each faction, the vice president suddenly asked the person beside him, "Our strongest fighting force right now is probably her." "Her? Who?" Lin Ming asked the vice president curiously. "Is it Karen? After all, she has the title of martial saint." "No, she is his personal disciple." "He has a disciple?" "Yes, look over there." Lin Ming looked in the direction the vice president was pointing and noticed a short boy. No, it looked like a girl standing near the door. "Aichi? Huh? You called me?" Aichi was absent-mindedly picking her nose when Lin Ming called her name. She hadn't cut her hair in a while because she found it unsightly, so she tied her bangs into a strange little braid. Moreover, Aichi has grown taller. She's shed some of her childishness. Although she doesn't seem to have reached her prime developmental stage, she's already much taller than before. Aichi is now dressed in the Assassin's Guild uniform, a crossbow strapped to her left forearm, a curved sword at her waist, and a long sword and a club that looks like a slender version of a spiked club slung across her back. Lin Ming asked the vice guild leader incredulously. Is she the strongest fighter in the Assassin's Guild now?" "Yes, right now, she's the most energetic person in the entire Assassin's Guild. Haven't you noticed that the Assassin's Guild's main street is always so clean?" "Ah, now that you mention it. That's what Aichi does every morning after finishing her training and clearing out the insectids that got too close to the Assassin's Guild." Lin Ming was speechless. Now, let alone cleaning the main street, even the other members of the Assassin's Guild have to conserve their energy to speak. Under this level of corruption by the Spirit Tiger, Aichi still has the energy to clean the streets. When Lin Ming turned back to look at Aichi, the girl was showing off a chicken leg. She devoured it in 3 bites. It seemed like she didn't even spit out the bones. Lin Ming thought that if things continued like this, by the time this girl grew up, she'd probably evolve into a humanoid Gundam. Listening to the various forces summarizing their combat strength, Nachi, standing beside Lin Ming, kept frowning. He felt that the current situation could realize one of his ideas. After much deliberation, he finally brought it up. "Fellow travelers, I am Nachi, the teleportation mage of the Assassin's Guild. I would like to verbally explain a few hand seals to you." Lin Ming wasn't proficient in teleportation magic, and he listened to Nachi reciting the hand seals and coordinates, feeling completely bewildered. Until Nachi finished explaining, he said, "If all the parties present at this meeting were to implement these hand seals, theoretically, it could form a teleportation array that almost covers the entire continent." After Nachi finished speaking, the Queen Ant was silent for a long time, then let out a series of astonished "holy crap" sounds from all directions. Theoretically, this is unlikely to be accomplished, because it's impossible to cast spells simultaneously worldwide, but... Nachi turned to look at Lin Ming. "The Orthodox school just said that your mycelium has already covered the entire continent, which means..." This time, it was Lin Ming's turn to be surprised. In other words, Lin Ming could act as the starting gun for unified spellcasting timing. Simply changing the color of the mycelium was enough to achieve this. Nazi finally explained what the teleportation array could do. This teleportation array could select one person at each teleportation node within a certain time and teleport them to the location of the seal core. And Naki planned to place the seal core on Lin Ming. In other words, while Lin Ming was pulling each other's hair with the 4th person, he could receive off-site support from across the entire continent, commonly known as calling for backup. After the timeout, these people would automatically teleport back to their original nodes. After Naki finished arranging everything, the meeting ended. Because the Queen Ant was also about to collapse. She had only recently gained an independent body, and had also suffered from soul corruption. This large-scale communication was extremely taxing on her stamina. The Queen Ant looked extremely tired, and after staggering to Ellie's arms, she lay still. The remaining members were given a brief task by the vice president, and then went about their business. Almost everyone patted Lin Ming on the shoulder before leaving. Some were clearly too weak to pat him, so the pats turned into gentle caresses. After everyone had left, Lin Ming felt like he was being constantly touched until his skin was smooth and calloused. The meaning behind everyone's words was clear. The Assassin's Guild had always believed in Lin Ming, from beginning to end. This time was no exception. If Lin Ming saved humanity, he would be a hero of the whole world. Even if he failed, he would still be that beloved mushroom boy of the Assassin's Guild. Lin Ming turned to look at Caven. Caven also came over and gave him a pat, just like everyone else. Qi, though unaware of what the others were doing, imitated them, and patted Lin Ming as well. Lin Ming looked at his staff, on which was the teleportation core seal left by Naki earlier. Because this was a magic circle that required everyone to work together, Naki's task was actually quite easy. Lin Ming gripped his staff, overwhelmed with emotion, but after much thought, he refrained from saying anything sentimental. He simply beckoned to Caven and said, "Change your clothes, grab something to eat, and then we set off." Chapter 414. Having prepared everything, Lin Ming dressed himself in a familiar Assassin's Guild uniform, while Caven, for the first time in a long time, donned his black cloak and his signature large black hat. Lin Ming remembered that Caven hadn't worn this outfit since joining the Assassin's Guild. "Why did you decide to wear such retro clothes?" "The first Hokage said it looked interesting, so I wore it." Lin Ming looked at Caven, pondered for a moment, then reached up and ruffled his hair. His hair color could be changed at any time: pure white, pure black, a two-tone style, long hair, short hair. It worked. Seeing Caven in his retro limited edition outfit, he also changed his hairstyle back to his original style: black hair, a small braid, and a strand of white hair across his forehead. Before leaving, Lin Ming acted like a housewife going on a business trip, checking on the cat, leaving him some food, and piling up firewood in his room so he could light the fireplace for warmth. Then he went to check on Yuta. Yuta's condition wasn't good, her mind was starting to wander, and she was basically babbling incoherently. Fortunately, she could still take care of herself, and Shinka had moved in with her, which could help look after her somewhat. Before leaving the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming looked at Qi, lost in thought. She was puzzled by his gaze. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No problem. It's just that you should probably say goodbye to Yan Ming." Is it necessary?" "I think so." Qi frowned, but didn't say much more. She turned and went to Yan Ming's room. When she entered, Yan Ming was sitting on the floor, hugging his knees, lost in thought. She heard footsteps, turned around, and saw Qi. A flicker of joy flashed in her eyes, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by worry. Yan Ming had a bad feeling about Lin Ming and his team's mission. When she stood before Yan Ming, she realized that although she had obediently come to find him, she didn't know how to say goodbye. I have to go. I'll probably be back in a while." Yan Ming looked at Qi and smiled. She remembered the first time she met Qi. Qi was like a living, breathing puppet, every gesture exuding an otherworldly purity. But now, Qi was becoming more and more like a real person. Perhaps it was the influence of Lin Ming, or perhaps... Yan Ming stood up, knowing Qi had come to say goodbye, and gestured with her hand, as if combing her hair. Qi knew she meant to comb her hair. Although she didn't understand the meaning of this gesture, she still sat down in front of the mirror. Yan Ming skillfully and slowly combed Qi's hair, her hands almost greedily savoring the texture of each strand, the back of her hand occasionally brushing against Qi's cheek. The entire room was silent except for the sound of the comb cutting through her hair. Yan Ming knew Qi didn't care much about her hairstyle, so she ultimately braided it into 4 braids on each side, letting them hang down beside her face, just as they both preferred. She then tidied Qi's bangs, finally looking quite satisfied with Qi's neatly styled, doll-like hair. She stood up, about to leave, when she felt her hand being grabbed. She turned back to look at Yan Ming, quite surprised, and found her face streaked with tears. Her lips were moving, and she could read what she was saying. Yan Ming asked, "Can you come back alive?" Qi didn't understand. What she didn't understand was why someone would shed tears because of her disappearance. Originally, Qi had already prepared herself for never to return. She simply felt that the existence of this world was greater than her existence as a spider. But now, looking at Yan Ming before her, she suddenly felt the equation in her heart, which had already yielded a clear result, suddenly become chaotic. The scales were swaying. She didn't understand, but she could feel it undeniably. She looked at Yan Ming, pondered for a moment, and then replied, I can't guarantee it." Hearing this answer, Yan Ming gave a bitter smile, wiped his face clean, and was about to see Qi out when he heard her say again, "But I try my best." If it were Lin Ming, he would probably say something like that. "I feel like I can try." As soon as Qi finished speaking, Yan Ming suddenly took a step forward, reached out, wrapped his arms around Qi's neck, and pulled her body close to him. Yan Ning was taller than Qi. Yan Ning lowered her head slightly, bringing her face close to Qi's. Qi could feel her slightly rapid breathing. Their noses were only an inch apart. That inch of distance needed something to bridge. It required a bit of determination, a bit of opportune timing, a bit of impulsiveness, and a bit of greed. But in the end, Yan Ning left that inch. She simply touched Qi's hair with her forehead, then smiled through her tears. She said she could try. That was enough. Because she was Qi. When she returned to Lin Ming's side, Lin Ning was standing outside the city, staring blankly at the Assassin's Guild city walls. It was almost noon, and the sun was still quite bright. Behind Lin Ning and Caven stood a dozen or so insectids. Qi pointed at the insectids. You did this? We did it with Aichi. This way, it'd be quiet around here for a while. Lin Ning looked at Qi's smooth, neat hair, knowing she had already said goodbye to Yan Ming, and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go! Caven asked curiously, are we taking Antai? No need. Several Antai are already waiting near the ancient city. The Queen Ant has already made arrangements. With everything settled, Lin Ning, Caven, and Qi each began their journey in their own way. Lin Ning traveled directly underground using mycelium. Since his mycelium had almost completely covered the continent, he could travel entirely this way. Qi used spatial teleportation at maximum speed within her own space, while Caven used classic flight mode, occasionally surveying the ground. The three of them moved at an astonishing speed. Along the way, Lin Ning had to constantly avoid certain divine realms. These realms, where the insected beings were born, always gave Lin Ning a disgusting feeling. It was as if he had been tainted by something filthy. Lin Ning had already anticipated that their journey wouldn't be smooth. Sure enough, as they approached the ancient city and just reached the desert, they suddenly saw several corpses. They were human corpses. Lin Ning emerged from underground, and Caven circled once before landing back on the ground. Qi didn't show her face, only opening a small hole to peek out. Even with Lin Ning by her side, she had become much more cautious than before. Lin Ning examined the corpses, feeling as if they had been devoured by some ferocious beast. The corpses were all mutilated, disemboweled, decapitated, they were everywhere. Caven whispered, there are many. A few scattered ahead, about 100 or so. Have you found the culprit? Caven looked around, then reached out and gently patted his hand. After listening for a moment, he pointed behind a rock not far away. Is it an insectoid? Caven nodded. It is an insectoid, but its soul is more intact than the ones we encountered before. Can we take a detour? Caven shook his head. I think it's difficult. It's best to deal with it as soon as possible. If we have a direct confrontation in the ancient city, this direction is our escape route. Leaving it will be a future problem. Caven's words made sense. Even if they detoured now, once they officially engaged the fourth one, these insectids would swarm in his combat power. It was better to deal with them one by one. The three cautiously approached the rock. Lin Ning peered over, and spotted a strange creature crawling erratically on the ground. The thing had 6 limbs. Unlike the previous insected beings that mimic human form, it looked more like an insect. The 6 indistinguishable limbs would sometimes wave their arms on all fours, and other times use their 4 forelimbs to pick up corpses and gnaw on them. Lin Ning initially intended to deal with it with a spell, but just as the hand seals on his hands littered, the insectoid suddenly turned its head 180 degrees towards Lin Ning. Lin Ning could see its appearance clearly. Its forehead and eyes were indistinguishable from a human's. However, its lower jaw possessed pincer-like insect proboscis. On its separated proboscis were traces of recognizable human tissue. No, that's not right. When Lin Ning looked closely, he realized that this insectoid didn't have a human forehead and eyes. It was clearly wearing half a hollowed-out skull. On its head, Lin Ning felt a chill run down his spine, and instinctively hurled a huge ball of lightning. The insectoid's reaction speed far exceeded Lin Ming's expectations. The instant the lightning ball struck, the insectoid swiftly dodged, but Caven was waiting for him in its path. Caven swiftly kicked the insectoid, sending it flying and crashing solidly into a nearby rock. Lin Ning heard the sound of the rock shattering. To be on the safe side, he used a wind spell he learned from Ellie on the large rock. Wind spell 1000 Blade Withering. In an instant, countless wind blades swept past the rock, and the insectoid's body like a swarm of insects. When the wind subsided, the rock had been pulverized into sand. However, the insectoid's body remained intact. Lin Ning knew that insects had hard exoskeletons, but he hadn't expected them to be this hard. Seeing that the wind spell was ineffective, Caven guessed that the insectid possessed an exoskeleton that granted it immunity to external attacks. He raised his hand, conjuring a sharp, blood-red spike, and like an arrow, he plunged it into the insectid's chest. Sure enough, this insectid possessed a unique defensive method. Caven's bloodthorn didn't pierce the insectid's body. But that didn't matter. Caven gripped the bloodthorn, as if using a chisel to work minerals, and tapped the base of the bloodthorn with his knuckles. With this tap, Lin Ning heard a sound like metal clashing. Soul sound reversal one-sided collapse. Chapter 415. Caven learned quite a few valuable things from the first generation. For example, the method of directly attacking the soul when facing enemies whose physical bodies are extremely difficult to defeat. The first generation's ability to attack the soul was a talent. Like most gifted individuals, the first generation himself hadn't really thought about how he accomplished this. It wasn't until he began teaching Caven about the soul that he realized that the so-called soul actually possessed a frequency different from all other objects in this world. The soul vibrates. Based on this discovery, the first generation pointed Caven to a clear path to understanding the soul: listening. Listen to the frequency of the soul, and then try to emit the same type of frequency. If the emitted frequency matches the original soul frequency, it will have a protective effect on stabilizing the soul. If the emitted frequency is opposite to the original soul frequency, it can directly disrupt the opponent's soul state. What Caven is doing now is just that. He uses a blood spike as a conductor, using a tapping motion to transmit the opposite frequency into the insectid's body. Soul sound reversal one-sided collapse with Caven's seemingly casual tap. The insectid suddenly let out a piercing scream. Just when Lin Ning thought it was about to make a final, desperate struggle, the insectid suddenly went still. Caven retracted his blood spikes and nodded. This was his first attempt at directly attacking the soul, and it had gone surprisingly smoothly. Lin Ming was still cautiously tapping the insectid's head with mycelium. Dead? Dead? Caven shrugged. Dead. The soul reaction has disappeared. Although the insectid's body structure is strange, its soul is still incomplete. A single tremor is enough to cause its soul to collapse. Are you going to be able to instantly kill all the insectids you encounter next? You're overthinking it. Opportunities for close encounters like this are rare, and I'm not entirely sure I can win. After a brief regrouping, the three continued towards the ancient city. Although they encountered a few insectids along the way, none posed a significant threat. Until Lin Ning saw something strange. It looked like a monument. The monument appeared to be carved from a single block of rock, its shape resembling an elongated tombstone. Several insectids were circling beneath it. It looked like some kind of ritual. While it strongly suggested a ritual, Lin Ning didn't believe the insectid's current intelligence was sufficient to understand the concept of a ritual. Just as Lin Ming was about to detour with this question in mind, another almost identical monument appeared before them. Lin Ming then realized that such monuments were everywhere near the ancient city. The insectids near the monument didn't seem as frenzied as the one they had encountered earlier. They seemed hypnotized, simply circling the monument. What on earth are they doing? Lin Ning had only been muttering to himself subconsciously, but the first generation directly provided the answer. Healing. Huh? Healing? Yes, I don't know if you heard of it, but many sects have similar sacrificial rituals. I know that, but what does it have to do with healing? I can't explain the specific reasons, but whether it's insectids or humans, the soul itself follows certain patterns. Actually, a group of people circling around a certain symbol can indeed be a form of health maintenance, because the soul gradually calms down in this movement pattern and then repairs its own damage. What's the principle behind this? Have you ever heard of how to stop a baby from crying? Just hold the baby in your arms and rock them, and they quiet down. It's said that this rocking motion is similar to the movement of a baby in the mother's womb. Similarly, circling the stone tablet might be simulating the initial movement pattern of the soul. Lin Ning looked at these insectids and asked the first generation with a puzzled expression, "Can this method be used to treat damaged human souls now?" No. Why? Because, given the physical condition of a human, the energy required to maintain this ritual far outweighs the healing effect. It's not worth it. Lin Ming understood. The key factor that allows the insectids to use this method for treatment is their incredibly strong physical bodies. After all, their circling speed isn't slow. An ordinary human might not even be able to sustain circling at this speed for a day. Lin Ning used his mycelium to survey the surrounding terrain and discovered that they couldn't avoid all the insectids. The density of insectids around the entire ancient city was astonishing. If these insectids were all of the same strength as before, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape using ordinary methods. Lin Ning pondered for a moment, looked at Caven, then at Qi, and decided that the best approach was for Chi to use her spatial teleportation to the center of the ancient city, and then find an opportunity for Kevin to use his soul-destroying ability to kill the fourth one in one blow. Chi didn't immediately agree to this idea, because the fourth one could actually sense her presence. Even though the fourth one's long-range detection ability wasn't strong, they were already quite close to her, and in their original plan, the fourth one should have already detected them. This made their current situation very strange. If the fourth person already knew of their arrival, why was he completely silent? Just as she was wondering about this, she suddenly heard a buzz. Lin Ming and Kevin also heard the sound. Lin Ming and Kevin reacted quickly. Lin Ming immediately erected ice walls around them, while Kevin, recognizing the direction of the sound and knowing the attack was aimed at Chi, pushed her away from her original position. However, even so, it was too late. Chi's left forearm was pierced through, leaving a strangely clean hole. Because it happened so suddenly, Lin Ming didn't even notice the source of the attack. Chi realized the attack was coming at her, and quickly hid in her spatial dimension. Lin Ming initially wanted to hide in Chi's dimension as well, but he immediately realized that Chi's dimension wasn't necessarily safe either. Because as soon as Chi hid in her dimension, 2 more attacks struck her location precisely. The attackers knew Chi's location. If all 3 of them hid inside Chi's space, they would be trapped like turtles in a jar. The attackers could easily surround them, and all 3 would likely be instantly killed the moment they left Chi's space. Like a can of ready-to-eat food. If all 3 of them entered Chi's space, there was only one option: escape. But now, it was clear they had no choice but to escape. Therefore, the correct choice now was to confront the enemy head-on. Kevin, I'm telling you, don't take this attack head-on. Something's wrong with this attack. What exactly is wrong? Everything along the path of this attack was pierced, not just Chi's arm and my ice wall. Even the world silk was pierced. Kevin gasped upon hearing this. It wasn't a piercing attack using the force of a weapon, but rather the complete erasure of everything in the space the attack touched. This kind of attack ignores all defenses. And Kevin discovered something even more troublesome. You need to dodge this attack too. Huh? Why? Chi's soul was also pierced. Now it was Lin Ming's turn to gasp. The two stared intently at the direction from which the attack had come. A moment later, a strange figure emerged from that direction. It looked like a woman. Lin Ming and Kevin dared not make a move. Lin Ming concealed his true form, the mycelium, as much as possible, while Kevin focused on analyzing the other soul frequency. A moment later, the woman appeared before them. It was an insect person. An insect person unlike any other. The insect person's upper body looked like that of an ordinary woman, but from the hips down, her lower body transformed into 4 limbs resembling scorpion tails, each ending in a sharp, upward-pointing spike. This insect person moved by wriggling across the sand using these 4 limbs. At first glance, her lower body resembled some kind of terrestrial jellyfish or 4-legged octopus. Furthermore, what surprised Lin Ming greatly was that this insect person actually possessed a complete human face. It was the face of a cool, aloof girl with delicate features. Moreover, Lin Ming noticed that this girl seemed to be wearing a crown with 2 horns. But only when the insectoid was completely close did Lin Ming realize that it wasn't a crown at all. It was a ring of jagged, upward-pointing teeth surrounding her forehead. The 2 horns were the pincers, the most representative mouthparts of insects. The insectoid's upper body, in human form, had pale, bloodless skin and human-like hands, while its lower insectoid body was a dark brown, hard carapace. Just as Lin Ming and Kevin were preparing to fight, the insectoid's mouth suddenly moved, coming, with a name. A name? While Lin Ming was still surprised that the insectoid could speak, one of its tentacles suddenly twitched. With another buzz, sensing the attack, Lin Ming quickly dodged underground. However, the rock behind him wasn't quick enough, and a hole about 2 fingers diameter was ripped open in it. The insectoid seemed quite happy, its human upper body gesturing wildly and uttering unintelligible words. Birthday, 1, I am. Lin Ming looked at the insectoid's form and felt a chill run down his spine. Kevin, don't be fooled by its upper body. Fooled? Yes, if I'm not mistaken, its mouth is on its head. Its true form is probably crawling on the ground, swimming on its hind legs. That human part is likely just a decoy. Chapter 416. Lin Ming was a little confused about what this insectoid was doing. This insectoid didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack them. Moreover, Lin Ming actually found a strange kind of beauty in this giant insect. If this were his original world, a creature of this form would definitely have a large following, and various related products would be made. But unfortunately, This wasn't his original world. This insectoid was still a deadly weapon that could easily pierce through his body and soul. The insectoid would occasionally swing its upper arms, and sometimes wriggle a few times on the ground. Each time it moved, Lin Ning and Caven would jump in fright. But the insectoid didn't continue attacking. Lin Ning whispered to Caven, "What does she mean?" Caven was equally confused. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask, first generation? What does she mean by this?" The first generation thought for a long time before saying, "Could she simply be acting as a guard?" Lin Ning listened, observed for a while, and realized the first generation had a point. This insectoid seemed particularly concerned about the lower-level insectoid circling behind them. Every time Lin Ning and Caven tried to approach, the insectoid would suddenly become alert, then leisurely begin to daydream after they retreated. It seemed she was a security guard, and she was likely trying to avoid too much fighting. But even if she had no fighting spirit, Lin Ning and Caven had to grit their teeth and fight. After a brief exchange of glances with Caven, Lin Ning and Caven vanished in front of the insectoid in a flash. Lin Ning was on the ground. Caven was in the sky. Although the insectoid woman had a bizarre shape, Lin Ning initially determined that her visual organ was still eyes, as she clearly made the action of seeing. Therefore, splitting up to distract her was a viable tactic. Lin Ning cautiously moved forward underground, trying to use his old skills. He scattered some spores underground, intending to use them to parasitize and control the insectoid woman's body, but he failed. The reason for the failure was quite straightforward. It wasn't that the spores were ineffective, but rather that he was simply suppressed in terms of power. Moreover, all the insectoids contained toxins. This was a problem Lin Ning had only recently discovered. Because of these toxins, Lin Ning's spores and hyphae could not freely reproduce within the insectoid's body, greatly reducing the effectiveness of all parasitism and illusion magic. Since invasion was useless, he might as well resort to force. Dual elements ice spikes molten star blazing bonfire. As Lin Ning activated his spell, dozens of ice spikes, each as thick as an arm, suddenly shot out from the ground beside the insect woman. These spikes, like some kind of torture device, held her in place. Then, a bright yellow flame suddenly ignited around her body, instantly shooting into the sky. Lin Ning could finally control fire magic. However, he still didn't like using it much. Because when using fire magic, his own mycelium was inevitably affected, and he needed to consider wind direction and terrain, unlike other spells which were more flexible. He chose to use fire magic now simply because he subconsciously felt that insects should be afraid of fire. But in reality, this high temperature, almost high enough to smelt metal, didn't cause any substantial damage to the insect woman. With a mere flick of her limbs, the ice spikes binding her snapped in two. Lin Ning didn't even hear the sound of ice shattering. Because the broken ice wasn't broken, but rather, a section of it vanished on a spatial level. Freed from the ice spikes, the insect woman leaped back, then casually waved her hand at the fireball beside her. The spell dissipated due to insufficient fire element. Although it was just a probing attack, Lin Ning still felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered such an extraordinary ability before. However, while observing the insect woman's attack, Lin Ning also discovered something. World Silk can automatically replenish itself. Therefore, even if the insect woman directly removed a section of space, it wouldn't remain empty. Instead, it would be filled by the surrounding World Silk in a very short time. Because he had never encountered an ability that could directly destroy World Silk before, Lin Ning only discovered this characteristic now. Seeing that Lin Ning's spells had failed, Caven, high in the sky, decided to try his own method. Caven believed he could win through speed. The insect woman's attacks required a specific movement. Theoretically, if he could catch that movement, he could outrun her. Just as Caven gripped the bloodthorn and was about to swoop down, the insect woman suddenly crouched. Both Caven in the sky and Lin Ning on the ground understood what this movement meant. She was about to leap. To prevent the insect woman from attacking Caven, Lin Ning hurriedly tried to entangle her with mycelium, but it was futile. The insect woman simply shook her head, and Lin Ning's mycelium vanished along with the surrounding space. Immediately afterward, Caven heard a dull, eerie sound coming from the ground. He knew he was wrong. The sound was the insect woman's tentacles slamming into the ground as she leaped. As she jumped, a crater, as if struck by a heavy hammer, was left in the ground. At that moment, Caven realized three things simultaneously. First, the insect woman's attack methods were definitely not limited to spatial manipulation. Second, the insect woman's physical strength and power were the strongest he had ever witnessed. Third, Lin Ning was right. The insect woman did indeed have a mouth on her head, but Lin Ning had guessed wrong about its use. This mouth part, filled with teeth, was combined with her lower limbs, which could launch her body at any time. Caven could have dodged this direct attack. But he didn't. Facing the insect woman charging like a cannonball, after confirming that she was simply crashing into him without any other tricks, Caven suddenly became incredibly stubborn. He conjured a blood shield, flapped his wings, and ran back towards the direction the insect woman was coming from. Lin Ning floated to the surface, hearing a thunderous crash in midair, followed by a round, drum-like object falling towards him. Lin Ning reached out and precisely caught Caven's head. Lin Ning and the head in his hands met eyes. Caven's gaze darted away, a little embarrassed. Lin Ning flicked Caven on the forehead. "Wait, what's wrong with you? I'm not as hard as her. Isn't that obvious? Insect's bones are on the outside." Immediately afterward, the rest of Caven's body parts landed on the ground and began to automatically assemble. Lin Ning wasn't angry at Caven's recklessness, because he had noticed that Caven had actually discarded the head himself, transferring the crucial core to the head as a strategy to minimize self-damage. However, while others shed their skin like a cicada shedding its shell, he directly shed his head. "Aren't you afraid she used that spatial removal ability to kill you halfway through?" Caven had already reassembled his body, and the insect woman landed back on the ground with a thud. Caven pointed at the insect woman, and Lin Ning noticed that her body seemed different. Her body seemed to have many strange tattoos, covering the right half of her body, resembling vine patterns on fabric at first glance. The tattoos were slowly moving on her body, as if they were alive. Caven didn't understand why the insect woman had given up her incredible spatial removal ability, and instead charged directly at him. But since the opponent had made a mistake, Caven had to seize the opportunity. The tattoos on the insect woman's body were formed from a large amount of Caven's blood, plus a portion of Caven's core attached to her. Those tattoos were roughly equivalent to the small Caven pieces that Caven had separated from her core. Therefore, theoretically, the tattoos on the insect woman's body were alive. This was the new move Caven had just come up with in the heat of the moment. Example 1. Parasitic Bloodline. Chapter 417. Lin Ning watched as Caven's blood slowly formed an intricately structured pattern on the insect woman's body. The pattern resembled numerous dense ripples overlapping on a surface of water, like the effect of ripples created when several pebbles are simultaneously thrown into water. Lin Ning was about to ask Caven what the purpose of this cool-looking tattoo was when he clearly saw the insect woman's movements begin to slow down. The insect woman's movements, from a nimble creature, slowly became like some kind of rusty machine. Unlike Lin Ning's mycelium, Caven's parasitic bloodline didn't need to invade the opponent's body. As long as the parasitic bloodline covered most of the opponent's skin, it was enough to restrict their movement. If it were an ordinary human, they would have already been flattened by the constantly applying pressure of this bloodline, but the insect woman's physical strength was clearly more than 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary human. Even under Caven's restraint, the insect woman could still move slightly, but fortunately, her tentacles, which could activate spatial removal, were no longer usable. Lin Ning observed the insect woman's lower limbs, and concluded that her spatial annihilation ability likely stemmed from the rapid movement of her tentacles, generating a wave capable of disrupting the world silk. Just as a whip makes a whistling sound when lashed, perhaps the world silk also had a limit to its strength. Exceeding this limit would damage the world silk itself. Caven's bloodline initially covered only half of the insect woman's body, but over time, her entire body was almost entirely covered in red patterns. Seeing the insect woman's movements gradually becoming restricted, Lin Ning turned to Caven and asked, "Can we just tie her up here and continue?" Caven shook his head. "No, the bindings will weaken once I move a certain distance, and I inevitably be attacked from both sides. Since that's the case, there's no point in hesitating." Lin Ning pressed his hands to the ground and began his barrage of spells. Although the insectid's body was tough, Lin Ning felt that even at her toughest, she couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment of yang-type spells. As Lin Ning expected, after enduring several spells, the insectid suddenly curled up with difficulty. She looked like a frightened wood lice, her lower tentacles completely retracted, coiling around her body like a snake's tail. A very obvious defensive posture. Lin Ning continued his attack frequency, but Caven suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Cracks seemed to be appearing on the insectid's body. A thought that shocked Caven appeared in his mind. This insectid was shedding its skin. This might be the most effective way to deal with Caven's parasitic bloodline. Since it's just a constraint attached to the outer shell, discarding the existing shell would perfectly solve the problem. Caven quickly turned to remind Lin Ning. She seems to be shedding her shell. Lin Ning? To Caven's surprise, although Lin Ning was maintaining his magical attack, his forehead was covered in sweat. Lin Ning had already discovered that the insect woman was shedding her shell. Ah, I see it. I see it clearly. Lin Ning could see the changes in the insect woman's body structure through the world silk, and it was because of this that he saw something that shocked him. The insect woman's internal body originally had a complete physiological structure, but after she curled up into a defensive posture, her body suddenly began to become turbid. It was as if a human's internal organs had melted away in an instant. Then came what shocked Lin Ning the most. 2 embryos formed inside the insect woman. The 2 embryos looked more and more like humans. As the embryos gradually took shape, the first generation began to realize that something was wrong. The soul concentration is ridiculously high. Just how many human souls did she absorb to reach this concentration? Lin Ning couldn't sense the soul concentration, but he could sense the changes in the surrounding elements and the field. Around the insect woman's cocoon, the field had begun to become unbalanced. Gravel on the ground kept jumping off the ground, then hovering in midair, as if glued in place. Lin Ning heard the white noise-like hissing sound he had heard on the far eastern island. Spells were no longer effective at this point, because all elements approaching the cocoon were interfered with by the abnormal field, losing their original power. Lin Ning suddenly felt as if he had been shoved hard. With lightning-fast reflexes, Caven grabbed Lin Ning and, seeing the sand sliding towards the cocoon on the ground, instantly understood what was happening. He then conjured a long-handled blood scythe and hooked it onto a nearby rock. At the same time, a massive storm arose in an instant. Although Caven had pulled Lin Ning back, his feet were still blown off the ground. Fortunately, the rock Caven had hooked was buried deep enough that it barely prevented them from being sucked away. Lin Ning initially thought it was just an unusually strong wind, perhaps a wind spell, or simply an abnormal air pressure caused by a chaotic field. But in reality, it was neither. The insect woman's cocoon had now become a massive source of gravity. It was as if a miniature black hole was built into the cocoon, continuously pulling everything around it towards its location. Including the insectids she was supposed to be guarding nearby. Those insectids crashed into the cocoon without resistance, instantly turning into a bloody mess, which was then quickly absorbed by the cracks in the cocoon. In the blink of an eye, over 100 insectids had been absorbed by the cocoon. As the cocoon absorbed more and more, several crisp cracking sounds came from its direction. The swirling yellow sand had already completely obscured visibility, but Caven could still pinpoint the cocoon's location through his soul perception. He was now holding a scythe in one hand and Lin Ning in the other, and could only bite his tongue with his fangs, using the blood flowing from his tongue to form a sharp nail in his mouth. Aiming at the cocoon, Caven flicked his head and spat out the spike with a poof. Caven, of course, didn't expect a simple blood spike to have any effect. This blood spike was merely a trigger, activating the core he had left on the parasitic blood spectrum. Since this insected woman wanted to shed her shell, her most vulnerable state should be before the shell shattered and her true form emerged. Having identified this, Caven launched his attack the instant he heard the cocoon crack. Using the cocoon suction, the blood spike instantly reached its vicinity, and upon touching the parasitic blood spectrum on the cocoon, it abruptly transformed into a gigantic cross-shaped blood spike, over 10 meters long. Just as Caven had predicted, the enormous blood spike pierced the hard cocoon with a crack. The instant the blood spike pierced the cocoon, the storm that had blotted out the sky instantly subsided. The dust that had been whipped up, like iron filings attracted to a magnet, instantly fell back to the ground. In a flash, the wind and rain ceased, leaving only a huge vortex in the sand and the pierced cocoon. Caven's blood nail, fused with a core, its tip embedded in the cocoon, hung eerily in midair in a posture defying the laws of physics. Lin Ning stood up, and when he looked at the cocoon again, he instinctively took a step back. The thing inside the cocoon had clearly completed hatching. With a crisp cracking sound, the cocoon shattered into pieces, like a ceramic artwork being broken. Before Lin Ning appeared 2 girls, facing each other and nestled together. Lin Ning had searched for a long time, but couldn't find any characteristics to determine their gender. He could only tentatively deduce from their demeanor that the 2 people in front of him were girls. Their bodies were almost pure white, each with long, pure white hair, making them appear almost indistinguishable from humans. The 2 insectids seemed to have just realized Lin Ning and Caven's presence, turning their heads to look in their direction. Lin Ning then noticed that each of them only had one eye. The insectid on the left had only a right eye, and the one on the right had only a left eye. Where they should have had another eye, there was a long upright horn. Judging from the insected woman's form, this horn was very likely also a sharp, upward-growing fang. Besides this, what shocked Lin Ning and Caven the most was that they were currently holding the enormous cross-shaped blood spike in their hands. This was why the blood spike was suspended in midair. The two insectids faced each other, one extending her left hand, the other her right, and simultaneously grasped the tip of the blood spike, effortlessly raising it into the air. Then, with a slight exertion, the blood spike shattered. At this moment, Lin Ming was pondering three things. First, how did they manage to squeeze into the insected woman's seemingly small cocoon? Second, had these two insectids already neglected their duty to guard the other insectids, given that they had just absorbed a considerable number of them? Third, if Guz's soul were here, how excited she would be. Twins. Symmetrical. Perfectly symmetrical. Chapter 418. The two insectids that appeared before Lin Ming didn't attack him immediately. Lin Ming wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt these two insectids were more human-like than the one with a mouth on its head from before. If the enemy didn't move, neither would they. If the insectids didn't move, Lin Ming and Caven didn't dare to move either. Caven, do you think they can understand human speech? Why don't you try? I don't dare. Haha, neither do you. Lin Ming and Caven's hesitation wasn't for any particular reason. If they had to pinpoint it, it was the aura of these two twins. An enraged enemy doesn't inspire fear, but an opponent with a silent expression, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings, can create considerable psychological pressure. Lin Ming and Caven waited a while, and finally, the two twins moved. The one with the left eye moved first. She tentatively took a step forward, then tilted her head, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly losing her balance and falling to the ground. The right-eyed insectid crawled a few steps on its hands and feet, then looked up at the other insectid. The other insectid looked at her, shook its head, and then calmly took a step. Just as it was about to take a second step, it too stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Ming witnessed all of this. To an ordinary person, these twins would still appear to be in a newborn state, as they didn't seem to have adapted to their limbs yet. But Lin Ming noticed something different. They weren't very good at walking, but when they crawled on the ground, their limbs were surprisingly agile. Perhaps those couldn't really be called limbs, because Lin Ming discovered that their joints, like those of puppets with ball joints, could bend 360 degrees. Not just humans, but even in the entire natural world, such a wondrous body structure is rarely seen. For their highly agile bodies, bipedal walking was actually an inefficient form of locomotion. As Lin Ming watched the two crawling on the ground like large white reptiles, Caven beside him quietly retreated. Caven retreated, moved left and right, all the while keeping his eyes fixed on the two insectids. As a melee specialist, Caven had begun assessing the situation the moment he saw the two insectids. What concerned Caven most were, firstly, their seemingly difficult to deal with joints, and secondly, their eyes. Each of them had only one eye. If judged by normal logic, they would inevitably have blind spots. Therefore, Caven was testing their field of vision by moving around. Every time Caven moved, the two insectids would turn their heads slightly towards him, but only briefly, then indifferently resume their normal walking. After probing for a while, Caven turned to Lin Ming and shrugged. We've been underestimated. They don't consider us a threat at all. Should we make the first move? Spells and your little throwing weapons are useless. Do you have any other ideas? Of course. Calvin took a step back, scratching a deep gash in his right arm with his fingernail. Lin Ming watched as Calvin's blood slowly gathered on his right hand, eventually forming the shape of a hammerhead. Lin Ming stared at the large hammerhead, wondering where he was going to strike, when Calvin swung the hammer like a hammer thrower, using the momentum to spin around, and then slammed the hammer into the ground with a loud thud. Example 2. Bloodstained war drum. As Calvin's hammer struck the ground, a red ripple flashed across the ground within a radius of several hundred meters. Then Calvin said to Lin Ming, "You can symbolically cover your ears." Huh? Cover your ears? You already finished hitting them. Lin Ming was only halfway through his sentence when he heard a deafening sound, like a thunderclap overhead. Crack! Lin Ming finally understood why Calvin had said he could symbolically cover his ears. They thought covering their ears wouldn't block out the sound. The sound was from Caven's hammer hitting the ground and then bouncing back up. Moreover, this sound could directly shock the souls of others. Caven put away his hammer, looked at the two clearly frightened insectids in the distance, and at Lin Ming beside him, swaying back and forth like a bobblehead. Oh! Caven then remembered that a large portion of Lin Ming's mycelium was underground. Lin Ming felt his very soul trembling, and his voice trembled. You're pretty good. Caven scratched his head. Really? Really, my hammer? Really? You might as well just hit me on the head. It's alright, I can cure it. How? Caven aimed at Lin Ming's face, raising his hand to slap him. Wait a minute. Isn't there any other way? Slap. Caven delivered the slap first, then added, "There are other ways, but this is the fastest and loudest." Lin Ming touched his face, feeling that Caven had clearly pulled back, so it didn't hurt much. "Mr. Caven, please speak. I beg you to develop a different treatment method." Caven looked up and thought for a moment. Actually, spanking would work too. Lin Ming rolled his eyes at him. "You just have to make a loud slap." "Indeed? Is this some kind of secret fetish?" "No, it just has to make a sound, to resonate with the soul through that frequency." "Then let's slap the face." Lin Ming covered his face, looking at the two insectids. The two insectids seemed less agile than before. They were now like drunkards. Their upright walking, which they had finally managed to adapt to, was being shaken, and they began to sway again. The two insectids were clearly enraged. One of them blew a kiss in their direction. Lin Ming was still wondering why there was a sudden kiss, when he realized the insectoid wasn't actually blowing a kiss. She drew an extremely thin thread from her mouth. She held the thread in her hand, then flicked it out with a tap. Lin Ming heard the thread fly towards them at an unbelievable speed, accompanied by a strange whooshing sound. To test the thread's lethality, Lin Ming dispersed a layer of spore mist in front of him. As expected, the twins had inherited the previous insected woman's abilities, but with slight differences in the details. This thread was like a completely incompatible line forcibly implanted into the world's existing threads. When this thread taught, anything that passed over it, regardless of its hardness, was instantly sliced. Although the thread was extremely fast, its attack path was ultimately linear, and Caven easily dodged it. The thread flew for about several dozen meters before landing limply on the ground. After ejecting the thread, the insectoid began to rapidly organize the silk it had spat out. Lin Ming watched as the insectoid cut the thread into small segments and then implanted them one by one into its forearm, like hair transplants. This action, in Lin Ming's eyes, resembled a gunman organizing a magazine. The threads didn't seem to harm the insectoid. But Lin Ming couldn't tell if the threads themselves were ineffective against the insectoid, or if the insectoid had temporarily rendered the threads ineffective. At the same time, another insectoid made a strange movement. She opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth, then seemed to bite into something hard in the air before her. After a moment, she opened her mouth again, making a spitting motion. Then, in midair where she had just taken a bite, a small, pure white sphere appeared, floating there. The insectoid raised its hand, took the sphere, and pressed it down forcefully with its palm. The sphere shattered instantly. When the insectoid opened its hand, it revealed many fragments suspended in the air. From Lin Ming's perspective, the sphere and fragments shared the same properties as the thread. They seemed to be separate entities from the original world thread, except that the thread's ability was cutting, while the sphere and fragment's ability was hovering. Wait. Cutting, hovering. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine, his mind racing as he frantically considered countermeasures. While he was still brainstorming, the insectoid wielding the thread had already begun to act. She picked up a piece of floating debris surrounding another insectoid, as if savoring a crumb of candy, and popped it into her mouth. Then, she spat out a thread. With the same flick of her fingers, the thread shot out instantly. But this time, with the floating debris, the thread didn't soften and fall at its maximum range. Instead, it remained taut, suspended in midair. The instant Lin Ming understood the opponent's ability, he abandoned his human form and transformed into a soft, octopus-like tentacle form. He instructed Caven, "Caven, watch your position. Don't get cornered. If I'm not mistaken, they're about to start weaving their web." Chapter 419. Web weaving isn't an ability exclusive to spiders. It's said that some moths can also produce silk, and the silk is incredibly strong. Lin Ming didn't know if there were different types of insectids, but the abilities of these twins were truly irritating. The two insectids didn't move much. One provided debris to hover over, while the other attached its silk to the debris, continuously creating inaccessible threads around Lin Ming and Caven. Lin Ming tentatively touched the silk with his tentacle, and the result was exactly as he expected. He didn't even feel anything before his tentacle was severed. The whole process was incredibly smooth, as if Lin Ming's tentacle had always been severed, only just now falling off. This splitting ability acting on the world silk was completely different from sharpness in the conventional sense. Lin Ming and Caven shifted their positions, trying to avoid being forced into blind spots by the cutting lines. While dodging, Caven saw Lin Ming's upper body emerge from one of the tentacles, glance at him, and then make a gesture of clasping and separating his hands. The two were practically inseparable, so their combat coordination was naturally quite good. In this situation, Caven understood Lin Ming's meaning from this single gesture. They needed to separate the twins. Their ability to deploy silk required coordination. Separated, their individual threat was limited, but once the twins coordinated, they became very difficult to deal with. The tactic had been communicated effectively, but its execution was still quite challenging. They didn't even have a safe place to stand. Breaking their coordination was no easy task. At this moment, Lin Ming, who appeared to be a twisted mass of tentacles, was actually having a flurry of inspiration. The twins' abilities had given Lin Ming a wake-up call. World Silk could be influenced. And the ability to influence World Silk was itself an attack directly based on space. Although the Insectoid's abilities seemed incredibly overpowered, Lin Ming also possessed the ability to influence World Silk. He just hadn't developed it deeply. The first ability he had gained through influencing World Silk was pulling. Telekinesis. He hadn't used this ability frequently in actual combat, because it was extremely risky. In most situations, recklessly closing the distance with the enemy was a suicidal act. But now it was different. Lin Ming could use this grabbing ability to pull one of the twins over, thus disrupting their coordination. Having made up his mind, Lin Ming emerged halfway from the tentacles, extending his right hand towards the Insectoid that could spew floating debris. Originally, a simple pull would have easily sent the Insectoid flying, but to Lin Ming's surprise, before he could even pull the World Silk, the two Insectoids moved a step to the side in perfect unison. That one step was just enough to avoid Lin Ming's pull. Huh? Lin Ming couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise. When he tried to raise his hand again to pull, the two Insectoids moved away simultaneously once more. The Insectoid's precise evasion wasn't due to precognitive abilities, but rather because Lin Ming's pull would interfere with the World Silk before taking effect. These two Insectoids, possessing the ability to influence the World Silk, were likely extremely sensitive to its fluctuations, allowing them to so keenly perceive Lin Ming's intentions. Regardless of the underlying principle, his plan A had failed. Caven, seeing Lin Ming's frustrated expression, knew Mushroom had miscalculated. As the cutting lines in front of him grew increasingly dense, Caven knew he couldn't afford to waste time and began trying to use his movement skills to get as close as possible to the two Insectoids. The Insectoid's cutting lines were deflected in an instant. The cutting lines were fast, but not instantaneous. Unless it was direct teleportation, there was a path to travel, and time required to reposition. Therefore, it could be dodged. Caven took a deep breath, then stood still, bit his finger, and used the blood to draw a plus on his left eye. As Caven drew a cross on his eye, his pupil slowly transformed into a red X shape. The change in Caven's eyes differed from Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes, which only had two lines. His eyes appeared more like two slender cat pupils crossing each other. External example. Purified vision. Caven now possessed 3 cores, all concentrated in this left eye, the limit of his abilities. From the moment the Insectoids began setting up the cutting lines, Caven had been constantly moving to avoid being cornered. But now, he suddenly stopped, and instead of dodging, he opened his strangely enigmatic left eye and took a step forward, facing the oncoming cutting lines. Caven needed to see many things clearly. The size of the floating debris chosen by the Insectoid, the angle at which the cutting lines flew, the subtle movements of the Insectoid's fingers, the distance between the two cutting lines. Caven walked slowly forward, step by step, towards the cutting lines. Now, his vision far exceeded his mobility. He could see, and he could see clearly, but that didn't necessarily mean he could dodge. To better dodge continuously, Caven's body movements were minimal. Because of this, Caven appeared remarkably relaxed, using minimal movement to evade the most dangerous attacks. Lin Ming was terrified. In Lin Ming's eyes, what Caven was doing was no different from trying to dodge raindrops with reaction speed in a downpour. But Lin Ming soon realized that Caven had given him a precious moment to breathe. The Insectoid, realizing that Caven could directly dodge the cutting lines, had to use more cutting lines to try and stop Caven from getting any closer. This, ironically, made Lin Ming safer. This kind of safety is also quite limited. His safety is limited to him remaining still. After all, Lin Ming doesn't have Caven's eyesight and reaction speed. If he dares to take a step forward, he'd be sliced to pieces by the cutting lines, turning Lin Ming into a wooden puppet. Lin Ming looked at Caven, and amidst 1,000 worries about Caven making a mistake, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. The Silk's ability is cutting, and its path is straight. Is there any way to better avoid the cuts? Yes, it's about reducing one's exposed area. Holding a piece of paper horizontally in midair, and then slashing vertically, you can naturally cut it in two. But if you hold the paper upright, with the thin side of the paper facing the blade, even a top-tier swordsman couldn't cut a piece of paper in two from that angle. Thinking of this, Lin Ming suddenly realized a way to get his mycelium closer to the Insectoid. He can transform his mycelium into a thin line, nearly parallel to the insectid's perspective. In this ideal state, the thin line of mycelium in the insectid's vision would no longer appear as a line, but as a point. A point that a cutting filament launched in a straight line could not accurately hit, a point that keeps approaching him. Chapter 420. Lin Ning didn't know the intelligence level of these two insectids, but by observing their expressions, he could glean some of their thoughts. As Kevin approached with his greatly enhanced vision and reaction speed, panic appeared on the twins' faces for the first time. To them, Kevin was like a constantly moving machine, effortlessly dodging every cutting line, and his enhanced eyes stared at them relentlessly, like a vengeful ghost. If Kevin could get close, he could defeat the twins with a direct soul attack. The twins seemed to realize the shift in their offensive and defensive dynamics, and that Lin Ning could provide support at any time. Therefore, the twins switched from offense to defense. The cutting lines they laid out gradually ceased to be aimed at attacking and restricting Lin Ning and Kevin's movements. Instead, they increasingly placed the cutting lines around themselves. Just now they were weaving a web to hunt, now they were cocooning a defense. Lin Ning frowned upon seeing the twins' change in tactics. Their defensive formation was clearly much more difficult to deal with. The cutting lines were piling up, looking like a bird's nest built of thin silver needles. Kevin noticed the enemy's defenses as well. He stopped advancing and looked at Lin Ning beside him. Lin Ning had already transformed back into human form and was beckoning him closer. Kevin approached Lin Ning, puzzled, and temporarily deactivated his enhanced vision. "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" "Yes, I think there's something wrong with our approach." "Tell me your story. We don't need to try to break through that troublesome cutting line here." "Strategist, what do you mean?" "All the insectids here are actually our targets. If the twins' mission is to protect the other insectids, then we can simply turn around and attack the other insectids to force them to leave their current location and chase us. If they ignore the other insectids, then we can leave them where they are and decide what to do after we cleared out the other insectids." Kevin glanced again at the twins hiding in the defensive fortifications built with the cutting line, and then at the insectids not far away still circling the stone tablet like they were performing a cult ritual. Indeed, as Lin Ning said, they didn't need to solve this problem here at all. He and Lin Ning exchanged a glance, and the two of them disappeared in a flash. Before moving to a new location, Lin Ning glanced at the twins again and noticed that they seemed quite puzzled. Puzzled is to be expected. This confrontation was originally a two-front war between the insectids and the cyborgs. For the defenders, the most difficult tactic to counter wasn't a direct assault, but a base raid. Before the twins could even react, Lin Ning and Kevin had already begun their carnage. Ordinary insectids, which would be difficult for humans to deal with, were easily crushed by Lin Ning and Kevin. Kevin wielded a scythe, while Lin Ning brandished his staff, cutting through the horde of insectids, sending their corpses flying everywhere. Lin Ning simultaneously created a flurry of fireworks within the insected ranks using various spells, while keeping a close eye on the twins. Sure enough, they lowered their defenses and began crawling towards him at an astonishing speed. Lin Ning nodded in satisfaction, gently patted Kevin's back with his tentacle, and began the next step. Kevin received the signal, spread its wings, and began flying rapidly away from Lin Ning. Lin Ning wanted to separate the two. Their abilities were now clear. One could create levitation anchors, and the other could create cutting lines. Separating them would greatly reduce the threat posed by each ability individually. However, Lin Ning had underestimated the situation. The two insectids wouldn't be so easily separated and broken through. Realizing the need to split up, they stopped in their tracks. Then, they resumed their standing posture, like mirror images, turned around in identical poses, and embraced each other. Lin Ning was stunned. Kevin stopped flying and hovered in midair, watching. Then, the insectids did something neither Lin Ning nor Kevin had anticipated. They embraced, their postures perfectly synchronized, one hand behind the other's head, the other on their waist, and then, the two insectids kissed. It appeared to be a French kiss. Lin Ning and Kevin exchanged a glance. This was a completely unexpected development, and Lin Ning's mind raced with a multitude of possibilities. Lin Ning even imagined the two insectids giving birth right there on the spot. That would be incredibly exciting. But reality wasn't as thrilling as Lin Ning's imagination. Their lips intertwined for a while before separating. Lin Ning noticed that as their lips parted, a thin, glistening strand of liquid remained. That wasn't saliva, of course. The thin thread, like the string in a makeshift megaphone, connected the two insectids. After they separated, the insectid on the left glanced at Kevin, and the insectid on the right glanced at Lin Ning, then suddenly charged towards them. As the twins grew further apart, The thin thread between them didn't break, instead, it floated in midair, lengthening and shortening with the distance between them. Lin Ning watched the charging insectid, and after a moment's observation, realized that the one approaching him was the one who could create the levitation anchor, because her horns were on the left, right. Huh? Lin Ning thought he was seeing things. But his eyes, which could almost see through the world, couldn't possibly be mistaken. He had just seen the insectid's horn suddenly change position. It was as if the insectid in front of him had been mirrored, its horns and eyes swapped. On the other side, Kevin also noticed this strange phenomenon. He glanced at the thin line connecting the two insectids and realized the gravity of the situation. This line was different from the cutting line from before. This line wasn't a weapon, but a genuine connecting line. The two insectids seemed to be exchanging souls through this line. When Lin Ning saw the insectid in front of him create a levitation anchor point with its horns on the left, then switch to its right-hand form, and spit out cutting wires, he realized, this is bad. With the connecting line in the middle, they could switch abilities at will. This not only prevented them from being defeated one by one, but also forced Lin Ning and Kevin to each face a complete version simultaneously. Moreover, because there were now two insectids capable of creating cutting lines, their attack density increased significantly. They weren't simply one targeting Lin Ning and the other Kevin. Sometimes they would suddenly project a cutting line behind them to support their other clone. Originally, the twins should have been separated, but now Lin Ning and Kevin were each guarding their own, unable to coordinate. The roles of offense and defense reversed again, and Lin Ning began to feel overwhelmed. At the same time, Lin Ning noticed that the two insectids were switching at an increasingly faster pace. They seemed to be becoming more and more adept at swapping souls. Initially, Lin Ning could still see the instance of their swaps, but gradually, the speed at which the insectids swapped exceeded the limits of visual perception. Finally, what appeared before Lin Ning was a perfectly symmetrical insectid with both eyes and horns. Furthermore, as their swapping speed increased, the process of deploying the cutting line simplified from 3 steps, creating anchor points, attaching threads, and ejecting threads, to a single step. Now, all they need to do is pinch their index finger and thumb together, bring them to their lips, and blow outwards to create a cutting line, almost twice as fast. Previously, Lin Ning could dodge while simultaneously devising a strategy, but now simply getting his main body to avoid the cutting line almost completely consumed his mind. Lin Ning even had a strange feeling that before they were connected, it was as if they were just playing with two strangers. Now, this was the real battle stance. He looked at Kevin in the distance, and noticed that Kevin's movements seemed somewhat strange. He seemed to ignore the insectoid in front of him. Kevin seemed eager to approach the thin thread connecting the two, and he appeared to be shaking his head rapidly. Lin Ning initially thought it was some kind of code. Then he saw Kevin produce a long, thin, cross-shaped nail, about the length of a palm, which appeared and disappeared in his hand. Moreover, Lin Ning seemed to hear strange sounds emanating from Kevin's hand. It sounded like some kind of musical instrument. It sounded very much like a flute. Unbeknownst to Lin Ning, just moments before, Kevin had a flash of inspiration and devised a method of defeating the enemy that only he could execute. And if his plan succeeded, he could eliminate both insectids simultaneously in one strike. The key lay in the thin thread they used to exchange souls. While souls don't have a fixed form, they are still real entities, meaning that exchanging souls requires a process. Kevin, relying on his ability to sense souls, realized that the two insected souls were actually traveling at high speed between the thin thread. Since the exchange occurs through travel, no matter the speed, there must be a time frame involved. The familiar logic remains: give it enough time and a process, it can be captured. Capture a crucial point in the process of the two insectids exchanging souls. The point where the two souls, during the transfer, are not within the body but simultaneously exist within the connecting line, and where they intersect. That might present a fleeting opportunity, a mere fraction of a second, to kill both at once. Chapter 421. Kevin's idea was simple, but once it was put into practice, it presented a different challenge. First, he needed to pinpoint the point where the souls of the two insectids intersected. Then, he needed a means to directly attack their souls. After training with the first generation, most of the soul-attacking techniques Kevin mastered were related to sound. Therefore, Kevin's solution was to create a wind instrument similar to a flute or an ocarina. The flute-like sound Lin Ning had just heard was from Kevin's experimental creation. Lin Ning, watching from a distance, couldn't fathom Kevin's plan. He could only vaguely guess that what Kevin held was a weapon. After dealing with the insectids for a while, Lin Ning suddenly noticed that Kevin seemed very anxious. He seemed to be constantly trying to get closer, but with two insectids blocking their way, just avoiding the cutting lines was exhausting enough, making a meeting almost impossible. While Lin Ning was still wondering what Caven was up to, Caven suddenly raised his hand and threw out a blood nail. Lin Ning initially thought the blood nail was meant for the insectoid, but he immediately realized something was wrong. The large, cone-shaped blood nail flew straight towards his own forehead. Oops, no. Lin Ning instinctively dodged, then realized that the blood nail seemed to have a GPS. No matter how he darted and weaved, it kept aiming straight for his forehead. Just as Lin Ning was still shaking his head, trying to avoid being headshot, he heard Caven shout, "Don't dodge." Hearing this, Lin Ning understood that this thing really was meant to stab him. Okay, I listen to you. Lin Ning paused for a moment when Caven told him not to dodge, then the blood nail pierced his head with a thud. A precise headshot. Just as Lin Ning was adjusting to the feeling of a spike in his head, the blood nail suddenly spoke. "Why are you dodging? You're being silly. If you're going to blow my head off, I won't dodge." So this thing is a walkie-talkie? What's a walkie-talkie? Never mind. I have a plan to take them both down at once. Wow, tell me more. See that line? Yes, the one they're holding in their mouths. Right? Their souls are currently moving back and forth within that line. If we can find the point where the two souls meet, we can kill them both in one hit. Lin Ning listened to Caven's explanation and then looked closely at the line. Can't we just cut the thread? It's difficult. The material of that thread is similar to a cutting wire. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against it. We can only try using a soul attack. Then what do you need me to do? Can you slow down the speed at which their souls travel? Just a little bit will do. Lin Ning originally wanted to directly refute Caven's idea, because he himself didn't even know that the insected souls were traveling. Unlike Caven, he couldn't sense the specific location of the souls, let alone affect the speed at which they exchanged souls. However, the idea of slowing down reminded him of what the Righteous School had said at the Assassin's Guild's World Conference. Elements plus World Silk almost constitute this world. Lin Ning, capable of simultaneously influencing the underlying structures of these two worlds, actually had a way to slow down a specific area. Like the turtle's ability. Lin Ning wasn't entirely confident, but he could try. When and where should I slow them down? Timing is up to me. I count down. Location. Use the midpoint of that line as the center. The larger the area, the better. Okay. 5. Lin Ning felt this shouldn't be difficult. 4. He only needed to freeze all the world threads and elements in one area. 3. The School of Reason had also said that even freezing the entire world was possible. 2. But before activating his ability, Lin Ning instinctively felt some unease. 1. The unease flashed by, but the battle situation didn't allow him to think further. Attack! With a blood-stained spike stuck in his head, Lin Ning turned to face the area between the two insectids, gritted his teeth, and his 8 spider legs behind him suddenly spread out. Lin Ning raised his hands, as if to grasp that piece of space, then clenched them tightly. Simultaneously, Caven's left eye instantly reverted to its previous state of clear vision, and his right hand hurled the flute-like weapon with a whoosh. This tactic was actually successful. In Caven's eyes, the speed of soul transmission did indeed slow down to almost a standstill for a moment. Caven used the reaction speed of clear vision to capture that instant, and then, relying on the soul travel speed he had just calculated, he pre-aimed at the point where the two souls would intersect. Now, if Lin Ning were to deactivate his ability, allowing his weapon and the insected soul to return to their original speed, this attack would undoubtedly inflict severe damage on the two insectids. This seemingly impossible strategy actually succeeded. Just as Caven was feeling quite pleased with himself, Lin Ning's vision was already filled with crimson. He was wrong. Completely wrong. Their tactics had indeed succeeded. Caven's absurd reflexes and observational skills had indeed captured the moment of slowing down. But Lin Ning had underestimated this ability, which seemed like a brief pause in time. This ability came at a price. As intelligent as Lin Ning was, the instant he sensed something was wrong, he knew where the problem lay. In short, it boiled down to one sentence. The world is in motion. Stillness was taboo in this world. Although he didn't know exactly how Tada's ability was accomplished, Lin Ning's actions were a true example of brute force achieving miracles. However, he had misjudged his opponent. He thought he was merely stabilizing a small area of the world's threads and fixing some insignificant elements. But in reality, the world's movement was a unified whole. He was wrestling with the entire world's operation. When he used the world's silk in the past, he never attempted to fixate on a particular area. The feeling he had when influencing the world silk was like controlling water. You could easily manipulate the flow, slow it down, create waves. No matter how you manipulated the water, it never felt strenuous. Except for one possibility. That is, to make the water stand still. The school of reason wasn't lying to Lin Ming. His ability could indeed stop time in the entire world. However, the school of reason overlooked a crucial point. This required an extremely powerful soul. Lin Ming's soul strength wasn't particularly high. Precisely because of this, when he tried to stop the spatial movement in a certain area, he suffered a tremendous backlash. The feeling was like being head-on hit by a 16-wheel truck. He only saw Caven launch the attack, then the two insectids began to scream, and then he couldn't help but vomit. It wasn't blood he vomited, but black mold. Lin Ming forcibly stabilized his mind to prevent himself from fainting, but even so, he couldn't hold on. In his dazed state, he saw Caven finishing up. After the two insected souls were attacked, they struggled incessantly like insects doused in insecticide. Caven, like a carpenter, hammered two large red nails into the two insectids' chests, and the two insectids became motionless. Besides this, Lin Ming noticed something strange. Right where he had just activated his ability, there seemed to be a figure. The figure flashed by and disappeared. Just as Lin Ming was about to say something, he saw Qi emerge from his spatial dimension, staring intently at the spot where the figure had just appeared, just like him. Qi had sensed the aura of a wielder, but something felt off. The figure wasn't a wielder, yet she had briefly appeared using the abilities of one. More intriguing than investigating the figure's purpose was her identity. Qi stared intently at the figure, muttering to herself, "Her? Yes, her." Qi recognized her. That figure was none other than the spider demon god, Arns, who had recently traveled alone and was currently missing. Chapter 422. Caven, to confirm the insectoid was dead, kept finishing off the remaining enemies. He could confirm Lin Ming's soul form, so he wasn't too worried about Mushroom's injuries. Lin Ming's soul was only slightly damaged. He could recover with a little rest. Lin Ming sat on the puddle of mold he had just vomited, his body limp like a melted wax figure. He turned to look at Qi, who was frowning. "I didn't see wrong, did I?" "Yes." "Why was Arns here, at this time, and in that form?" Qi added to Lin Ming's explanation of the many suspicious points from the previous scene, which only deepened Lin Ming's confusion. "You mean, Arns used her ancestral power to appear here just to glance at us? If I'm not mistaken, that's it. But, is it so easy to borrow an ancestral's power? There's another possibility." "What is it?" "A certain ancestral recruited her." "Recruited?" Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback by the use of such advanced vocabulary from Qi. If Qi's hypothesis were true, the person who had recruited Arns was likely the strange individual mentioned in the letter Arns had left behind. In the letter, she mentioned that while peering into the future, a strange person could communicate with her from that future. At that time, Arns left the Assassin's Guild to investigate this matter. Now it seemed she had found this person, and had some interaction with him. Caven, confirming that the insectoid was truly dead, returned to Lin Ming's side, reached out, and grasped the blood-stained nail on Lin Ming's forehead, pulling it out with a plop. Perhaps because he'd been stuck for so long, when the blood nail was pulled out, Lin Ming felt as if a part of his head was missing. "By the way, how come this nail was chasing me? Don't you think this ability looks familiar? Now that you mention it, it seems like I've seen it somewhere before." "Ah. It was Seuss's locking card." Caven pointed to the hole in Lin Ming's head and explained, "I haven't fully mastered Seuss's locking ability yet. Seuss can mark a target in an instant, but I need to mark it many times to succeed." "Many times?" "Yes, many times." "When did you mark it?" "When you were sleeping." Only then did Lin Ming realize that while he slept, a vampire was often pointing at his forehead. "So why did you mark me? Don't you think it's convenient?" "You're not wrong. I did leave you a mark before." "Huh?" Caven looked down at himself, then asked curiously, "Where did you leave it?" "I forgot." Caven glanced at Lin Ming, guessing this was just Lin Ming's petty verbal retaliation. Lin Ming, while repairing the hole in his head with mycelium, asked, "Now that my forehead is a hole, does that mean the mark is invalid?" "No, the mark is imprinted on a part of Ni's body. It just so happened that your part of the mycelium was on your head." "Oh, I see." Luckily, his mycelium wasn't in any other place. The three rested for a moment, and Lin Ming and Qi made some guesses about what Arns had encountered. The spider demon god encountered what might be a pseudo-time holder sequence. Lin Ming frowned upon hearing the word pseudo. Why pseudo? Because Sequence's ability seems to be able to control time, but in reality, his ability isn't entirely equivalent to the concept of time. He can see the past and the future simultaneously. In his eyes, yesterday and today exist at the same time. He's a being that's difficult to understand. The mention of time immediately brought to Lin Ming's mind a famous white-haired old man he knew from his previous life. That white-haired old man believed that time didn't exist. What Lin Ming didn't know at this moment was that Arns, as a demon god who could see the future, was currently attempting to correct this world in the most extreme way. Whether her efforts would be successful remained to be seen. After a short rest, Lin Ming and the other two chose to continue their journey deeper into the Red Desert. The fourth person's soul strength had gradually expanded to an undeniable level. To Lin Ming and Qi, the place where the fourth person stood was as conspicuous as a beacon connecting heaven and earth. Lin Ming looked around and pointed to an insected in the distance, saying, "Caven, look over there." Caven looked in the direction he was pointing and saw an insected walking towards them. This insected walked with a very proper gait, unlike the other insecteds, whose limbs looked disproportionate. Caven found it strange. This insected seemed to have no aggressive tendencies. The insected approached them and beckoned to the three of them. Lin Ming and Caven exchanged a glance. Lin Ming sent a mycelium dummy forward to test the waters. However, to Lin Ming's surprise, the insected spoke as soon as it got close. "These spiders aren't very smart, are they?" The moment these words reached Lin Ming's ears, he instantly retracted the dummy and quickly retreated. This voice belonged to the fourth insected they were searching for. But the insected before them clearly didn't resemble the fourth one. At the same time, a steady stream of insecteds began to approach them. While Lin Ming's attention was still focused on the insected in front of him, one of the insecteds behind him continued, "They're not smart, but sometimes instinct is the best solution." Caven swung his scythe, sending the insectoid who had just spoken flying. But soon, another insectoid continued, soul-swapping, immature twins, they relied on instinct to choose a very crude method. The fourth voice echoed around Lin Ming and his companions, finally culminating in a somewhat boastful question, "Do you think the power of a wielder can be plundered?" This question sent a chill down Lin Ming's spine. The fourth could indeed plunder the abilities of other spiders through devouring. But if, even with only a 1% chance, the fourth could plunder the abilities of even a single wielder, then the balance of power in this battle, which had been relatively even, would instantly crumble. Chapter 423. Lin Ming only experienced a brief moment of panic after hearing the fourth person's words. The matter of seizing the abilities of the designated holders, as the fourth person mentioned, was not so easy to accomplish. Lin Ming felt that the abilities of designated holders were not the kind that could be easily acquired and used. Most of the abilities of demonic beings are understandable by common sense, whether it's manipulating mushrooms, manipulating blood, putting people to sleep, or even seeing the future, these are all directly comprehensible. But designated holders are different. To give a simple example, of the two designated holders whose names are currently known, Gu and Su, Lin Ming, based solely on Qi's descriptions, couldn't even imagine what their senses were like. Gu is an ethereal, almost imperceptible existence, while Su directly transcends the conventional concept of time. The world they see is likely completely different from that of ordinary people. Even their senses might not be interconnected, so how could they possibly seize abilities? Perhaps the fourth one also realized this problem, which is why he asked Lin Ming, "Do you think the powers of those in positions of authority can be plundered?" After a brief moment of thought, Lin Ming replied, "I think it's unlikely." Lin Ming was speaking the truth. Hearing Lin Ming's reply, the fourth one suddenly laughed. Ha! 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 Each burst of laughter came from a different insectoid, as if a continuous laugh had been torn apart and scattered around Lin Ming. The fourth one seemed eager to communicate with Lin Ming. Lin Ming knew this, and he also knew what the fourth one wanted to say to him. In fact, the most crucial element in the fourth order's entire plan is Lin Ming. Lin Ming currently possesses a degree of creation ability. After the fourth order annihilates all of humanity, if they wish to construct a civilization different from humanity's, Lin Ming will be a powerful ally. Furthermore, Lin Ming's abilities stem from a fusion of the Lord of the Alien Fungus and the Primordial Element. Even if the fourth order directly devours Lin Ming, they cannot acquire his current abilities. Therefore, the fourth order wants to attempt communication with Lin Ming. If Lin Ming also harbors a desire to become a god, then cooperation might be possible. Unfortunately, Lin Ming is not interested in such matters. Lin Ming can sense the approximate location of the fourth order's soul, so he knows the fourth order's true form is not nearby. Commanding such a large horde of insectoids approaching, the fourth order is likely not using these insectoids as mere mouthpieces. These insectoids must have other uses. Lin Ming, look into the distance. Caven reminded him, and Lin Ming finally looked up at the location that should have been the underground ancient city. From that location, wave after wave of insectids were pouring out. Lin Ming looked at the dark, dense army of insectids, assuming the fourth person was simply using a swarm tactic, but he noticed Caven had suddenly moved much closer, now standing back to back with him. Lin Ming glanced back, and saw that Caven's expression was grim. "What's wrong? We can handle this number." "No, it's not about the number." Caven's eyes darted around quickly, lingering on each insectid briefly before moving on to the next. The more insectids he observed, the darker his expression became. These insectids aren't just ordinary insectids. What does that mean? Some of them have souls mixed with the aura of demon gods. Hearing Caven's words, Lin Ming roughly estimated the number of insectids before him. Roughly speaking, there were several thousand. About how many insectids have the aura of demon gods? Unsure, maybe a third. Lin Ming cursed inwardly. A single insectid isn't actually that scary, they're just physically too brute. A very few might have some special abilities, but those are simple in principle and quite direct in their use. Facing 1,000 insectids, Lin Ming wouldn't be afraid. But Caven said the insectid souls are mixed with the aura of demon gods, which likely means the fourth one distributed all the abilities of the spiders and demon gods he had previously devoured onto these insectids. In other words, what they were about to face was an army of thousands of demon gods. Just as Lin Ming was still feeling a chill run down his spine, the insectid closest to him looked at him and uttered its last words. "Die here, humanity's last hope. Unfortunately, you won't see the new world belonging to the spiders." As soon as the words left its mouth, a magnificent scene unfolded before Lin Ming, seemingly not belonging to this world. Thousands of demonic abilities activated one by one before Lin Ming. First, insectids began to take flight in the distance, and the previously night sky suddenly showed patches of sunrise. Lin Ming looked behind him in astonishment and discovered that, apart from the area directly above them, the rest of the world remained night. The sky looked as if a giant circular hole had been torn in the curtain of night, instantly unleashing the sunlight that had been blocked. Looking around, only the area within a few miles of them had been transformed into daylight. By the sunlight overhead, Lin Ming could even see his feet. He didn't know when, but the red desert beneath his feet had turned into a sea of flowers. The flowers were growing rapidly, attempting to bind Lin Ming, who stood on the ground. Lin Ming looked at the insectids and found that the flowers didn't react to them. They only targeted Lin Ming, Caven, and Chi. Besides the flowers, there were some insects crawling rustling on the ground. Just as Lin Ming was about to get a clearer look at the insects, a spinning ice spike descended from the sky. Bizarre? Extremely bizarre. Numerous demonic abilities continued to accumulate, including elemental ones like wind blades, high-temperature domains, and lightning bursts, as well as environmental ones such as flower fields, insect swarms, and highly corrosive black rain. She also noticed some spatial teleportation abilities. Currently, these insectids were likely still in the process of adapting to their abilities, and warming up them, they hadn't yet launched a full-scale attack. Lin Ming, observing these phenomena, was about to turn and say something to Caven when a poof sounded, as if a transparent beast had swept through the air, and Lin Ming's head and half a shoulder vanished instantly. Caven could clearly see the cross-section of Lin Ming's severed body. Headless, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then reached out and squeezed his staff. On it lay the core seal of the teleportation array left by Nachi. As long as he activated the magic seal here, he could summon reinforcements from all over the continent. Just as Lin Ming was repairing his head and preparing to activate the teleportation array to send reinforcements directly to the front lines, Caven suddenly pressed down on Lin Ming's hand, holding the staff. Wait. Huh? Lin Ming's mycelium had only just repaired up to his chin. He was puzzled as to why Caven was stopping him. The current situation was clearly not the time to be reckless. The two of them couldn't possibly handle thousands of demonic beings. Within the layers of supernatural domains, even Lin Ming couldn't guarantee his survival. Meanwhile, in the distant ancient city, the fourth-rank being's soul aura suddenly began to surge. The fourth-rank being's soul concentration was continuously increasing, even reaching a level that caused the ground to tremble slightly. This teleportation array is their trump card. If they don't use it now, when will they? Lin Ming, having repaired his head, looked at Caven with a puzzled expression. Caven frowned and said, "These insectids are far beyond reason. With such a large number of demonic beings, even our reinforcements might not be able to handle them. If our forces are damaged now, we have no more trump cards left." Lin Ming grinned at this. Caven was right. Even if reinforcements arrived, The best case scenario would be a difficult resistance. They might even be completely wiped out. But what other choice do we have? The fourth-rank being's soul is surging rapidly. Judging by the speed, humanity is probably dying on a large scale right now. If this drags on, it won't be us who can't hold on first, but humanity. Rather than this, Kevin didn't let Lin Ming continue. He held up a finger to Lin Ming's lips, then looked into Lin Ming's eyes, and said something that shocked Lin Ming so much his jaw dropped. Don't panic. I should be able to handle it. Chapter 424. Kevin said he could handle it. Lin Ming didn't believe him. Ever since the first generation's consciousness began guiding Kevin to master the soul, their strengths had clearly diverged. Lin Ming was better at modifying the environment, while Kevin was better at influencing souls. However, given the current situation with thousands of demonic beings, Lin Ming didn't think Kevin could handle it all alone. But unusually, Lin Ming's reaction seemed somewhat excessive. You say you can handle it? What can you handle? Are you kidding me at a time like this? Chi, hiding her body in her spatial dimension with only her head floating outside, tilted her head in surprise when she heard Lin Ming say this. This was so out of character for Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming could be easily startled at times, he had almost never truly been this aggressive with anyone. Especially with Kevin. Kevin looked into Lin Ming's eyes, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. His disdain wasn't directed at Lin Ming. Kevin had noticed earlier that Lin Ming's eyes contained some red impurities. These impurities were like tiny flying insects hovering in the air, slowly moving within Lin Ming's eyes, and their numbers increased every time Lin Ming became angry. I see. It was a demonic species that affected emotions. Seeing that he hadn't been affected, Kevin could roughly guess that this ability influenced a person's emotions by affecting the soul. Through the first generation's guidance and training recently, his own soul was now among the most stable in the world. He was completely immune to this level of soul attack. But Lin Ming was different. Considering that many more of these abilities might attack in quick succession, Kevin didn't intend to waste any more time. Kevin reached out and grasped Lin Ming's head like a watermelon, turning his face towards the thousands of demonic beings, then pointed. Calm down. Look, have you found any openings? Hearing this, Lin Ming felt as if he had drunk a sip of cool water after a long journey, experiencing a sense of relief. This relief came from Kevin's hand correcting Lin Ming's affected soul. After Lin Ming calmed down, Kevin pointed to several insectids and continued, the biggest threat from them is their sheer number, but their sheer number might not be a good thing. Lin Ming followed Kevin's finger, and saw several insectids inexplicably collapsing in the distance. Yes. In human warfare, if there are demonic beings among the soldiers, they are usually grouped into separate units, because some demonic beings have abilities that can easily lead to friendly fire. Demonic beings are not necessarily stronger the more numerous they are. Lin Ming was surprised that he hadn't thought of such a simple principle earlier, and also marveled at how smart Kevin had become. You mean, let them create chaos on their own first? That's my idea, because these insectids seem to have limited intelligence. Lin Ming initially thought Kevin was right. The biggest problem with these insectids was their low intelligence. Even if they possessed demonic abilities, they were at best just brutes with superpowers. But suddenly, Lin Ming noticed something very out of place in the insectoid army. As the insectoid army slowly advanced, a purple insectoid on their left flank stood motionless. It first surveyed its surroundings, then looked at its hands, before resting its chin on one hand, tilting its head, and occasionally glancing at Lin Ming and the others. Hey, I said, Kevin. What is it? You mean, could there be an ability of a demonic race? That is what? Intelligence. If possible, Lin Ming truly hoped this didn't exist. But the purple insectid seemed to sense Lin Ming's gaze, and began to hide behind the other insectids. Just as Lin Ming was still doubting his own guess, the first generation suddenly spoke up. The demon god species you mentioned, they exist. We met once before. Really? Yes, the fox sparrow demon god, agree. Fox sparrow? What's that? It's a species that went extinct a long time ago. You can think of it as a purple crow with a voice that sounds like a fox. The fox sparrow demon god's ability is called half-step understanding realm. He's the strangest demon god species I ever seen. He only lived for 7 days in this world. The last time he saw me was on the 6th day of his life. And the 7th day? He committed suicide on the 7th day. The first generation mentioned Agri a few more times, while the group moved to a new position. Agri's ability was to exponentially increase his intelligence, but perhaps that's why he chose to commit suicide. Excessively high intelligence and cognition might not be a good thing. Lin Ning looked warily at the insected army, trying to find the purple creature. If such a demonic power truly existed among the insectids, it would be a huge problem for them. Caven, watch out for a purple insectid. Purple? Yes, purple. Its skin and hair are purple, with white markings. It's very slender, with long antennae and a folded corner. Caven quickly located the insectoid after hearing Lin Ming's description. I found it. Where is it? What is it doing? Lin Ming urgently needed to know the insectoid's movements to confirm whether it possessed the power of the fox sparrow demon god. The instant Lin Ming saw the purple insectoid in the direction Caven pointed, he felt a sudden tightness in his scalp, and a chill seemed to run down his spine. Almost instinctively, Lin Ming said to Caven, "Quick, kill it, as soon as possible." If the insected creature merely possessed the ability to think, Lin Ming wouldn't be so panicked. According to the first generation, the Agri's abilities required a certain level of intelligence. A half-step understanding realm in Agri might manifest as an intelligence sufficient to understand the world, but in these insected creatures with virtually no strategy, it would at most bring their intelligence to the level of an ordinary person. Lin Ming had initially thought the same. But just now, Lin Ming and Caven clearly saw the purple insected creature intently squatting on the ground, dissecting the corpses of other insected creatures. He seemed particularly concerned with the heads of these insected corpses. The skull of the corpse he was working on was wide open, exposing a partially intact brain. The purple insected creature was rapidly and precisely dissecting the brain of its own kind piece by piece with the spikes on its hand. The movements resembled a neurosurgery procedure sped up several times over. The insectid's movements visibly increased in speed, from initial probing to almost blurring into a streak of motion. After dissecting one insectid, the purple insectid immediately stood up. Having thoroughly studied the brain structure, it gently poked the back of the head of a nearby insectid. The insectid, deflating like a punctured balloon, collapsed to the ground. Then, the purple insectid resumed its rapid dissection. This entire series of actions by the purple insectid was completed in just a few seconds. But when it began searching for its next kin, its purpose was different. It was searching purposefully. Among thousands of its kind, it was searching for the individual most suitable for its use. Chapter 425. For some reason, Lin Ning seemed to have a natural aversion to this purple insectoid. It was like someone who never eats cilantro discovering for the first time that cilantro ice cream actually exists. The purple insectoid, of course, didn't care whether others liked it or not. All it wanted to do now was create a tool for its own use. While the purple insectoid was focused on dissecting its own kind, Caven had already prepared to attack. Caven conjured a meter-long blood spike in its hand, aimed for a moment, and like throwing a javelin, raised the blood spike to your height with one hand, then began to lean back. If there had been time, Lin Ning would have loved to teach Caven the proper javelin running start. But as Caven shouted "Go!" and the blood spike was thrown, Lin Ning realized that Caven didn't need any running start at all. Blood spike named Judgment the moment Caven threw the blood spike. The shockwave from his powerful throw even blew a slick-back hairstyle onto Chi, who was standing nearby. Although this blood spike was a projectile, it was anything but agile. It didn't resemble a stealthy concealed weapon, rather, it was like a siege cannon firing directly at someone's face. The blood spike's effect was much as visually impressive. Those insectids caught in its path weren't pierced, but rather shattered. While Caven's technique surprised Lin Ning in both appearance and effect, in real combat, there's always a crucial factor that can't be fully controlled: luck. The purple insectoid was caught off guard by the attack, and Caven, naturally, wouldn't miss. If the attack had hit, the purple creature, already slender compared to the other insectids, would likely have instantly turned into a bloody mist. But the problem was that there were too many other insectids between Caven and the purple insectid. Among these insectids, there was one that was giving Caven a real headache. Caven watched helplessly as his blood spike flew to the side of one of the insectids, then, strangely, veered off course. Like a beam of light shining on a tilted mirror, the originally straight line suddenly gained an angle. The blood spike didn't stop after its trajectory shifted. It continued flying a considerable distance before crashing into a distant boulder with a thud. At this, the purple insectid suddenly realized its predicament. It raised its head, glanced at Lin Ming, and then at Caven. That single glance was enough for Lin Ming and Caven to realize their mistake. They suddenly discovered that they had been somewhat arrogant. They actually wanted to remain unharmed before facing the fourth one, but this insected creature had even awakened a long-dormant fear within them. All careful consideration could wait. Some injury was nothing. Even being half dead was nothing. The most urgent task was to nip this terrifying thing in the bud as quickly as possible. Because when Lin Ming and Caven met the purple insectid's gaze, They both noticed an expression that shouldn't have been on it: pity. It was a gaze that looked down upon inferior beings. What Lin Ming and Caven didn't expect was that the purple insectoid attacked first. The purple insectoid, seemingly aimlessly searching for its own kind to dissect, had actually already found its first tool. It swiftly raised its hand, and 5 spiked fingers simultaneously pierced the back of the head of an insectoid beside it. The insectoid it attacked first stiffened, then its hands instantly transformed into countless fine threads, beginning to move freely among the insectoids. After the battle with the twins, Lin Ming now felt a headache coming on at the sight of fine threads. The threads first found the insectoid that had caused Caven's blood spikes to deviate from their course. The threads precisely pierced the back of that insectoid's head, and then that insectoid quickly positioned itself between Caven and the purple insectoid. I see. Lin Ming cast various spells, clearing out the less aggressive insectoids as much as possible, while simultaneously trying to close the distance with the purple insectoid. He had realized this when he first saw the thin threads. They were less like silk and more like some kind of slender insect. That's right, parasites. The fox sparrow demon god's own abilities weren't particularly offensive. If he wanted to survive against Lin Ming and Caven, the best way was to control the other insectoids. But this hastily assembled army of several thousand demonic beings certainly wouldn't obey his commands. Therefore, the optimal solution was to turn the other insectoids into puppets he could manipulate at will. So, his first target was an insectoid possessing some kind of mind control ability. In fact, for a long time after that battle, Lin Ming would laugh at his own naivete. His thinking was too conventional, as rigid as a stubborn old man's unshaven goatee. He assumed the purple insectoid would continue controlling the mind-controlling nematode until it found a more suitable tool insectoid. But when he used his X-ray vision to look at the insectoid, he discovered that while the purple insectoid appeared motionless, controlling the nematode to create more puppets, it was doing something behind its back that sent chills down Lin Ming's spine. It was using its front to block Lin Ming and Caven's view, secretly performing surgery on itself. It controlled several thin threads of the nematode, and another long-legged insectoid resembling a centipede, which Lin Ming didn't know had separated from it, was currently dissecting its own brain, transplanting its entire brain tissue, along with half of its spine and some insectoid organs that Lin Ming couldn't identify, piece by piece, onto the nematode insectoid beside it. A creature, perhaps less than 10 minutes old, chose to abandon its physical body. A decision completely unexpected, yet undeniably logical. To maximize the nematode's abilities, the purple insectoid didn't opt for a brain transplant, but instead chose to sew itself into the nematode's body like a parasitic twin. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ming and Caven never ceased their attacks. The number of insectoids was indeed decreasing. But the battle itself made no real progress. Because their opponent, the purple insectoid who was nearing the completion of its brain transplant, was constantly filtering its puppets. Ultimately, 12 insectoids remained. These 12 insectoids possessed demonic abilities, 2 with high-temperature fire powers, 1 with low-temperature freezing powers, 2 with barrier powers, 2 with illusion powers, 1 with speed enhancement powers, 1 with strength enhancement powers, and a strange insectoid that stood motionless beside the threadworm, its abilities completely unknown to Lin Ming. Just when Lin Ming thought the final outcome would be 2 versus 12, the insectoid began its surgery again. This time, its purpose was more singular. It was attempting to stitch together 2 insectoids with different abilities. By this time, the purple insectoid's own brain transplant was complete, and it completely controlled the threadworm insectoid's body, its slender, tentacle-like limbs giving it a significant advantage in surgery. Under its increasingly rapid surgery, one strange, stitched-together monster after another was born. Not all the stitched-together insectoids were successful. Some died instantly upon being cut open, some lost their mobility after being stitched up, and some died because their bodies and abilities were incompatible, causing their abilities to counteract their own. Watching the insectoids being connected one after another with rough stitches, Lin Ming initially didn't understand what this insectoid was doing, because such crude stitching didn't significantly increase combat power. Instead, it was constantly depleting the insectoid's numbers. Lin Ming's confusion lasted only a moment. He immediately understood what his opponent was doing. It was playing. It was toying with the bodies of its kind while satisfying the desires that came with its intelligence. It wantonly cut and pieced together its kind like tattered dolls, simply out of curiosity, simply because it wanted to, simply because it was fun. Chapter 426. Lin Ming watched the insectoid man playing, his feelings quite complex. This insectoid man was indeed constantly consuming the numbers of his kind. The once dense, dark army of insectoids was now visibly dwindling. But at the same time, the Insected Man's playing technique was becoming increasingly sophisticated. It had gradually evolved from crude cutting and sewing to conscious assembly, like a child playing with building blocks, consciously creating unique shapes. In stark contrast to the Insected Man's carefree play, Lin Ming and Kevin, despite being able to see its location, couldn't break through. The 12 insected puppets, like a well-trained special forces unit, formed an impenetrable defense for the core leader. Seeing that he couldn't effectively attack the Insected Man for the time being, Lin Ming changed his strategy. He wanted to eliminate the remaining insected minions first. Kevin! Cover me! 3 minutes. Kevin, who was nearby, heard Lin Ming's request. Although he didn't know what Lin Ming wanted to do, since Mushroom was so firm, he must have his reasons. Kevin quickly moved closer to Lin Ming and heard Lin Ming mutter, "It's been so long, I wonder if I still remember." After saying this, Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to mutter something. About 10 seconds after Lin Ming closed his eyes, the insected leader in the distance already sensed something was wrong. Even if he wasn't a mage, he could see with the naked eye that Lin Ming's body was changing. His body gradually transformed into a translucent, fluorescent form, his hair turning pale blue, and sparks of electricity crackling around him. Looking at him, Kevin suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Back then, in the crystal mine, Lin Ming had fallen into a crystal pit and emerged in this very form. Lightning elemental form. That conflict in the crystal mine was Lin Ming's claim to fame as an elemental mage. And now, Lin Ming planned to use this form to unleash a skill he had learned long ago but never used, ancient magic. In truth, Lin Ming had never given up on researching ancient magic. Having personally experienced the terrifying power of ancient magic near Dongcheng, Lin Ming had always wanted to improve it. The effort Lin Ming had invested in ancient magic had actually yielded some results. He had successfully shortened the casting time of ancient magic. However, correspondingly, shortening the casting time required more elemental resources for activation. Lin Ming showed his research findings to Hyson, whose assessment was, "I don't think any human could control such a massive amount of elemental energy. And even if such an amount did exist, ancient magic wouldn't be necessary, ordinary hand seals would already be quite powerful." Lin Ming then asked, "What if you think the power isn't enough?" Lin Ming remembers Hazen's expression, "How much more power do you want? Do you want a spell to destroy a city? Just tell me if there's a way." "There is a way." "What method?" "You can compress the elements, that might further increase its power." Lin Ming sat on the ground, the sound of Kevin's blood blades slicing through things echoing in his ears. When Hyzen's words surfaced in his mind, he couldn't help but smile. Compressing elements. I thought that was unlikely back then, but now I can actually do it. A minute had passed, and layer upon layer of hand seals began to appear around Lin Ming. Ancient spells don't actually require many hand seals. The appearance of these seals was simply Lin Ming's personal habit. The spell Lin Ming was currently activating was the fastest ancient spell he could think of. If an ordinary mage wanted to cast this spell, it would require 2 days of continuous chanting. Lin Ming, relying on his immense control over elemental power, minimized the incantation portion of the spell, ultimately compressing the chanting time to 3 minutes. While the power was somewhat diminished, it still managed to recreate some of the grandeur of the ancient spell. The insected realized something was amiss and commanded 2 more insecteds, one enhanced with speed and the other with strength, to attack Lin Ming, attempting to interrupt the obviously unfavorable spell. However, Kevin wouldn't let him succeed. Even with the insected's onslaught like a storm, Kevin could still hold off the small Lin Ming. Just 2 minutes after Lin Ming closed his eyes, the ground beneath him transformed into a faint purple hue. Familiar fluorescent mushrooms sprouted from the ground, and the density of lightning element in the air was incredibly high. Kevin, merely standing beside Lin Ming, could already feel the lightning element grinding against his flesh like a file. 3 minutes later, Lin Ming opened his eyes. The crosshairs were still visible, but the rest of his eyes were completely blue. Lin Ming glanced at Kevin and pointed to the sky. Kevin understood immediately. With a flap of his wings, he instantly flew dozens of meters above the ground. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, like a refined statue flashing with lightning. The 2 pursuing insecteds, seeing Kevin escape to the sky, rushed to kill Lin Ming. Just as the incredibly fast insected reached him, Lin Ming raised his right hand, his thumb and middle finger lightly touching. A crisp crack of electricity rang out as the 2 fingers met. This was the improved ancient spell, Lightning Flash Lightning Domain Disintegration Boundless Realm. Kevin, in the sky, thought he was seeing things. Looking at the ground from the sky, it was as if he saw a purple starry sky. Centered on Lin Ming, within a radius of several hundred meters, purple light spots began to flash incessantly. The light spots vanished in an instant, and then, centered on each flashing light spot, all plants, insects, and corpses began to disintegrate. The way the insects disintegrated looked as if they had been devoured by countless purple insects, more like they were melted than torn apart. Vibration, tearing, pulverizing all forms. This was the true power of the lightning element. Lin Ming remained seated, quietly watching the spell's range expand. He wanted to know how the insectoid, whose ability was based on intelligence, would deal with this spell. The two insects that had initially interrupted Lin Ming had already been torn to shreds by the lightning element, leaving not a trace. The leader of the insectid seemed unfazed by this. Instead, it seemed, intrigued. The insectid didn't retreat after witnessing the power of the ancient spell. On the contrary, it commanded two more insectids to approach. These two insectids seemed to be barrier-type beings. They both tried to protect themselves with barriers, but failed. The ruthless lightning element didn't penetrate their barriers. The two insectids vanished instantly upon contact with the lightning. The insectid leader's hasty retreat only saved two isolated insectid heads. Although it had dealt with several insectids, the leader insectid continued to command the others to repeatedly try to approach Lin Ming's spell's range. Lin Ming was actually waiting. He was also gambling. He was gambling that the insectoid wouldn't retreat. The curiosity brought by its high intelligence would fascinate it with this wondrous spell. Then, this genius would discover a way to break the spell. Lin Ming was actually deliberately controlling the spell's spread speed. If he wanted, the spell could instantly cover the location of the insectid leader. But Lin Ming didn't do that. He was subtly luring the enemy deeper into his thoughts. He wanted the insectid to figure out the answer. Sure enough, the insectid soon discovered a way to deal with lightning, wind. The course on theoretical elemental science clearly states that wind can, to some extent, dispel lightning, but in actual combat, few people use wind magic to counter lightning magic. The reason for this is that the power of wind magic doesn't come directly from the wind element itself, but from the speed of its movement. Whether it's a wind blade or a large tornado, the amount of wind element in wind-based spells isn't high. Therefore, a large tornado can't blow away a lightning ball, but a stable mass of wind element can directly shatter a lightning ball. Wind and lightning are like two incompatible liquids, therefore, where there is wind, there will be no lightning. Even so, no one could use a wind shield to block lightning elemental attacks, because humans cannot stabilize wind elements. Wind elements are always in motion. Wind magic utilizes the destructive power generated by the high-speed movement of wind elements. The idea of stopping the wind in place is a ridiculous joke to human mages. But in reality, while humans cannot do this, the demon race can. Lin Ming had already discovered the insectoid that could gather and stabilize wind elements when the insectoid army appeared. This was a crucial move in his strategy. The insectoid seemed to have discovered, through repeated trial and error while directing their kind to charge into battle, that wind elements could temporarily block Lin Ming's spells, and then, among their remaining kin, found the one capable of controlling wind elements. Next, the insectoids retrieved the heads of the two insectoids capable of casting barriers, and sewed one of them into the back of the wind elemental insectoid. After some stitching, the two-in-one insectoid released a barrier wrapped in wind element. This time, Lin Ming's spell was truly blocked. The insectoid seemed overjoyed, repeatedly trying to use wind element to block the lightning, much like a child trying to divert mud into streams after a heavy rain. As the area of the wind element barrier released by the insectoid grew larger, knowing it could defend against lightning spells, the insectoid didn't retreat. Instead, it deployed its wind element barrier, allowing Lin Ming's lightning spells to surround it. Lin Ming's next move was a checkmate. He was an all-elemental mage. The interactions between elements were naturally second nature to him. But this insectoid lacked such knowledge. Similarly, the insectoid was unaware that Lin Ming possessed an ability beyond the ordinary, elemental transformation. Lin Ming's move was called fire. Fire borrows the power of wind. The true reason for this phenomenon in the elemental realm is that wind element is flammable. Although Lin Ming disliked fire, and fire magic would cause him some damage, he couldn't care less at this moment. Elemental conversion. Lin Ming's body instantly switched from purple to crimson, his fingertips turning like white-hot iron felt as he pointed to the location of the insectoid. Try this. Transfer to 17th Flame Demon Blazing Molten Hell Realm. Chapter 427 Extra Chapter 17 Flame Demons Blazing Molten Hell Realm. Lin Ming still didn't like fire magic. Every time he tried it before, he felt like he was about to be burned to ashes. Although his regeneration speed was now more than enough to support the consumption of mycelium by fire elements, it still felt uncomfortable. When the lightning instantly transformed into flames, both Caven in the sky and the insects on the ground were briefly stunned. The scene, in a word, was beautiful. It was as if countless flowers called flames instantly sprouted from soil called lightning. The switching between purple and red was like changing space itself. Even the first generation couldn't help but exclaim, "A magnificent sight." Although surprised by the power of Lin Ming's spell, Caven knew he had other things to do. Using fire magic for a long time was a bit too much for Lin Ming. Although he could switch elemental attributes again, it was clear that fire magic was the optimal solution at the moment. The wind elemental barrier that the insects had originally used to defend against the lightning domain had instead become excellent fuel. The barrier, which had been unbreakable just moments before, was now like burning cotton, allowing the fire to spread rapidly towards the insects. Through the billowing flames, Lin Ming saw the insect's expression. That expression made him quite uneasy. The insect showed no panic, no fear. What it displayed was an inexplicable, ecstatic joy. As if Lin Ming's magic had made it aware of the world's fascinating nature, the flames relentlessly devoured the remaining insects. The insect army had already suffered heavy losses in the lightning domain. Now that the lightning had transformed into fire, even fewer insects remained. But there were still exceptions. Some insects survived Lin Ming's sea of fire. And two of them. Lin Ming frowned. As he expected, the insects capable of withstanding such powerful magic were immediately recruited by their leader. Moreover, Lin Ming only then realized that this insect's method of commanding its other kin had evolved. Those insects, which originally required the connection of thread-like worms to the back of their heads for control, now, even without physical threads, the remaining few were completely obedient to their leader. Caven had actually discovered this earlier than Lin Ming, because while Lin Ming was closing his eyes to gather power, Caven had already noticed that severing the threads did not sever the connection between the leader and the puppets. Lin Ming watched from afar the two insects guided by the leader to his side for defense, wanting to understand how they had survived in this fire that could scorch the ground white. What he saw shocked him. One of the insects seemed to lack a physical form. It appeared similar to the ghost Lord Guthor, capable of transforming its body into an ethereal state unaffected by external forces, but it didn't seem to possess anything like Guthor. The other insect had deployed a protective space around its body. That space could interfere with the form of elements. All elements passing through that space were forcibly transformed into a gray, soil-like substance. Stabilizing unstable elements, huh? Lin Ming muttered to himself. Truly, there are all sorts of birds in a big forest. Thus, under Lin Ming's sea of fire, only 4 insects remained. One was a leader that had possessed the body of a nematode and evolved its own abilities. Another was a worm man capable of transforming its physical body into a spirit state. Another was a worm man capable of turning elements into dust. And then, Lin Ming looked at the remaining worm man, his unease growing. This worm man had been with the leader from the very beginning, completely close, like a follower. The problem was, this worm man had never made a move. From its appearance in the worm man army until now, it hadn't even moved much, merely looking around with a somewhat dim-witted expression. Its limbs appeared extremely thin, completely unlike anything he's seen before. The strangeness continued to grow, and Lin Ming's sea of fire wouldn't last much longer. Caven knew it was time for him to act. That worm man that could only transform into a spirit form. Caven knew it all too well. It could indeed temporarily conceal its physical body and enter a soul form, but to Caven, this soul form was like a soap bubble that burst easily. While the other one could block elemental magic, it likely couldn't withstand Caven's physical attacks. The Overmind worm currently had no means to stop Caven. The opportunity to end this battle in one strike was now. Caven took a deep breath high in the air and deployed a blood shield, like armor, around his body. Ranged attacks would be affected by the sea of fire, making a fatal blow difficult, so Caven would have to engage in close combat. This blood shield wasn't for defending against the insects, but rather for defending against Lin Ming's fire. Briefly traversing the sea of fire wouldn't kill him, but injury was inevitable, a fact Lin Ming knew. Therefore, seeing Caven trying to plunge into the fire, Lin Ming didn't reduce the intensity of the flames. Instead, he increased his output to restrict the Overmind worm's movements. Caven had everything prepared, and the first generation gave him one last piece of advice. Be quick. Quick. In Lin Ming's eyes, Caven's figure vanished instantly. Caven landed on the ground with a thud, less than 2 meters behind the brain worm. Caven didn't descend directly from the sky to attack the brain worm's head, because if his aerial attack was dodged, subsequent attacks would be much harder to execute flawlessly. Under the heat of Lin Ming's fire magic, low-altitude combat would become extremely difficult. The shockwave from Kaven's landing only caused the surrounding heatwave to tremble slightly, and then Kaven felt himself sizzling like a skewer of meat on an oven. Blood Needle Kaven flicked his wrist, and a sharp red needle shot out from his palm, aimed directly at the back of the worm's head. Kaven had already confirmed that the brain worm needed eyes to perceive. Therefore, a sneak attack was the best method. To Kaven's surprise, despite his incredibly fast needles, the brain chief worm easily dodged them with a slight sidestep. It was as if the worm had eyes in the back of its head. Strange. Kaven switched to his left hand and fired another needle, which the brain chief worm again nimbly dodged. I see. After 2 tests, Kaven understood the key to the problem. He clasped his hands together, and another needle shot straight at the brain chief worm. This needle was different from the previous 2. This time, the tip of the needle branched out into 2 long forks like a snake's tongue. As the 2 forks advanced through the flames, they emitted a buzzing vibration. The brain chief worm still tried to dodge, but the needle, which had been extending straight, suddenly changed direction, drawing an angle in the air, and heading straight for the insected creature that was still in its semi-transparent spirit form. Needle soul-rending serpent's tongue. The insected and spirit form initially didn't intend to dodge this strange attack, knowing that in its current form, all physical attacks were ineffective. It wasn't until the forked, blood-red needle pierced its chest that it realized its mistake. Kaven attacked the spirit form first because he guessed that this insected and spirit form possessed extremely strong reconnaissance abilities. He just went with the guess. And fortunately, he was right. This spirit form could indeed share its unobstructed field of vision with the Overmind insect. After Kaven dealt with the spirit insect, the Overmind insect had to turn around to confirm Kaven's location. At the same time, a massive number of fine lines suddenly emerged around the Overmind insect's body, these lines whipping towards Kaven like countless long whips. The Overmind insect had its eye on Kaven's physical body. Kaven's physical body was stronger than any other insected. Kaven faced 2 choices: dodge and regroup for an attack, or use the scythe he already gripped to instantly shred this troublesome creature into mincemeat, though the recovery time for that strike would be slow. In the end, Kaven chose the latter, because out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin Ming struggling to maintain his fire magic in the distance. A quick victory was better. Masano Ryu blood wind wall-shattering slash. Even the toughest insected couldn't withstand this strike. To destroy the leader insect's head, Kaven's slash was a vertical strike. Accompanied by the crisp, clean sound of the blade cutting through the air, Kaven's strike even temporarily cleaved a gap in the sea of fire before him. Kaven felt the solid sensation of slicing through the insected in his hand. Perhaps it was this sensation that momentarily relaxed him. This battle should be over. But the insected seemed to have targeted Kaven's momentary lapse in concentration. The instant Kaven's strike landed, a thin thread pierced his throat with a thud. This doesn't make sense. That was Kaven's first reaction. Then, with another thud, another thin thread pierced Kaven's body. When Kaven looked up in astonishment, he found an insectoid indeed split in 2 before him. But not the leader. It was the strange insectoid that the leader had always kept by its side. So that's it. Kaven didn't feel like he was under an illusion, and he couldn't have attacked the wrong person. There was only one possibility. This was the strange insectoid's ability. No wonder the leader had kept this strange creature by its side immediately. This insectoid being can transfer the fatal wound suffered by its master to itself. It is, in itself, an extra life. Chapter 428. Kaven. Lin Ming's mind was completely blank. He only saw Kaven's neck pierced, lifted up by the worm's numerous threads, like a prized prey. At the moment Kaven was struck, Lin Ming, distracted, dispelled the spell and rushed towards Kaven like a frightened animal. His emotions were too intense, he didn't even have time to think of a faster way to travel. Kaven, noticing the disappearance of the fire spell, glanced out of the corner of his eye at Lin Ming, who was gradually losing his human form due to anxiety and anger. Really, what's the panic? Kaven reached out and gripped the thin thread piercing his throat. That thread, from the moment it touched his body, began to explore his entire body in a very indiscriminate manner. The worm had its eye on Kaven's powerful physique, but it had also underestimated the true strength of Kaven's body. Kaven immediately tried to pull out the thin thread, but he quickly noticed it split and, like a worm, burrowed directly into his head. However, the threads paused noticeably after entering Kaven's head. This naive, inexperienced leader worm probably never imagined it would encounter such a bizarre event. Kaven, brainless. When Kaven first met Lin Ming, he was often told he was brainless. But Lin Ming's comment was merely an exaggeration. At this moment, Kaven was, in a practical sense, brainless. With his core as the foundation of his body, Kaven didn't actually need a brain at all. If we were to delve into the details, Kaven's brain functions through the combined action of his entire bloodstream. Even so, Kaven dared not engage the Overmind worm for long. Given the Overmind worm's intelligence, he feared his body's structure would be deciphered within seconds. And indeed, that was the case. Just 3 seconds later, the Overmind worm began to liquefy its threads, attempting to directly control Kaven's blood. Kaven knew this wasn't the time to pursue invulnerability, he needed an escape route. So, Kaven exploded with a poof right in front of the Overmind worm and Lin Ming. Lin Ming watched Kaven explode like a red firework not far away, and for some reason, he became calmer. Perhaps the second shock snapped him out of his daze. Lin Ming noticed that Kaven wasn't completely shattered into pieces. His broken body parts were all roughly the same size. And all the broken pieces, after hitting the ground, scurried towards Lin Ming like a swarm of red rats. This was the most likely way Calvin could think of to escape. He had 7 cores. When his throat was pierced, 1 core was too close to the thin wire and was affected. Now, scattered in the explosion, were his remaining 6 cores. Those 6 cores slowly transformed into 6 tiny figures. The hair of the fastest running figure glowed faintly. The first Avenger was likely inside that figure. The first Avenger ran the fastest not because he feared being controlled, but because he knew that if Calvin was truly controlled, he himself might be the last line of defense. Several small Kavens scurried to Lin Ming's side, then hid behind his legs, gesturing frantically towards the leader worm. Lin Ming, seeing that the Kavens were not in mortal danger, breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ming was curious why the Kavens on the ground weren't merging together. Even though they had lost a core, they shouldn't have lost their complete forms. Just as Lin Ming was still wondering, the first generation nimbly climbed up his legs and onto his shoulder. The first generation held Lin Ming's head, sighed, and said, "Thank goodness." Hearing the first generation speak, Lin Ming pointed to the other 5 Kavens rolling around on the ground and asked curiously, what happened to him? Why is he still in this state? Because of the poison. Poison? Yes, before the Kavens split, that worm man put live poison inside their bodies. Live poison. That's a parasite. Lin Ming glanced down at the various expressions on the faces of the little Calvins. So they can't merge because they don't know whose body the parasite is in? No, they can't merge because each of their clones contains a part of the parasite. This was a solution Calvin came up with in desperation. The parasite is currently divided into 6 parts, and each clone is using its own part to suppress the activity of the others. If they were to merge rashly, the parasite might revert to its original state, and it would be uncertain whether Calvin could still suppress it then. I see. After hearing the first generation's explanation, Lin Ming finally understood the current situation. Then, if we get rid of this insected, will the parasite also lose its activity? I think so, and besides, you probably won't need to lift a finger anymore. Huh? Why? Look over there. Lin Ming followed the first generation's finger and looked at the location of the chief worm. The chief worm was currently engrossed in studying the core left behind by Kaven. Kaven's core was a beautiful red. But now, the core seemed to have been contaminated, turning brown. The first generation was waiting. The first generation's existence was originally insignificant in this battle, but now, as the progenitor of the Nightborn race, he possessed abilities the chief worm could never have imagined. Kaven's core was being continuously analyzed and modified by the chief worm. It was clear that it still cared about Kaven's body, and was trying its best to replicate Kaven using that fragment. But in the end, the core, without the control of the original body, still couldn't form a clear humanoid shape. The core's final form resembled a clay monster sculpted by an elementary school student in an art class, its limbs disproportionate, its right hand significantly longer than its left, and its head tilted to one side. Lin Ming and the first generation watched the controlled Kaven clone. Suddenly, the clone raised its hand, and a bloodthorn needle, like a javelin, appeared in its grasp. Mushroom, block it. Huh? Block? Lin Ming, hearing the first generation's words, was about to ask, but the bloodthorn needle had already shot towards them like a siege crossbow with a whooshing sound. Ice Shield Mirror Forest Steel. Lin Ming raised his hand and cast an ice spell. Several massive ice walls, each over a meter thick, stood before them. After shattering 4 or 5 ice walls, Kaven's bloodthorn needle finally lost its power, turning into a pool of blood. Upon seeing this, the first generation's tone suddenly became very relaxed. I see, the core still retains the memory of the techniques. That makes things easier. I just wonder if I can use soul skills. The first generation's mutterings were only halfway through, when he saw the clone controlled by the chief worm conjure a crooked scythe from its blood. This was the weapon Caven was most familiar with. The first generation looked at the scythe, a smile appearing on its lips. Before the chief worm could give any orders to the clone, the first generation spoke first. He pointed at the chief worm and softly uttered, "Slash." To Lin Ming, the word sounded like a jumble of different voices, as if they were being uttered in a chorus-like tone, a brief command. As the first generation uttered the word slash, the clone suddenly seemed to awaken, swinging its scythe and unleashing a swift slash at the chief worm. Everyone present, except for the first generation, even Lin Ming and the 5 smaller cavens on the ground, were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Yes! Lin Ming suddenly understood how terribly the insectoid had misjudged Caven's attempt to control him. The little figure on his shoulder, even as a remnant soul, even having lost almost all its power, was still the first generation. The very essence of Caven's body. The first generation possessed absolute control over all his offspring, because they were all, in essence, a part of himself. The first generation had never used this tyrannical power, simply because he wanted to grant his offspring the right to freedom. But that didn't mean he couldn't. Looking at the insectoid, whose body had been severed by a single scythe, and who was being repeatedly stabbed in astonishment, the first generation calmly said, "Trying to manipulate Yisheng's body with some strange and ingenious techniques in front of me, you probably don't realize just how stupid you are." Chapter 429. This duel ended in an unexpected way. The first generation used his power, as the ancestor of Nightborn, to order the controlled Caven to chop the chief worm into mincemeat. Then, Lin Ming, still not entirely satisfied, set the mincemeat on fire. Amidst the aroma of burning meat, Lin Ming and Caven rested briefly. With the chief worm dead, the poison in Caven's body lost its effect. He reassembled all his cores into a complete body. Because he was missing a core, Caven was slightly shorter than before. Lin Ming released several mycelial clones to clear away the remaining insectoids on the battlefield. After this battle, the area within several miles had been completely transformed, littered with corpses and scorched earth. Lin Ming and Caven sat upright in the middle of the battlefield, like 2 blood-soaked demons. Caven, sitting on the rock, politely declined Lin Ming's request to compare heights, and began discussing serious matters. Next, they would likely confront the 4th one to settle this conflict. However, before that, Caven unusually requested a pre-battle meeting. While adjusting his physical condition and attempting to regenerate a core, Caven checked the battle situation with Lin Ming. The 4th one should know our situation by now, right? I think he does. Then why doesn't he take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate us both? This is the first real injury we suffered so far. Is your mycelium damaged too? Yes, that level of fire magic took a lot of damage. I lost about 1/5. The cost is greater than I imagined. Yeah, it seems I'm inherently incompatible with fire magic. Next time I encounter this situation, I have to think of another way. We're not far from the ancient city we visited last time. Caven? Lin Ming waved his hand in front of Caven, noticing Caven staring blankly at a pile of insected corpses. What are you thinking about? Is something wrong? There is something. Caven pointed to the corpses on the ground. Look at their appearance. Lin Ming followed Caven's finger, and saw several insectoids that still had intact bodies. Those insectoids still looked ugly, neither human nor insect. Everything about them felt incongruous. Aren't they still as ugly as ever? Indeed, but the problem isn't ugliness, it's their appearance. You mean their appearance? Lin Ming leaned closer to the insectoids and examined them for a long time, but couldn't see anything unusual. Had their appearances changed? Of course not. Then what are you showing me? The fact that their appearances haven't changed is the biggest problem. I don't understand. No. Lin Ming understood. The 4th creator's true purpose in creating these insectoids was to seize human souls, transforming them into nutrients for the spiders, and then allowing the spiders to replace humans as the rulers of the world. But the insectoids before them still appeared neither human nor insect. Lin Ming stroked his chin, turning to ask Caven, could it be that their souls are also in a mixed state? Caven nodded. In Caven's eyes, the souls of these insectoids weren't just mixed, but ugly. Like deformed embryos, they were filled with morbidity. Lin Ming glanced at the location of the ancient city, remained silent for a long time, and then offered his hypothesis. In other words, these insectoids are actually just experimental subjects. The spider hates the human part of itself, and the 4th, being a spider, wouldn't allow the spider to remain in such an ugly state. If that's the case, neither he nor Caven had actually seen the true form of the new era spider. Here. Do you think the 4th can create a complete spider now? A spider completely unrelated to human souls? Yes, a spider completely unrelated to human souls. Chi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I think it's difficult, because he himself isn't a complete spider. If he could really do that, the first thing he would do would be to. Chi stopped abruptly, his eyes fixed on the location of the ancient city. Chi was right. If the fourth person possessed the ability to create a fully formed spider, the first thing they would do was purify themselves. They would transform themselves from a hybrid of human and spider, a deformed offspring, into the proper form of a spider. Lin Ning originally wanted to ask more questions, but he suddenly noticed that Chi was trembling. An extremely unfamiliar aura emanated from the direction of the ancient city. As someone who could see elements, world threads, and even assimilate with the primordial elements, there shouldn't be anything in this world that would feel unfamiliar to Lin Ning. But it appeared. It was a presence Lin Ning had never experienced before. It wasn't human, nor a demon god, nor the spiders he knew of before. Chi stared blankly in that direction. After a few seconds, he suddenly looked up, searching the sky above. Then Chi's gaze, as if nailed to a spot, locked onto the northwest. Lin Ning looked at Chi and curiously looked up at that location as well. Ah, it was the moon. It was dusk, so the sun and moon shining together wasn't surprising. Lin Ning had just turned his head, when he saw Caven looking in another direction. There, too, was a moon. Now, there was one sun and two moons in the sky. She looked at the moon and murmured, a secondary moon. The spider's locator. Lin Ning had no time to ask Chi what this locator meant. He was gripping his staff, his eyes fixed on the location of the ancient city. There, something seemed about to burst from the ground. At the same time, a constant hissing sound, like white noise, began to fill Lin Ning's ears. Lin Ning felt like a receiver with a signal being jammed. After a while, he discerned a sentence through the noise, success. The fourth one had finally completed this form. A spider body without any human soul. This was originally an impossible task, because in the primordial era, the souls of all spiders were turbid. Moreover, once a spider's soul decomposes, it cannot be reformed, which almost certainly meant that a pure spider's soul no longer existed. However, the fourth individual, through his ability to devour, possessed the supernatural powers of nearly 1,000 demon gods. Furthermore, as a former member of the Council of Elders, he held almost complete control over all research findings and intelligence in the world. Therefore, what ultimately helped the fourth individual obtain the spider soul was humanity's most prized academic research. In this research, the fourth individual also referenced many of the achievements of the spider named Hua. Dong Chung did indeed conceal Hua's research and leaked it to the National Council. Hua, through an extremely complex method, completed his human portion, which seemed utterly foolish to the fourth individual. But Hua's technology could fulfill his vision. Hua used human souls as a source to complete his human portion. In other words, if he used spider souls, he could obtain a complete spider soul. However, spider souls are incompatible and difficult to use as raw materials. Ironically, it was the second individual, devoured by Yuan Ishu, who helped the fourth individual overcome this bottleneck. The second individual had once been obsessed with controlling others with his own consciousness, and for this purpose, he had designed a research draft to unite numerous souls under a single consciousness. However, the second researcher deemed this design obsolete, and casually tossed it to other researchers at the National Academy of Sciences. The second researcher didn't realize at the time that uniting multiple souls under a single consciousness was itself the first step in soul fusion. The fourth researcher, building upon his obsolete draft, gradually deduced a method to fuse the spider's soul. He needed to kill individuals with mixed souls, then separate the spider's soul from the humans, unite the spider's soul under a single consciousness, and after they had fused to a certain degree, transfer them to a stable container. There are three main challenges in this process. First, how to obtain a sufficient number of spider souls. Spiders that have already transformed into insects in this world originally lack usable souls, but the insectids do. For the fourth lord, the insectids are less weapons and more like incubators. The spider souls gradually develop within these insectids, eventually acquiring usable value. Lin Ning and his group probably never imagined that the reason human settlements haven't been completely conquered by the insectids is actually because the fourth lord himself is constantly depleting their numbers. Second, how to separate the human and spider souls. This problem was solved after the foundation of the human lord was destroyed. What was once an unsolvable problem became easily achievable. The human soul now naturally disintegrates, transforming into other substances. What remains is the spider's portion. Third, how to ensure that the soul doesn't dissipate after an individual dies. The fourth person initially intended to be used was the Ghost Lord, Gusar, but later, he discovered a better alternative. That was the yet-to-awaken Dear Lord Perrin. His ability was between souls, capable of creating a space that prevents souls from dissipating. Within this space, only the destruction of the body occurs, not the death of the soul. Everything was going so smoothly. As if divine intervention. Perhaps the world was welcoming the spider's return. Chapter 430. The moment Lin Ming saw the fully formed spider, he felt his hair almost stand on end. That was probably an instinct. Although the fourth one was currently standing before Lin Ming in its pure spider form, Lin Ming couldn't make out its appearance. What came into Lin Ming's view was an object over 10 meters tall, constantly changing. The object seemed to be still hesitating about its specific design, its body details constantly shifting in shape. The only constant was its night-like color, a mixture of black and blue, and its 8 limbs standing on the ground like slender weapons. Lin Ming looked at the fourth one, and rather stubbornly observed it again. His eyes could see elements clearly, but even now, he still couldn't confirm the spider's form. On those limbs, Lin Ming would occasionally see the organ of eyes flash by, and in the center of the limbs, where the spider's torso should have been, there was only a cloud of black mist. The familiar black mist. When he first met Qi also had spider-like limbs composed of black mist behind him. Joy. Lin Ming heard the fourth voice, but it wasn't heard through his ears. Rather, the fourth voice forcefully forced its way into his brain, like a madman barging into a dwelling. The fourth voice sounded like it was being interfered with by some kind of signal, with some hissing and crackling noise mixed in. I can't feel any joy at all. Lin Ming looked at the fourth. He could understand the fourth's feelings of having accomplished something great, but for him, and for humanity, the fourth's completion of this form meant that humanity's chances of winning were beginning to plummet. Because the information available about the fully formed spider is 0. Abilities, unknown. Weaknesses, unknown. Will spells work? Can the mycelium decompose that body whose form is even uncertain? What about its soul? Can Caven capture its soul? Just as Lin Ming was still simulating the battle in his mind, the fourth entity suddenly moved. Lin Ming couldn't distinguish where the head was on that body, but analyzing the feeling from those 8 limbs, the fourth entity seemed to have turned around and walked away from Lin Ming. That feeling wasn't desertion. It was disdain for fighting. Hey! Lin Ming shouted at the incomprehensible thing. The fourth entity stopped in response. After a few seconds, the voice mixed with noise rang in Lin Ming's mind again. It's a dead end, Lord of the Mycelium. If you were without limitations, you might still have the ability to reduce me to 0. But the problem lies with this uninvited guest who trapped you. The uninvited guest who trapped you. This refers to Lin Ming, who has controlled Ershram. Didn't you distribute your mycelium almost all over the world? Then feel it, the current gender of this world. Gender. The fourth person wasn't referring to male or female gender, but rather the difference in sexuality. Lin Ming closed his eyes with some skepticism, temporarily connecting with his mycelium distributed throughout the world. The instant the mycelium connected, Lin Ming understood what the fourth person meant by dead end. He also understood why the fourth person had gone to such lengths to restore the pure spider body, and why the spider had established a powerful and all-encompassing national government. This world is actually filled with backups of spiders. The fourth, or rather the Council of Elders, has always seemed prepared, leaving behind fragments of bodies throughout the world capable of resonating with the pure souls of spiders. Once a spider regains its pure soul, these fragments will be activated simultaneously, waiting to become vessels for the next pure spider soul. In other words, the current fourth cannot be truly killed. Isn't it amazing? The fourth's tone seemed somewhat boastful. Why did the primordial humans ultimately choose to transform us instead of destroying us? Was it because that primordial human didn't want to kill? Of course not. It was because the primordial humans couldn't. The reason spiders were so troublesome for the primordial humans was ultimately because the spider's soul and body weren't completely connected. The communication of consciousness and the fusion of bodies both stem from this characteristic. Spiders uncorrupted by human souls can transfer their souls between bodies of their own kind. For them, this was effortless. Swapping bodies between souls was as commonplace as a neighbor's visit. Therefore, as long as enough body backups remained, a spider could never be completely killed, or even sealed away. The primal humans noticed this, and thus locked this ability through soul modification. Now, the problem that once faced the primal humans is now facing Lin Ming again. This is precisely the dead end the fourth one spoke of. Ershram actually has the ability to end everything. Now that his mycelium is spread throughout the world, he only needs to decompose all the spider backups to defeat the fourth one. But the consequences of doing so are predictable. The world would descend into chaos. Eshram would dissolve almost all life in the world, just as the fourth one said, reducing everything to zero. Eshram could do this, but Lin Ming could not. Because Lin Ming's initial motivation for opposing the fourth one was to protect the world. The paradox of the way to save the world is to destroy it is worthless to Eshram, but to Lin Ming, it is a solid lock. That's why the fourth one said that Lin Ming had trapped Eshram. Let me teach you some good knowledge, outsider. The fourth one seemed to suddenly remember something, stopping in his tracks. The Eshram has existed far longer than spiders and primordial humans. It existed before the current rulers stabilized this world. What do you think its purpose is? Even if it evolved into something harmless, like a mushroom, it can't completely conceal its characteristics, can it? It is the node of the cycle, the wielder of destruction, the grim reaper who reduces everything to nothingness, the corrector of error. The world doesn't exist only once. Then who destroyed all the worlds that existed before? Lin Ming looked at the fourth person and blinked. You talk too much nonsense. Chapter 431. According to the fourth one, this world has actually been rebooted many times. Presumably, each time a problem arises, Ashram is used to reset it to zero. Lin Ming himself had some idea of this. Although the details were still unclear, Lin Ming was well aware of what Ashram meant to the world. Moreover, Lin Ming also discovered some blind spots in the fourth one's words. Lin Ming raised his hands, simultaneously summoning two red hand seals at his feet and above his head. The fourth one's body visibly paused upon seeing these two hand seals. Lin Ming didn't think spiders had any special body language. These were probably habits the fourth one had developed over many years as a human. These two red hand seals were fire spells. As a former top researcher, the fourth one naturally recognized those two spells. If Lin Ming were to activate these two fire spells at this moment, he would be engulfed by an extremely high-temperature flame. In the fourth one's eyes, Lin Ming wanted to commit suicide. This level of fire naturally couldn't completely destroy the lord of the bacteria, but if the lord's physical form was severely damaged, Eshram would inevitably intervene. Lin Ming wanted to tell the fourth person that he could forcibly awaken Eshram in this way. The fourth person was quite disdainful of his actions. You dare not, because it's pointless. Yes, pointless, but I discovered that you spiders will never truly understand humans. Lin Ming pointed to the seal above his head. Humans aren't so kind. You want to use the destruction of the world to restrain me, and then use me to restrain Eshram, but humans, when driven to desperation, would rather choose a lose-lose situation than let their opponent win alone. The fourth one was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. The fourth one moved its 8 limbs, took a few steps towards Lin Ming, and then began to tap the ground with one leg. Lin Ming and Qi didn't react much to the tapping, but Kaven instantly entered battle mode. It's a soul. He's gathering the souls of the demonic beings that had just dissipated. Dissipated souls? That's right. Although I don't know how he did it. This kind of thing can already be called. Called? Kaven didn't say the word. But Lin Ming had already guessed. This kind of thing could already be called resurrection. This wasn't a spider's ability. Spiders didn't possess this kind of miraculous ability. This ability to stabilize souls and recombine them was something the fourth one accidentally mastered while seeking its complete spider soul. As the previously scattered souls reappeared, the fourth figure slowly spoke. I considered many options for dealing with you, this anomaly. Of all them, keeping you as Eshram's restraint is the simplest and most effective. But since you rejected my idea, I have a less than perfect backup plan. The fourth figure's leg, which was pounding the ground, stopped, and then a sentence that sent chills down Lin Ming's spine echoed in his mind. I will defeat you and devour you, and then I will take your place as Eshram's new restraint. Lin Ming feared this statement, because it seemed truly feasible. Although Eshram was content to sleep under Lin Ming's restraint, did Eshram truly have any dependence on Lin Ming? Lin Ming didn't think so. Eshram was simply tired of destruction. He just wanted a peaceful space, nothing more. Compared to the current world, which was the new world of spiders that the fourth entity was about to create, the one that would bring Eshram more peace, Lin Ming dared not draw a conclusion. If Lin Ming and the fourth entity were to actually persuade Eshram, Lin Ming didn't think he would win. For a being like Eshram, what was irreplaceable about the current world? Bonds? Creativity? Knowledge? Human achievements? These were things that Lin Ming cared about, but for Eshram, they were nothing more than ordinary scenery, like leaves rustling in the wind. Lin Ming could, of course, gamble. He could gamble that Eshram resided in Lin Ming's body because he liked this world, because he liked Lin Ming, but Lin Ming wasn't that narcissistic. Logically, he couldn't convince himself to believe it. While Lin Ming was still wavering, the fourth entity had already reassembled the scattered insected soul. That was the insectoid army that Lin Ming and Caven had barely managed to deal with after their combined efforts. The only thing that gave Lin Ming a sense of advantage was that the number of insectoids had significantly decreased. This meant that while the fourth one could gather soul fragments, there were still losses in the process, making it impossible to infinitely reset the insectoid army. Even so, Lin Ming still felt an unprecedented sense of despair. The fourth one had practically laid out his entire strategy, and even with everything out in the open, Lin Ming still felt no chance of victory whatsoever. "Hey!" Caven suddenly called out to Lin Ming. "Look, the colors are different." Lin Ming followed Caven's finger, and saw that, as Caven said, the insectoids were now all a uniform blackish blue, almost identical to the fourth one. Caven stroked his chin and analyzed with Lin Ming. "You mean, he only summoned these insectoids, which means his main body doesn't have much attack power?" "Ah, that should be it. And he only summoned these. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have any other forces nearby?" Strangely enough, after Caven's question, Lin Ming suddenly felt his previously extremely anxious emotions calm down. Seeing him finally begin to calmly observe the battle, a smile appeared on Caven's face. "Mushroom strategist, is there any chance of winning?" "No, but I'm thinking." "Oh ho, I don't have time to keep thinking for you. What should we do now?" Lin Ming glanced at the insectoids. Their color matched the fourth one's, and they weren't randomly unleashing their demonic abilities like before. This meant that the fourth one was currently directly commanding them. Although he couldn't be certain if the fourth one's true form had other attack methods, he could only formulate a strategy based on Caven's earlier deduction. Seeing that Lin Ming seemed to have made up his mind, Caven asked curiously, "What should we do? Fight again?" "No, I need time to think and gather intelligence." "Then I buy you time?" "No, they might be stronger under unified command." "I can't risk you." "Then what should we do?" Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then reached for his staff. "I should call for help. I also have some information to gather." Lin Ming was very glad he had left the teleportation array on his staff until now. The support from other humans was secondary to Lin Ming. What Lin Ming needs now is a think tank. So, it's time to call in people. Chapter 432. Lin Ming, holding the staff made for him by Hyson and Ellie, looked at the hand seals created by Nachi with all his knowledge. To unify the casting times across the world, Lin Ming instantly transformed his mycelium into a bright yellow. Because this preparatory tactic had been mentioned in the previous War Council, each faction had specifically assigned personnel to observe the mycelium. However, in reality, there was no need to specifically observe the state of the mycelium. The moment Lin Ming changed color, the entire world turned a bright yellow. Even in the water, this was no exception. The mycelium at the bottom of the water caused a difference in the color of the water. The entire world seemed to be illuminated like a golden light bulb. After Lin Ming issued the command, he clearly felt the hand seals on the staff resonate. It was time. Behold my great teammate summoning spell. Old Seal Link Reversal Multiple Coordinate Teleportation Array Migration Secret Technique Boundless Wandering. Lin Ming raised his staff high. 1, 2. I stab. As Lin Ming's staff slammed into the ground, a massive seal, seemingly endless, rose from the earth. The next second, the seal began to shrink inch by inch, as if gathering energy, finally stabilizing at a size of about 100 meters. Then, accompanied by a slight spatial tremor, a series of figures appeared in Lin Ming's eyes. Among these people, some he recognized, and some he had never seen before. Don't push, take care of the elderly." This was Fang Xianzheng. "Oh, isn't this the king? Long time no see, long time no see." He didn't recognize this one. "Lin Ming, why does this place smell burnt?" "This is Si Ming." "Open fire." "Fight." "Fight who?" "I don't recognize this one either." "Is that a spider over there?" "This thing doesn't look edible." "This is a chi." "I know you're growing, but you can't eat everything." Lin Ming looked around the crowd, and suddenly saw a figure he never seen before, staggering towards him. The others, seeing this person's appearance, suddenly stopped their chatter. This person was clearly very weak. Her body was so thin it looked like only a skeleton remained. She appeared to be a young person, but her shoulder-length hair was completely white. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, lifting the white cloak she was wearing. Under the cloak hung various life support devices. The others watched this person silently, because they knew that this teleportation was a matter of life and death for humanity. The one being sent must be top-tier combat power. There must be a reason why such a person would be here. The person walked up to Lin Ming, and suddenly smiled incredibly brightly. Finally, I seen the real you, Linning. You are? Just as the frail woman was smilingly preparing to introduce herself, a black spike whistled through the air from the fourth direction. The spike had only traveled halfway when it suddenly seemed to be caught by something, making a creaking sound, and then bounced away with a ding. A man with a mustache in the crowd smugly wagged his finger. Flying devices are forbidden here, you eight-legged darling. The teleportation array brought nearly 100 people. But the fourth person reacted so strongly to this one, which made the others realize this person was special. The weak woman turned to look at the fourth person. Yo, boss, long time no see. Surprised? I'm still alive. After greeting the fourth person, she revealed her identity to Lin Ming. Former special researcher of the National Academy of Governance, former head of the research project on the Lord of Aliens. The School of Reason, lineage number 003, successor to the predecessor, Kinnaland. You can call me Anna. Oh, by the way, my train of thought might be a little unfocused. I can't force my consciousness, so to save time, I can only rely on your verbal guidance. Anna. The School of Reason. Oh, the one who spoke to me at the World Conference. No, that wasn't me, that was my junior. Wilhelm found me an hour ago, and gave me a teleportation sign. Oh right, Wilhelm asked me to pass on a message. Anna cleared her throat. In terms of combat strength, I don't think that's the most crucial factor. If we could defeat an opponent through brute force, we wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. So I found someone who probably knows you best in the world, hoping they can help you. Anna seemed to be trying to imitate Wilhelm's manner of speaking, but her imitation was rather off. After saying this, Anna sat down on the ground, looking exhausted. At the same time, the fourth-ranked insected army launched an attack instantly. The previously noisy and laughing crowd instantly formed formations based on their tactical attributes: defense, main attack, range support, guerrilla breakthrough. The formation arranged by humanity's strongest combat force was tactically centered on protecting Lin Ming and Anna. The force actions just now clearly showed that he was wary of Anna. Anna might possess crucial clues to winning this battle. Kevin observed the battle for a while before setting off to assist, while she remained with Lin Ming as a last resort escape strategy. Anna looked at Lin Ming, her eyes filled with relief. You might not know, but you were valued by the National Council because of me. I discovered your existence and personally classified you as the highest threat level. I'm truly honored by your high regard. Back then, I thought your threat was world-ending. But now? Anna glanced at the battlefield. Now, I'm the one helping you find a way to save humanity. It's quite interesting, really good. I wish I could live a few more days. Be careful with the topic, or I ramble on. Tell me, what's your problem? Lin Ming described the force backup issue as concisely as possible. So, to defeat the fourth one, the only option is to destroy the world? Yes. I really came to the right place. How did that Wilhelm know so many secrets? Anna then explained the backup principle of the fourth one to Lin Ming in great detail, even pointing out the general body structure of the spider. Lin Ming understood why Wilhelm had brought in such a person. She not only understood the lore of the alien fungi, but she also had an extremely deep understanding of spiders. Anna pointed to her own body. I became like this because of my research on spiders. The elders thought they had completely killed me, but I still won by a hair's breadth. The righteous school was very wise not to hand over all the technology to the National Council. Although Lin Ming was curious about Anna's physical condition, time was of the essence, and he didn't want to create unnecessary conversation. However, based solely on his intuition, Lin Ming had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Anna was dead. What stood before him now was merely a thinking corpse. Anna kept emphasizing that she couldn't force her own consciousness. In other words, thoughts of forcing herself to get down to business or be concise and save time were ignored in her mind. This was probably a side effect of Anna's resurrection. After talking for a while, Lin Ming figured out how to communicate with Anna. She would only say what she wanted to say at that moment, so he should ask more questions and avoid ambiguous small talk and digressions. Lin Ming obtained extremely valuable information from Anna. The pure body spider's physical structure was called the primal elemental linkage. The spider's backup also had this structure. This structure has almost never appeared since the spider's soul was modified. The Orthodox school hypothesized this elemental structure based on theoretical elemental theory. There are only two ways to destroy this structure. First, the spider's soul must actively agree to disintegrate, thus severing the connection of the primordial element. Second, the frequency of the primordial element must be disrupted, causing it to transform into other elements. The second method sounds feasible, But Anna's next words left Lin Ning stunned. It's not as simple as you think. The primordial element is the source of the world, inclined to change. But after the world stabilized, the primordial element also changed. You yourself can't use the primordial element to create other elements, right? Lin Ming nodded. He indeed couldn't. His primordial element could influence other elements, but it couldn't create them. The primordial element is like a lively, even somewhat irritable, child who has found a lullaby that brings them unparalleled peace. Through a long process of change and exhaustive exploration, the primordial element found a narrow but stable frequency, and since then, it has become the most stable form of all elements. Anna spoke while constantly adjusting the various data on her life support devices to allow herself to move a little longer. The primordial element is indestructible not because it is hard, but because all the primordial elements in the world resonate at a stable frequency. They appear scattered, but are essentially a complete entity. You cannot influence a single primordial element individual. This is also why the spider soul can replace its backup at any time. They are essentially highly compatible with the stable frequency of the primordial element. In other words, to transform the frequency of the primordial element means, yes, you would have to simultaneously change the frequency of all the primordial elements in the world, which means annihilating all the primordial elements in the world, possibly including yourself, who is highly assimilated to the primordial element. Chapter 433. Lin Ning pondered Anna's words for a moment. They made sense. Lin Ning himself had long since become a variant of some kind of primordial element. While he and the spider weren't exactly the same, they were inextricably linked. However, sacrificing oneself to save all of humanity wasn't something Lin Ning considered. Wait. Lin Ning seemed to have discovered a blind spot. According to you, the fourth backup is a primordial element link. That's right. Then, what about me? Lin Ning pointed to himself. Since the spider backup was a primordial element, and Lin Ning himself was also a primordial element in some sense, did that mean he himself was also one of the fourth backups? Anna thought for a moment and nodded. Although I don't know your specific structure, I think you're right. In the eyes of the fourth, you should also be considered one of the backups, and, based on my guess, you might be the most valuable backup. That was roughly all the information he had. What remained before Lin Ning was a paradox. Saving the world meant mutual destruction. Not just his own, and the fourth one's mutual destruction, but potentially the entire world's demise. Rather than Lin Ning's current predicament, it was more accurate to say that the fourth one had planned from the beginning to use the world as a hostage to blackmail him. Lin Ning's gaze drifted into the distance. Qi darted across the ground like a swallow skimming the horizon. Lin Ning could only catch fleeting glimpses of her form. Looking at Qi, Lin Ning suddenly recalled their first meeting. The grasslands, the old man, the soul banner, and the leaping ox. And then there's Arns. Recalling that memory naturally brought Arns and the prophecy to mind. Although Lin Ning had never considered the prophecy to be anything predetermined, it suddenly opened up a new perspective for him. In Arns' prophecy, he himself didn't encounter any misfortune, it was just that the world seemed to be doomed. Speaking of which, I think there's an idea. Anna seemed to have a sudden inspiration, pointing to the fourth person. I just said that the primordial element only became stable after finding a stable frequency, right? Yes. But there's more than one stable frequency. You mean, if I can find a stable frequency different from the spiders, I can destroy all the spiders' backups while protecting myself? That's right, and probably only you can do that. But didn't the primordial element spend an extremely long time accidentally finding its stable frequency? Who do you think you're facing? I'm a genius in theoretical elemental science. Even within the orthodox school, I'm the best candidate for the continuation of the tradition. Saying this, Anna puffed out her chest with considerable pride, but after a few seconds, she slumped back down due to exhaustion. Listen, Mushroom Boy, so-called theoretical elemental science is an almost illusory discipline. Almost all of our theories come from deductions based on rules, especially regarding the initial element. Our deductions about the initial element are basically derived from the reverse deduction of the properties of other elements. I heard that your eyes can see specific elements, which should make things much easier. Anna drew a triangle on the ground with her finger. Water between thunder and wind. That's another stable frequency of the primordial element that humans can deduce. Lin Ning was completely baffled. Water between thunder and wind. This description was both concrete and abstract. Just as Lin Ning was about to press further, Qi suddenly stopped in front of him with a gust of wind. I said, you have to help, otherwise we won't win. Anna nodded to Lin Ning upon hearing Qi's words. Go ahead, I told you almost everything I can. Don't worry too much about me. I just rest here. After saying this, Anna slowly lowered her head, closed her eyes, and only the ticking of her life support device remained. Although Anna said this, Lin Ming still left a few defensive hand seals before turning and joining the battle. Leaving behind were only Anna and Qi. Qi wanted to follow Lin Ming, but just as she was about to slip into the space, Anna, head down and eyes closed, asked Qi a question as if in a dream. What exactly are you planning? The observer? Qi was stunned for a moment upon hearing this question, then turned back, staring at Anna with her two dark eyes. I'm the one who wants to ask. What exactly are you? Me? Just a creation of humanity, like a carriage without horses, a lamp without fire, only a more convenient tool, except I've been broken for a long time. Then why are you questioning me? Not questioning, We're just curious, as the observer, what moment do you intend to observe? And although you always believed in Lin Ming, after understanding all the information, do you think he can still do it? Qi pondered for a moment, his dark eyes slowly closing, and then slowly opening again, as if refreshing his thoughts. No, he can't do it. Anna seemed to have guessed Qi's answer. That's true, it seems like a complete dead end. Only he himself can't do it, but I will do what I must do. Anna fell silent. The two were silent for a moment. Qi silently stepped into his own space. Anna's head remained bowed, exactly the same posture as when Lin Ming left, as if the conversation hadn't been spoken by her, but rather possessed by something else. And Qi, as if awakened by Anna's words, also decided to begin his mission. She came to Lin Ming's side within the space, hesitated slightly, and said something that made Lin Ming frown. Lin Ming, you need to think of yourself as a spider to have a chance of winning. As a spider? Yes, what you need isn't decomposition, nor elemental transformation, but rather an ability almost unique to spiders. Devouring. The main storyline probably won't explain Anna's situation, so I briefly mention it here. Anna is the last surviving embodiment of the first being's consciousness. Because of their extreme worship of knowledge, the extremists within the righteous school would have their top scholars convert almost all of their memories into written information. Then, after the scholar's death, they would use brainwashing and mind control to manipulate the information they left behind. Through methods such as soul influence, memories are forcibly implanted into a container. Once the container has received all the memories and is functioning properly, a possession entity is born. This method contradicts the original principles of the righteous school and is therefore not accepted by its true inheritors. They believe it is merely creating living puppets. However, when everyone discovers that the possession entity's academic research abilities far surpass those of ordinary people, the righteous school launches a protracted debate. The final result is that existing possession entities will not be destroyed, but the creation of new possession entities is strictly prohibited. However, in reality, possession entities are not being created again, but the preservation of the memories of top scholars continues unabated, with the process becoming increasingly sophisticated. Chapter 434. Qi's words startled Lin Ming. Devour? How? Who to devour? Qi was about to explain when the fourth creature, as if suddenly sensing Qi's presence, raised one of its spider legs and pointed in Qi's direction. The others didn't understand the fourth creature's action, but Lin Ming quickly dodged. Immediately afterward, Lin Ming heard a strange buzzing sound. The others still fighting the fourth creature knew this move needed to be dodged, but they didn't know where its power came from. But Lin Ming knew. He had clearly seen that in the direction the fourth creature's limb was pointing, the world silk appeared as if pierced by a crossbow bolt, leaving a hole. Spatial destruction. This was a move Qi also knew. The fourth creature seemed to be using this move to greet Qi. He also seemed to have heard Qi's suggestion to teach Lin Ming how to devour. It seemed that this was what angered the fourth creature. Devour? Let him. The fourth figure's 8 limbs slammed violently into the ground, forcing the reinforcements, who had surrounded him, back by a powerful shockwave. They were forced to retreat to a distance and rearrange their formation. Lin Ming. Although this spider beside you, who should have been devoured long ago, has offered a good suggestion, you probably don't know what devouring truly means. The fourth figure suddenly seemed to calm down, his tone completely different from before. Listen carefully, devouring is gambling with your soul. If your soul is strong enough, you can digest other people's souls and gain their abilities, but if your soul isn't strong enough, will there be a backlash? The fourth spider didn't speak further, only making a rustling sound. Qi suddenly appeared from the spatial dimension, looked at the fourth spider, and whispered a warning to Lin Ming. Don't listen to him, he's lying. Although Qi had lowered his voice, the fourth spider still heard Qi's accusation. Starting with these 2 sentences from the fourth spider and Qi, the entire battlefield seemed to enter halftime. Instantly falling silent, leaving only the whispers of the two spiders. Originally, the human reinforcements planned to take advantage of the situation to attack, but Fang Xian and the other commanders suggested holding back, because they realized that Lin Ming's conclusion on this issue might be more important than their current military support. Upon hearing Qi accuse him of lying, the fourth person immediately retorted, "Lying? Yes, I am the spider who will change this world. It's perfectly reasonable for me to lie to him. But what's your rush, Qi?" Qi showed no weakness in her demeanor. She flicked her sleeve and retorted, "You're wary of the devouring ability. If Lin Ming masters devouring, he will gain far greater power than you in a short time. Therefore, you would never allow him to learn devouring. That's why you're lying. But is his biggest problem a lack of martial prowess? As a pure-bodied spider, he still has no other pursuit of martial power. I'm just giving him a heads up. With opposing stances, how can you kindly offer such a reminder?" The fourth person murmured again, then uttered something unexpected, because backlash is the only way you can acquire all his abilities. Sooner or later, you use the excuse of transferring your abilities to make him devour you, and then your goal will be achieved. The human reinforcements, who had been engaged in a heated exchange between Qi and the fourth, glancing back and forth between Qi and the fourth, were stunned by these words. A deathly silence fell. For the first time since Lin Ming's arrival, the entire Red Desert was eerily quiet. So quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. She began nervously biting her fingers. The fourth seemed pleased to see infighting within Lin Ming's group, showing no intention of continuing the attack. All the insectids remained still, almost all watching Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced back at Anna's position, then at the reinforcements, before simply sitting cross-legged on the ground, one hand supporting his chin, deep in thought. This was difficult. This was even more difficult than fighting thousands of demon gods. The fourth's meaning was clear. If what she said was true, then she had been lurking nearby, waiting for this moment. She would use the pretext of transferring her abilities to force Lin Ming to devour her. However, Lin Ming's original soul strength was not high to begin with. This would trigger a backlash, turning the situation from Lin Ming devouring Qi into Qi devouring Lin Ming. The fourth person statement is actually quite credible, because following this line of thought, Qi is shrouded in mystery. Her appearance was enigmatic, her following Lin Ming was enigmatic, and she stood mysteriously on the opposite side of her own kind. If we accept the fourth person's explanation, everything seems reasonable. She was merely a thief wanting to steal Lin Ming's power. She had been lurking by Lin Ming's side all along, only to gain everything at this final moment. But what if the fourth person was truly lying, and she was telling the truth? Why did the fourth person suddenly say these things when she mentioned devouring? The fourth person might genuinely fear Lin Ming gaining the ability to devour, because devouring is the beginning of an exponential increase in power. Abilities can create new effects, and coupled with Lin Ming's mycelium capable of digesting almost anything, the fourth person should indeed fear that Lin Ming, after gaining the ability to devour, would find a way to stop him. The ability gained through devouring is unrelated to physical strength. This is a loophole in the fourth person's argument. However, this loophole doesn't seem to affect the overall situation, because the fourth person's few words had already planted a seed of doubt in Lin Ming's heart. The fourth person seemed to be gloating. A complete loss, Qi. Shut up. This was the first time Lin Ming had seen Qi's angry face. Her 8 spider legs suddenly appeared behind her, her hair seemed to defy gravity, and her dark eyes, instead of widening, narrowed into slits with upturned corners. Qi's 8 spider legs encircled her, completely devoid of her former harmless aura. Instead, there was a resolute killing intent. But for some reason, Lin Ming saw a trace of sorrow in Qi. She was indeed angry. But the reason for her anger wasn't that her true thoughts had been exposed. It was that she could never have imagined that all her thoughts, all her understanding, would be shattered by a mere 2 sentences of lies. The aura around Qi grew increasingly sinister. Lin Ming saw that 2 streams of black liquid seemed to flow from Qi's eyes, which had become 2 thin slits. Qi's face at this moment resembled a ghostly mask. If the fourth one were in human form at this moment, they would surely cheer with joy. Yes, this is what a spider looks like. Lin Ming, you should know. The fourth one wanted to continue to influence Lin Ming's thoughts, but Qi, as if talking to herself, said, I have a way. I had a way from the very beginning. Chapter 435. Qi turned her head to look at Lin Ming. I observed humans for so long, I known for a long time, that doubt is a terrifying thing, but only today have I truly felt that fear. Lin Ming didn't reply. Qi seemed to have been liberated, releasing her spider aura to her heart's content. Her arms were outstretched, making her look like a demon from another world. But completely different from her demonic appearance was what she said next. Lin Ming, what he said is wrong. Proving it is very simple. I just need to die here. That's right, die. This was an extremely simple question. The fourth person said Qi was Lin Ming's greatest threat. Well, as long as Qi was no longer a threat, that would be fine. Qi's body floated in the air, as he said to Lin Ming, "You can confirm the spider's soul, right?" Lin Ming nodded, of course. "Alright, now I tell you the method of devouring, and I do need to transfer this ability to you, because it can only be truly useful in your hands." As Qi spoke, he stretched out his right hand and plunged it into his chest, then looked at the fourth person and said, "What he said might be difficult for an ordinary person to discern, but you should be able to observe it." Qi's right hand seemed to grasp something within his body, and then he uttered the conclusion that completely shattered the fourth person's lie. Devouring is inherently predicated on the death of the other party, and death comes first, devouring follows. If you saw the death of my soul with your own eyes, then it means there was no backlash. Lin Ming wanted to say something, but Qi's hand moved too fast. Her right hand lashed out, and a pure black object, constantly distorting the surrounding space, was pulled from her body. This is the spider's true core. You can think of it as my body, my appearance is merely its projection. The prerequisite for devouring is to bypass the projection, and find the core of each soul. The rest? You can do it. With your instincts. Even without having experienced having the true core removed from one's body, just looking at Qi's face and limbs, one could sense the immense pain that comes with it. Qi's tone gradually weakened. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if an ice needle had pierced his spine, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. He suddenly understood everything. Qi, from the very beginning, had this plan. She wanted to transfer her abilities to Lin Ming. The fourth person's intense reaction wasn't out of fear that Lin Ming would gain the ability to devour, but out of fear that Lin Ming would gain Qi's abilities. Qi was the fourth rank's primary target from the very beginning. This ability must hold special significance for the fourth rank. And the only way for Qi to transfer its ability to Lin Ming was through absorption. This is the fourth rank's insidious nature. With just a few words, he sealed off all of Qi's escape routes. From the moment he uttered the word backlash, all of Qi's explanations became suspicious. Because the fourth rank knew that Qi's existence was never truly trustworthy. Qi hadn't told Lin Ming about the ability transfer beforehand. Because Qi had come to understand Lin Ming better through their long time together, she knew that if she told him to kill her, gain her abilities, and then save the world, the greedy Lin Ming would never agree. Lin Ming would never allow those around him to achieve victory at the cost of sacrifice. She, however, wasn't as shrewd as some people. Her mind wasn't yet capable of devising a foolproof plan. Therefore, from the very beginning, she acted with her own death as the premise. She was simply waiting for the right moment for Lin Ming to complete this transfer of his abilities. In this way, the fourth person's lies actually aligned with Qi's plan. Lin Ming's suspicions, forced by circumstances to prove himself, allowed him to avoid worrying about her survival as the spider, while also smoothly transferring his abilities to complete his mission. She herself was merely a gatekeeper. Now, she was simply handing the key to that door to the right person. Seemingly fraught with unexpected events, things went surprisingly smoothly. Just as Qi's true core was exposed, the fourth insected commander suddenly rushed towards this direction at breakneck speed. Human reinforcements responded immediately. Lin Ming noticed that, unnoticed by the human reinforcements, spatial distortions suddenly appeared around the fourth commander. It was a teleportation spell. There was no need to guess where the other end of this teleportation spell was. It must be near Qi. Even with Lin Ming's exceptionally sharp eyesight, he couldn't claim to have complete control of the situation at this moment. Qi, you really like to give me difficult problems. 1 second Lin Ming was worried about Qi's life. The next, his immediate priority became devouring Qi before the fourth commander could. Completely, there was no room for Lin Ming to change the situation. Even a few seconds, just a few seconds, could have allowed Lin Ming to. The bad news was, Lin Ming didn't have that time. The good news was, Lin Ming could be one step faster than the fourth-ranked player. Even though Lin Ming was usually somewhat indecisive, he knew this wasn't the time to be caught in a dilemma. But even so, Lin Ming didn't abandon Qi outright. Fundal Realm returned to Earth Barrier, falling life reverse rain. Lin Ming's mycelium instantly enveloped Qi, forming a perfectly round sphere. Immediately afterward, the ground around the sphere began to dissolve, and the resulting black liquid began to rise like dense steam. Cave-in. Teleportation. By some time. After saying this, Lin Ming immediately entered the mycelium sphere surrounding Qi, entrusting everything outside to Cave-in and the human reinforcements. At this moment, he had no choice but to trust Cave-in and the reinforcements. She wasn't dead yet. But she was almost dead. She was still giving Lin Ning some instructions about her abilities. That's not just space, it's a real other world. I knew it. That's good. She closed her eyes, feeling the time was almost up, but after waiting a while, she realized she wasn't dead yet. Opening her eyes, she discovered that the reason she wasn't dead was partly because Lin Ning was using mycelium to maintain her body, and partly because outside the mycelium ball, Kaven was maintaining her soul strength in a way she had never heard of. Lin Ning was currently completely focused on studying his true core. It's meaningless. This ability has always been. Just because it's always been this way doesn't mean it can't be changed. You're too naive. Lin Ning's eyes never left Chi's true core as he casually replied, I'm not just naive, I'm a genius. She wasn't calm at this moment. Perhaps it was the urgency of impending death, or the anxiety about the situation, or the pain of having his true core removed from his body. With all his might, she roared at Lin Ning for the first time ever, isn't it great? Isn't my plan flawless? Everything is perfect. Everything will be ruined because of your hesitation. Lin Ning, while tentatively studying the true core with his mycelium, retorted, do you often think I'm delusional, greedy, even arrogant? Yes. Of course. Time is running out. Kill me. Don't leave me in this state worse than death. Listening to the weak but powerful complaint in his ear, Lin Ning felt that she had become unfamiliar at this moment, yet also more approachable than ever before. Lin Ming's eyes briefly shifted from the true core, glancing at Chi. Black tears streamed from Chi's dark eyes, completely soaking her face. Lin Ming didn't know if this was a physiological phenomenon unique to spiders, or crying like a human. But he knew one thing he wanted to hear. Do you really want to die that badly? Of course. I made all the preparations. Really? What nonsense are you talking about? Then say it. I have no more regrets. I want to die right now. I have no more. She suddenly froze. No. That's not right. Besides the long memories of the observer, what appeared in her mind now was a mixture of black and bright yellow hair, a comb, and the somewhat comfortable feeling of the comb's teeth rubbing against her hair. Perhaps because her true core was separated from her body, she felt an unbearable emptiness in her chest. Lin Ming's attention returned to his true core, and he muttered to himself, isn't making a judgment without trying also a form of arrogance? Try. She suddenly remembered what she had said when she left the Assassin's Guild. Yen Ming had asked her if she could return alive. She had said she would try her best. Lin Ming. I'm here. She looked at her true core, and the unprecedented pain began to blur her consciousness. She didn't understand the concept of trust between humans, nor did she believe that promises made to others had to be kept. But at this moment, she felt more strongly than ever about fulfilling her promise. With her last strength, she uttered her request, on the condition that you gain my abilities. Please, try to let me live. A smile appeared on Lin Ming's focused face. He wanted to hear those words. And what surprised Lin Ming even more was that, along with Chi's will to live, her true core also underwent a slight change. Lin Ming was overjoyed. This might be the way to break the deadlock. She didn't move. Think about happy things. She still didn't move. In that book you were reading about girls falling in love, they ended up having a child using magic. Hearing this, she suddenly opened her eyes. Huh? Chapter 436. She had just said that Lin Ming only needed to rely on his instincts to complete the absorption, and now Lin Ming roughly understood what she meant. As long as he touched Chi's true core, it would begin to decompose automatically. What Lin Ming wanted to do now was to categorize the decomposed contents of the true core. If he could distinguish which of these decomposed substances were related to abilities, and which were related to memories, then it would be possible to keep Chi alive, while still gaining Chi's abilities. Now Lin Ming was roughly certain of one thing. The state of the true core was related to emotions. Just now, when she suddenly awakened his will to survive, a certain part of Chi's true core stopped decomposing. Although he had discovered some clues, this matter was still extremely difficult for Lin Ming, because he had never seen a true core before. He also never expected that there was such a strange thing besides elements, souls, and world threads. Just as she said, the true core was the true form of the spider itself was merely a projection of the true core. Appearance, memories, consciousness, abilities, everything about the spider was contained within its core. As Lin Ming meticulously disassembled and identified the core, a crucial question lingered in his mind. Which parts should be preserved to ensure Chi's survival? Chi's body had already begun to disintegrate. Her physical strength was so fragile that it would shatter at the slightest touch. Preserving Chi's original body was now virtually impossible. What most needed to be preserved were naturally her consciousness and memories, but Lin Ming was stuck at this step. He couldn't distinguish them. The decomposition of eukaryotes was rapid. His hyphae only needed to come into contact with the decomposed matter to absorb it directly. If he wanted, devouring Qi would be a matter of moments. To be honest, Lin Ming wasn't confident he could keep Qi alive. Although he had said a lot of nice things, what truly terrified him was the possibility of neither keeping Qi alive nor gaining Qi's abilities. That was the most unacceptable outcome. Therefore, Lin Ming didn't blindly focus on research to save Qi's life. He was still devouring it, following the steps required. However, he was devouring it extremely slowly. If the entire devouring process were to be compared, Lin Ming was tasting it. Although the wording might sound horrifying, Lin Ming immediately realized he had chosen the right path. During the devouring process, Lin Ming was quite surprised to discover that this thing tasted different. It wasn't a taste like what the tongue tasted. The taste of the decomposed eukaryote was more like a certain emotion, or rather, a certain feeling. And this taste wasn't present in all decomposed matter. Some of the decomposed matter was flavorful, but the rest was completely tasteless. This felt strange, like someone had forcibly mixed two completely different dishes together. Lin Ming decided to absorb the tasteless part first. After all, the tasteless part was the first to decompose. Slowly, as he distinguished and consumed it, Lin Ming felt like he was eating a fish with many bones. Throughout the process, Lin Ming dared not be distracted in the slightest, until the decomposition of the true core slowed down and finally stabilized. The remaining true core was less than half its original size. Lin Ming looked at Qi, who had long since lost consciousness, and was about to proceed to the next step, when he suddenly noticed a crack in the space to his left. Lin Ming was startled by the sudden appearance of the spatial rift. The instant he saw it, it was as if a group of people were suddenly discussing something in his mind. Several different voices mixed together, constantly speaking in a language he couldn't understand. There were angry shouts, mocking remarks, and incessant mutterings. Although Lin Ming was certain they were speaking, he couldn't understand a single word. Any mishap by Lin Ming now could directly cause Qi to disappear forever. At this moment, these voices in his mind were particularly annoying. Lin Ming impatiently shouted, "Stop making a fuss." Strangely enough, with his angry shout, the voices actually stopped. The spatial rift remained on his left, neither disappearing nor expanding. Lin Ming glanced at the spatial rift, pondered for a moment, and immediately began the rescue work on Qi. Lin Ming's thinking was actually quite simple. The existence of this spatial rift meant that Qi's ability was still there. This ability hadn't disappeared despite Lin Ming's filtering absorption. Although Lin Ming wasn't sure who possessed the ability now, judging from Qi's condition, it was impossible for her to use it anymore. Therefore, Lin Ming was simply guessing that the transfer of the ability was actually complete. He just hadn't mastered its use yet. Although Lin Ming also wanted Qi to live, she had actually been dead for a while. The spider's body structure consisted of a soul, a true core, and a body. Because Lin Ming hadn't completely destroyed the true core, Qi's soul hadn't dissipated. However, Qi's physical condition was terrible. Lin Ming had to start by reassembling Qi's body. Reassembling was really just collecting the usable parts of Qi's body and reinforcing them with mycelium. Like piecing together a shattered ceramic doll, Lin Ming was extremely careful, but he still couldn't restore it to its original state. Qi's body was missing too many parts. So Lin Ming could only pick and choose, piecing together whatever was usable, regardless of the circumstances. Although Qi had lost its human form, it was now closer to being alive than when it had one. Lin Ming felt that appearance could be addressed later. For now, survival was the priority. Next, Lin Ming re-embedded the remaining half of the true core into Qi's body. With the true core back in place, Qi's soul finally had a vessel. Then came the waiting. In truth, what truly caused Qi's true core to begin differentiating was the will to survive. Initially, when Lin Ming came into contact with the true core, its decomposed components were singular. Like a simple stone, brimming with information. It wasn't until Qi began to exhibit a survival instinct that the true core started to differentiate. Lin Ming believed the key to the whole situation was the order in which the true core decomposed. Lin Ming was able to absorb the power while preserving a portion of the true core because Qi's true core decomposed first, removing the part containing the power. Or, to put it another way, Qi's sense of self became more resolute. And the crucial factor determining the order of decomposition, Lin Ming guessed, was an extremely straightforward emotion, rare in spiders' emotional patterns: fear. Because of the fear-driven escapism, when a spider is devoured, the part of its true core that governs its own existence decomposes first. Without the restraint of its existential consciousness, its soul instantly dissipates. This is why Qi said that devouring is death first, followed by the ability to transfer. She was probably the first spider to confront fear with an extremely strong will to survive. Lin Ning looked at Qi before him, feeling that the complete fusion of the body's true core and soul would take some time, so he left first, leaving Qi inside the mycelium ball. This mycelium ball served two purposes: protecting Qi's safety and providing support for Qi's body repair at any time. Lin Ning passed directly through the mycelium ball and came outside. He froze the moment he looked up. The fourth one was still there, the human reinforcements were still nearby, and Caven was still in front of him. But above the fourth one's head was a huge, unprecedented magical seal. This seal seemed to be spatial or teleportation-based. Lin Ning tried his best to decipher it. The more he understood, the more cold sweat poured down his back. Lin Ning turned and shouted to the human reinforcements, "Run! This isn't something we can defend against." It was a massive, combined magic seal. This seal arbitrarily mixed spatial and teleportation spells together, its purpose likely singular. The fourth prince wanted to create a tremor in the world silk. Once this seal activated, the world silk would surge like a tsunami, as if a boulder had been thrown into water. This level of tremor would crush everything around it. The world silk and the seal. Human technology combined with the spider's abilities. The human reinforcements had actually wanted to flee long ago. They were only worried about Lin Ning inside the mycelium sphere. Seeing Lin Ning was unharmed, they all swiftly activated their return seals, preparing to evacuate the battlefield. Lin Ning looked at the circular seal that was about to unleash a tidal wave, then glanced back at the mycelium sphere enveloping Qi. The human reinforcements weren't even sure if they could escape in time. He and Caven could probably withstand this attack and survive. But what about Qi? How would Qi survive this world's mycelium tsunami? Lin Ning thought of Qi, steeled his resolve, and decided to trust his judgment. Caven, move a little further away. Caven looked at Lin Ning. What new tricks do you have up your sleeve? Expression on his face, and moved a few steps to the side. Then, black mist began to swirl around Lin Ming's body. Since it's a spider's ability, it should be used by a spider. This line of thinking shouldn't be wrong. Lin Ning, for the first time, actively transformed into a spider. Although Lin Ning and the spider are essentially of the same origin, he has always tried to avoid becoming too spider-like. But now it's different. To awaken Qi's abilities, he must completely become a spider. Most of the human reinforcements have withdrawn. The fourth seal began to vibrate, and the surrounding world silk began to twist. The 8 spider limbs behind Lin Ning became increasingly clear. Almost all of the human reinforcements had withdrawn. The seal cycle trigger had been activated, and the spatial distortion produced a sound like thunder. Lin Ning covered his eyes with his hands, seemingly enduring a headache, or perhaps trying to avoid seeing something. The first wave of tearing through the world silk surged towards Lin Ning and Caven, like a raging torrent, crushing everything in its path into sand. Caven stroked his chin, looking at the world silk wave that was about to crush them, then at Lin Ning. Lin Ning seemed to notice something at this moment, and tremblingly raised his hand, pointing towards the fourth seal. The next second, a wave of mycelium swept over them. Caven instinctively closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he found Lin Ning sitting at his feet, panting heavily. Tired, scared me to death. Caven turned around again, and the mycelium ball enveloping Qi was floating behind them. They were now in a strange space. Caven initially thought he was standing on the ground because there were rocks around him, but after looking around, he realized something was wrong. They were standing on a floating surface. Around them were countless plots of land floating like on a floating island, each with a different angle of gravity, creating a chaotic scene. Lin Ning, still panting, didn't forget to show off to Caven, "Welcome to my space. No, I should say, welcome to my world. Your world is really messy. Hey! You have high standards." Chapter 437. Lin Ning looked around, and simply laid down on the ground. To be honest, they were already checkmated. The world silk tsunami from the fourth player, just now, was enough to prove it. Humans were utterly powerless. Perhaps this was the spider's strength. They had a greater grasp on this world than humans. Lying on the ground, Lin Ning felt a growing despair in his heart. They couldn't win. But Qi, as someone who knew the whole story, was so concerned about this space at the end, which meant there must be a reason. Above his head was the mycelium ball enveloping Qi. Lin Ning closed his eyes, quietly sensing this space. Here, one could breathe, and world silk existed, but it wasn't connected to the world silk outside. The gravity here was chaotic, and the floating land had a composition similar to that outside. There was no threat from spiders here, nor were there any humans whose souls had been corrupted. It was as quiet as a paradise. Why is Qi so insistent on handing this space over to Lin Ming? This place is like a last refuge. But even if it's absolutely safe here, if Lin Ming hides here forever, he'd just be a ghost living in another world, watching helplessly as the fourth being destroys the human world. Lin Ming mentally processed everything, calculating his options, and then he felt sleepy. Caven, I want to sleep. Huh? Sleepy. Don't sleep, it's not over yet. Lin Ming looked around at the ground. He remembered that she could easily summon teacups and chairs in this space, so he tried summoning them too. Nothing happened. It turned out that she hadn't created what she wanted out of thin air, she had simply transferred those things to her hands. That made sense. Lin Ming had been concerned about the non-conservation of elemental quantities in this space, but it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Even she had to transport things from the outside world here to control them freely. Thinking this, a sudden inspiration flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Transfer. He sat up abruptly, startling Caven. Whoa! Not sleeping? Not sleeping. Lin Ming stood up and began pacing back and forth around Qi, head down. The spider's back up, changing the stable frequency of the primordial elements. Eshram corrupting everything. Qi's other space. And the possibility of locking down the entire world through the world's silk. This existing information was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Now, only a fuse was needed to unleash this artistic explosion. However, this involved a great deal of risk. Lin Ming stopped and pointed outside the space, saying, I want to stop time in that world. Caven frowned. But, is that really possible? It is possible. But there will be a price to pay. Locking a world using the world-locking threads wouldn't significantly affect the rocks and trees, but it would definitely affect people. Especially the human soul. The human soul isn't entirely affected by the world-locking threads. This is what Lin Ming fears most. If a person's body were completely still due to the world-locking threads, then on a physical level, the person wouldn't suffer any harm. As long as the world silk is released again, people can continue to move. However, Lin Ming wasn't sure if the soul would consider a completely still body as dead. If it were as he suspected, then Lin Ming wouldn't have defeated the fourth person at all by locking the world, because the instant the world was locked, all humans would become frozen corpses with their souls dissipated. After relaying his concerns to Caven, Caven unexpectedly said, No, the soul won't dissipate. Huh? Caven's tone was too firm, making Lin Ming begin to doubt the credibility of his statement. Even if all elements and world silk were completely still, the soul wouldn't dissipate, because the premise for the soul to exist in the human body isn't being alive, but rather vitality. That's why my soul strength is infinitely high, because my vitality itself is strong enough. If I had to explain it, vitality is the possibility of survival. The greater this possibility, the more stable the soul will be. Following this line of thought, Lin Ming suddenly understood. Caven continued, because merely locking down the world doesn't change the probability of human survival, the soul won't abandon the body. I can confirm that. I see. However, even without this worry, Lin Ming still couldn't complete such a large-scale undertaking as locking down the world. Because he couldn't withstand it. During the battle with the Gemini insectids, even just tentatively locking down a small area had already had a significant impact on him. Caven seemed to sense Lin Ming's concern. He turned to look at the spherical Qi, then at the space itself, silently organizing his thoughts before patting Lin Ming on the head. Hey! What are you doing? Lin Ming was startled and looked up to see Caven, with a somewhat relieved smile on his face, pointing to himself. Maybe I can. You? What can you do? Lock down the world. I'm the one who locked down the world. That's right. You? Lin Ming was about to continue, but his thinking immediately grasped Caven's meaning. No. I think I can. I don't think I can. I didn't ask you to do that. I don't think I can. I think I can. I don't think I can. Lin Ming's evasiveness wasn't because Caven's idea was outrageous. Quite the opposite. If it were Caven, he might actually be able to do it. If Lin Ming absorbed Caven, with Caven's soul strength, he might indeed be able to withstand the backlash from locking down the world. But Lin Ming wasn't confident. 9 out of 10 times confident. Lin Ming pointed at Qi's mangled body, unusually loudly rebuking Caven. You think she's still alive? I don't know. I don't even know if the Qi in here is a corpse. Caven, however, was unconcerned. My structure is different from hers. That's a problem too. My experience with Qi might be completely useless, and there must be a difference between a spider devouring another spider, and a spider devouring a demon god. Lin Ming looked at Caven, his previously forceful rebuttal instantly deflated. He wasn't stupid. Because besides Kaven's suggestion, he could think of almost no way to break the deadlock. Just then, the first generation suddenly said, "It's all right, I help." Lin Ming was startled. "You haven't said a word. I thought you were dead." TSK, although I wanted to argue, I really am almost completely dissipated. The first generation wanted to do one last thing. Currently, Kaven's cores are scattered. While this is an advantage in melee combat, in terms of soul strength, it's better for all cores to be combined into one. Kaven can't do this because I'm still here. What do you mean? Because I'm still here, he can only be an offspring, or rather, a familiar. And familiars don't have the right to possess a true core. You mean? A true core? Heh, don't misunderstand, Mushroom Boy. That term true core is something that Spider learned from me. I am the original. Chapter 438. Kaven knew that the first generation had completely vanished. Ever since their battle against the insect twins, the first generation had been quite unstable. He was barely maintaining his consciousness, providing Lin Ming and Kaven with some intelligent support. What a relief. The first generation's voice sounded surprisingly relaxed. Kaven accepted everything quite calmly, perhaps because he had known this day would come, and was therefore mentally prepared. Lin Ming, on the other hand, began to ramble on. You might not know, but you're the first case I solved in this world. It's an honor. Will Kaven change after becoming fully realized? His memories and consciousness won't change, don't worry. Will he inherit a part of your consciousness? Not this time. This time I leave cleanly. Ah, now that you mention it, some of his habits might become like mine. Then he still hasn't left cleanly. My view on life and death is different from yours. I don't think there's anything to regret about my own dissipation, because Yi Sheng will continue to exist after me. But judging from your expression, it seems like a very heavy matter. That's obvious. It's alright. I think the two of you can handle everything. That's true, but when facing some major events, having an elder by your side makes you feel a little more at ease. Elder. Ha ha. The first generation laughed quite happily. I once spent a great deal of effort seeking my kind, seeking a family, seeking offspring. I never thought it would be such an easy thing. The first generation seemed quite pleased to accept Lin Ming's address as elder, and finally told Lin Ming about his arrangements. Theoretically, as soon as I dissipate, Kaven can smoothly fuse the 7 cores into one, becoming a true complete form. The original plan was for you to absorb Kaven's power after he becomes complete, and then use this power to lock the world, right? Lin Ming nodded. That's correct. But there are too many uncertainties in this process. Kaven's fusion process might temporarily go out of control, and your absorption of him after he becomes complete will also take time. Moreover, according to you, this absorption still has many problems. The first generation paused, then stated his idea. Since what you need is a stable soul, why not let Kaven directly become a part of you? Huh? I thought about it, and if it's a complete form, it's possible to achieve something similar to a soul shell. It's a function. A soul shell? Yes, the original fully formed Yi Sheng is very sensitive to the soul, and can even become a semi-spirit existence, where the soul is more important than the body. In this state, it's not impossible to forcibly lock your soul as a kind of shell. You mean, just like I use the world silk to lock the world, Kaven can also use a semi-spirit to forcibly lock my soul. Exactly. What about the impact on the soul during the process of locking the world silk? Kaven will support it, he is your shell. This way, you can skip the devouring, which I think is safer. Then, what happens afterward? After that? Before the first generation could answer, Kaven interrupted, then it depends on how much of my soul is left after the impact. But there's good news. What good news? From your description, the impact when locking the world won't annihilate the soul, but rather shatter it. And then? Since it's shattered, if locking the world is successful, these soul fragments will also be locked in this world. With the full strength of Yi Sheng's soul, they can be fused together again after being collected. Lin Ming remained silent. Kaven smiled and said, once the world is locked, even if you don't find a way to completely defeat the 4th generation immediately, you can slowly collect my fragments while figuring out a solution. That's not funny at all. Lin Ming looked up at Kaven. Besides, I have a way. Oh! Once the world is successfully locked, I have a way to end all of this. Tell me about it. Lin Ming briefly explained his plan to the first generation and Kaven. Kaven kept scratching his head as Lin Ming explained. He needed to use his brain. Can you really do this? Time. Once the world is locked, time becomes irrelevant. But you yourself? Didn't you say you could collect your fragments to pass the time? Kaven looked worried. Lin Ming looked serious. while the first generation burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, to hear a plan like this at the end, you're really something. Lin Ming laughed along. Tell me, isn't it interesting? How interesting. How about I erect a statue of you in the new world? What's the use of that? Human romance, mind your own business. At this moment, the fourth being was vigilantly sensing his backups across the world, while simultaneously observing the progress of human soul collection. Lin Ming had been missing for some time now. It seemed the lord of the alien fungus had absorbed Chi's power. Chi's power wasn't a simple, direct killing move. Its greatest threat lay in its unpredictability. If Lin Ming never showed himself to the fourth being again, then the fourth being would forever fear Lin Ming's existence. Just as the fourth being was thinking this, Lin Ming suddenly appeared before him. Lin Ming seemed unchanged. The fourth being warily surveyed his surroundings, sensing a very unpleasant feeling. It was a soul attack. Although only Lin Ming appeared before him, the fourth being felt a familiar soul disturbance. This should be the ability of that Nightborn clan. But where was he? And how could he have carried out a long-range soul attack? With the fourth's knowledge and intellect, he quickly understood everything. This was the first time the fourth had felt fear since becoming a pure being. Kevin was indeed here, but the soul disturbance he had been feeling since the beginning wasn't a long-range soul attack at all. Rather, he had been within Kevin's soul range the entire time. Of course, he couldn't find Kevin. Within a radius of about 10 miles centered on Lin Ming, everything was Kevin. To prepare for the impending impact, Kevin sacrificed most of his physical body. Since his mission was to lock onto Lin Ming's soul, the physical body was practically useless. He only retained a small portion of his physical structure at Lin Ming's request. Completely without a physical form, untouchable and intangible, is hard to feel at ease with, Lin Ming said. In his fully formed spirit form, Kevin vigilantly sensed everything around him. The task ahead allowed no room for error. Lin Ming looked at the fourth person inside. You might feel very uninvolved in this contest, but that's fine. You set the problem, and I solve it. So, have you found the solution? Lin Ming walked around, found a flat spot, and sat down cross-legged. The solution I found, but I want to ask you some questions. Ask me? Yes. The fourth person suddenly felt the entire world begin to tremble. That was Lin Ming connecting his mycelium distributed throughout the world. While connecting with his mycelium, Lin Ming asked, which world is this? The fourth one was taken aback, but quickly replied, the second one. The spider, in which world was it born? The second one. Then, Lin Ming continued, and the Earthworm, in which world was it born? The first one. After answering this question, the fourth one's tone suddenly became very excited. I didn't expect that you, an outsider, could achieve this. However, you are ultimately a human consciousness, destined to be limited. Oh! What do you mean by that, researcher? Humans are inexplicably attached to their place, environment, society, and world. Humans value memories and connections above all else. Humans are forever afraid of starting over. Even if the world is already broken and shattered, they will never let go. Isn't that right, Lin Ming? Is that why you always believed humanity is doomed to lose? That's right, because you, especially you, will never choose the right option. For me, the right option is to abandon everything, abandon humanity, take all my abilities, and live separately from you, becoming gods in our own new worlds, right? Generally speaking, that's right. The spider you devoured thought the same thing. I, however, will not. Lin Ming slammed his right hand on the ground. All the mycelium in the world, like 1,000 horses responding to a command, rushed towards a place the fourth person hadn't expected, underground. Lin Ming roughly assessed the depth in his mind, and began to locate the positions of all the spider backups one by one. The fourth person naturally sensed Lin Ming's actions, but he didn't panic. Because the spider backups are almost indestructible. Lin Ming's purpose wasn't merely to locate the backup, he was actually making a comparison. A comparison between the two worlds. He needed to clearly compare everything before proceeding to the next step. The fourth figure seemed to sense something amiss, and tried to use the backup to relocate and check the situation elsewhere. However, just as he was about to escape, he felt his soul being pressed down. The fourth figure looked up in surprise, and saw a semi-transparent humanoid figure floating before him. That was Kevin. Kevin knew the movements of every soul in the soul domain like the back of his hand. Floating in midair, Kevin glanced back at Lin Ming, who also happened to look up and see Kevin. They nodded simultaneously. Researcher, let me show you a magic trick. By the way, should we name it? Never mind, let's choose something simple. Soul boundary fixation global domain immovable prison. The stillness of the world wasn't achieved in an instant. Lin Ming's locking onto the world silk, centered on himself, spread rapidly outwards, like a freezing tide. Dust billowed in the air, birds soaring in the sky. Swaying leaves, waterfalls, and flowing water. An old man about to fall, a crying child. Everything in this world, like insects in amber of time, without realizing they were already frozen, was completely solidified in place along with the thoroughly stabilized world silk. The only one struggling was the fourth one. The fourth figure struggled to move, maneuvering through the ripples of the world's threads he had created. However, because his soul was controlled by Caven, he could only watch as Lin Ming gradually completed this task. The space around him was constantly being locked down. Caven, who was used to stabilize Lin Ming's soul, was being constantly depleted, but each time his soul's energy decreased, it was immediately replenished. The fourth figure knew that Caven was using his life to withstand the backlash from locking the world's threads. In that instant, he even had a fleeting illusion. Yisheng seemed truly immortal. Ah! Yisheng. That dragon. That dragon. When did it appear before the spider? Could it be that he had been focusing on the wrong thing all along? That dragon, that's the one to be most wary of. One of only two survivors of the first world. The fourth survivor felt that defeat was like a persistent ghost haunting him. In the gradually stagnating world, he sensed he might lose. But he couldn't understand. How would Lin Ming answer the question he posed? Even if you stop everything, how will you save this broken world? Are you planning to seal this world away forever, keeping it as your own collection to observe slowly? Or are you going to perish together with this world? Then the fourth survivor heard Lin Ming say, "You're really stupid." Lin Ming knew that the fourth survivor couldn't be completely locked down. Because he possessed the ability to control the world silk, even if the world silk stopped, he could still move slowly. So, as the world's locking was nearing completion, he looked at Caven and said in a trembling voice, "Please, Caven, you should rest too. I'll be right back." Caven's semi-transparent spirit floated in midair. The outcome had been almost perfect, and he felt a sense of relief. Originally, Caven thought he was doomed, but after the world's locking was nearly complete, he even had a sliver of strength left. The fully formed Yisheng's extraordinary abilities could already be described as immortal. Lin Ming had anticipated this situation before starting the operation. Next, Caven had one last task. Now, only the positions of Caven and the fourth person remained unlocked. Seeing the time was right, Caven mobilized all the remaining souls, instantly converging them into a red moon in the sky. The crimson moon was positioned directly above the fourth person's head. Then, like a shooting star, the crimson moon plummeted straight towards the fourth person. What fell was a towering, blood-red nail. That blood-red nail, like an enormous insect specimen, pinned the fourth person firmly to the ground. As it approached, Lin Ming used his own soul to withstand the impact, completing the final lock on Caven's location. Lin Ming's last glimpse, before losing consciousness, was of the enormous blood-red nail before him, and the fourth person, still slowly struggling. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming awoke from his unconsciousness. He found himself in a completely still world he had created. Thinking of this, Lin Ming looked up. The sun was gone. The entire world had entered a hazy darkness. Not pitch black, but the bright sunlight was gone. The blood-red nail before him was Caven. Caven had said that after doing all this, he would be completely still, like the other locked objects. This is essential. It is precisely because of this that Caven was able to almost permanently restrict the fourth soul. Having truly locked onto the world, Lin Ming seemed even more certain of its true form. The most likely form of this world is a vast, self-consistent mass of data. In other words, code. Unfortunately, Lin Ming hadn't studied programming in his previous life. He could only draw inspiration from the few pitiful science fiction novels he remembered. Everything was extremely similar to a manifestation of some kind of code. Elements are data. Vibrations are data states. World threads are similar to spatial coordinates. The initial element is the starting code for everything. Because of its inherent randomness, it can give rise to other different data. The permanent occupant is a patch that appears when the world becomes unstable. Lin Ming had actually had this idea for a while. However, in this world, discussing such otherworldly science fiction topics wouldn't be understood by anyone, and might even draw ridicule from the researchers. But it was precisely this idea that inspired Lin Ming. Because when he was actually in Chi's space, the word backup popped into Lin Ming's head. So, following this line of thought, Lin Ming came up with the answer to the fourth question posed. It was actually quite simple and straightforward: relocation. The many difficulties posed by the fourth person all boiled down to one thing: Lin Ming couldn't accurately kill the spider while preserving humanity. It was either a matter of waiting to die, or living as long as heaven and earth. Lin Ning's solution to this problem was, using the ability to decompose some mycelium to understand the structure of all objects in the world, and then using the ability to convert and control elements, he could transfer everything he wanted to save in this world to the space she had given him. Just like a bag of rice infested with rice weevils, no one would spray insecticide directly into the rice. The correct approach is to pick out the weevils, and then crush them. This perfectly reasonable thing is now magnified into the entire world before Lin Ning. The difficulty of this plan is also obvious: time. Although the world is frozen, time still flows within Lin Ning's realm. And although it's said that the world is completely frozen, the entire world is still functioning, albeit at a negligible speed. Lin Ning needs to complete the analysis, migration, and reconstruction of this eerily quiet world, as well as the protection and transfer of all life forms with souls. This meant he would have to endure 100 years alone in this deathly silence. Would 100 years be enough? 1,000? Several thousand? When Lin Ning revealed this plan, he and Kevin had a huge argument in Chi's space. They had never argued like this before. The argument was illogical, aimless, and even devoid of meaningful words. It was simply an outlet for his frustration. Kevin hadn't expected, perhaps not even all of humanity had anticipated. He, Lin Ning, was the greatest price to pay for this plan. Lin Ning looked at the blood nail pinning the fourth person, and reached up to touch his back. On the left side of his back, a wing had grown rather abruptly. That was Kevin's wing. When Lin Ning said that Kevin's transformation into a complete spirit was unsettling, Kevin had fitted him with this wing. This was Kevin's physical form, but merely lifeless flesh and tissue. Even so, it was better than nothing. Lin Ning still found a trace of companionship in that familiar wing. Come on. Let's get to work. Things might be harder than we imagine. The transfer of stable elements, the relocation of humans, and whether his own movement will cause a butterfly effect on the world's threads, and whether the incumbent will interfere with the plan. Lin Ning looked up at the towering blood nail, waved, and said, "Bye-bye, Kevin, I come see you again in a while." After saying that, Lin Ning entered his own space and began the first decade of his plan. Chapter 439. At the beginning of the plan, Lin Ning failed many times. For example, how to integrate a qualified underground structure, and the potential for errors in analyzing the vast amount of information from the elemental composition. Fortunately, both problems were solved. Lin Ning originally thought he needed to completely rebuild the underground world. He even envisioned using an extremely large gravitational field as the core, then layering it up like an onion. But later, he suddenly realized that it wasn't necessary, because the new space already had a ready-made foundation. This was counterintuitive. If it weren't for Lin Ning's strong curiosity, he might not have discovered this for hundreds of years. He originally thought this new space would be a vast expanse of white, but later he accidentally discovered that the white above their heads was actually a layer of wallpaper. It was a membrane made of elements, creating the illusion of emptiness. After destroying this membrane, what Lin Ning saw was a world that could only be described as desolate. It turned out they had been operating upside down in the sky above this world all along. When Lin Ning discovered this, he jumped around excitedly, babbling like a wild man for a long time, and even ran to the spot where Kevin had become the blood nail to share this great discovery. While it was called a great discovery, Lin Ning could guess who had created the membrane. It was Chi. She probably covered up this old world simply because she didn't want to see that desolate wasteland filled with ominous energy. So, to conceal that ugly old world while not hindering her movement between the two dimensions, she simply transformed the earth into the sky. The gravitational field here was chaotic, making it impossible to discern up or down. Discovering the old world was a bittersweet experience for Lin Ning. The good news was that reconstruction could proceed on this existing foundation. The bad news was that the considerable time spent trying to manually recreate the underground was wasted. He had to start all over again. Then Lin Ning discovered that he didn't need to move the entire world exactly as it was. He needed to utilize some harmless randomness. The appearance of the trees, the direction of the mountains and rivers, these needed to be restored according to the original, but the grain size of the sand and the density of the forests didn't. He spent a considerable amount of time on this step, because it was simply a matter of practice makes perfect. Initially, replicating a single tree took Lin Ning a considerable amount of time. Although he was prepared to traverse centuries here, this inefficiency was still frustrating. Later, Lin Ning's creative methods gradually became more unrestrained. He memorized the basic structure of each different species of tree and plant, so that when he encountered a forest, he could first break it down, obtain the information, and then recreate a roughly similar forest. In this way, Lin Ming's focus shifted from recording each element individually to analyzing the structure of each unit. Using this method, Lin Ming's mood suddenly lightened. Because when he was extremely frustrated, he could randomly create a nonsensical forest. Some large forests, if viewed from directly above, could even form a vulgar phrase composed of the color variations of the vegetation. There were some things Lin Ming dared not easily alter. For example, architecturally significant structures. If the structure wasn't particularly detailed, Lin Ming would sometimes choose to lift it up and then gently place it into the new space. This physical transport was much faster than decomposing elements. However, not all structures could withstand being uprooted in one go. For wooden structures or structures with many details, Lin Ming would choose to completely record the elemental information and then thoroughly replicate them. While analyzing various structures, he also visited many familiar places. Back at the Assassin's Guild, he took a rather unnatural nap and checked on the others. While inspecting the entire Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming suddenly saw several drafts in Yuta's room. Only then did Lin Ming suddenly remember that Yuta had given a brief hint about the future long ago, new beginning replacement. This was probably the biggest mystery in Lin Ming's mind at this stage. Where did Yuta's deductions and the information gleaned from his dream come from? Even if you can recreate the world, there will still be unsolved mysteries. Lin Ming muttered to himself, not delving further into this enigmatic phenomenon. He felt rather happy. If he truly knew everything about this world, the almost tangible boredom would be the most terrifying thing. The thought that even after completing the world transfer, he would still have research topics to study made Lin Ming feel much better. At least, there was still some hope for the future. Lin Ming originally thought that this work would continue at this pace, and his biggest problem was ensuring he didn't break down mentally while maximizing efficiency. The collapse, however, still came. Lin Ming's mental instability stemmed from the blurring of time. Since the world thread stopped flowing, this world had become impossible to time. It was only then that Lin Ming realized that true length wasn't an astronomical time frame, but rather a state where you had no idea how much time had passed. At his most unstable moments, Lin Ming couldn't even maintain his human form. He lay flat on the ground like a puddle of mud, sometimes doing nothing for an extremely long time, then suddenly waking up as if he slept for decades. Perhaps, his mind was escaping the present moment. If this continued, Lin Ming might simply collapse one day and sleep for thousands of years in a timeless void. Lin Ming tried everything to regain his sense of time. His first thought was of a new world. Because he was locked onto the world's threads from his original world, time should flow in the new world. But when Lin Ming pierced the membrane above his head, he discovered a cruel truth. Time in this world was dead. After moving the locked object into the new space, the object remained unchanged over time. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Lin Ming stopped the moving work, found a scenic hilltop, and began his research. After countless repeated experiments, Lin Ming was able to roughly deduce the reason. The most crucial element was the relationship between the world silk and time. Lin Ming had initially thought that the world silk was the world silk and time was time, but that wasn't actually the case. World threads are the carriers of time information. Moreover, world threads don't just exist in space, they exist within every living being. These world threads are connected to the outside world yet relatively independent. With this understanding, the temporal anomalies of the new world become clearer. Simply put, there are two worlds. One where world threads are stagnant, but time still exists. And another where time tends to stand still, but world threads can move within it. Lin Ming and she could directly enter this new, time-stagnant space and move freely because the world threads within their bodies carry their own time information. In other words, to make time flow in this new space, Lin Ming needs to reweave world threads for this world. Great! The workload has doubled again. Yay! Lin Ming went crazy on the mountaintop. Although he understood some of the principles, the psychological pressure of not being able to keep track of time remained. Just when Lin Ming felt he could hardly overcome this hurdle, an unexpected person helped him. Arns. Lin Ming received Arns's message for the first time in the 200th year. The message was a stone slab buried deep underground. On the slab was a line of text. 147 years have passed since the world was locked. I failed, but your direction was correct. I will leave time marking information in some places that will not disturb the insects. I will help you. Farewell. Arns. Lin Ming held the slab, examining it repeatedly for a long time. It was a stone slab that had clearly been buried underground for hundreds of years, and the writing on it was quite blurred, but Lin Ming could still recall the handwriting. It was Arns's. Lin Ming didn't actually know what kind of being Arns had become, but the good news was that Arns kept her word. From then on, every so often, Lin Ning would find stone tablets in rather mysterious places. Some were underground, some were inside the trunks of towering trees in deep forests, and some were codes found in a book, described as a century-old unsolved mystery. Each time Lin Ning discovered these things, Arns would tell him the current time. Undoubtedly, Arns now possessed the ability to travel freely through time. Her method of leaving messages for Lin Ning required first knowing what Lin Ning would encounter in the present moment, then returning hundreds of years in time to place the information in a location where Lin Ning was bound to find it. Lin Ning actually had many questions he wanted to ask, but Arns was wary of the so-called insect. She seemed unable to use this ability recklessly, lest it cause some kind of collapse. Even so, Arns still gave Lin Ning some hints. Arns referred to herself as one half. While working, Lin Ning pondered the meaning of this half, ultimately concluding that Arns represented the past half of time. The other half was the future. Besides keeping track of Lin Ning's time and acting as a riddle teller, Arns was likely also afraid that too much detail would disturb the insect. With Arns by his side, Lin Ning felt a sense of peace. Another 246 years passed. During this time, Lin Ning oscillated between madness and tranquility. To stabilize his mind, he taught himself countless musical instruments and created many magnificent architectural works that were completely impossible for human technology to replicate. He even used elements to create several exquisitely small paintings. Everything was done to alleviate the monotony and mental stress of work. Until the 393rd year, things took a turn for the better. That day, Lin Ning was traveling between the two dimensions as usual, when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't visited Qi for over 10 years. When he arrived at the mycelial sphere where Qi resided, all that remained was an empty shell. Qi was gone. Ah! 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 Lin Ning, too preoccupied to recover his long-dormant language skills, began searching between the two worlds. Lin Ning feared that Qi, who had finally come back to life, would die again due to his negligence. That would be all for naught. Fortunately, when Lin Ning found Qi, she was still alive. Qi's location was both unexpected and logical. She was in front of the fourth and cave-in. Lin Ning still couldn't remember what to say. He looked at Qi in utter surprise, not because Qi's resurrection was unexpected, but because of Qi's appearance. It was clearly a naked child. Lin Ning approached and examined her for a long time. Only when those familiar, hollow eyes blinked did he confirm that this was indeed Qi. However, Qi was too small. She wasn't even a child, she was an infant. She looked at Lin Ming, then at the fourth person, and then wobbled a few steps towards Lin Ming. Perhaps finding walking too clumsy, she simply crawled on all fours to Lin Ming. When Lin Ming started his plan, he never dreamed that, while saving the world, another daunting task would be raising a child. The good news was that after nearly 400 years, Lin Ming finally had someone to keep him company. The bad news was that Lin Ming had never raised a child before. He was terrified that Qi would ask for milk. He didn't have the necessary feeding equipment. But fortunately, although Qi had become an infant, she was still different from human children. She didn't cry at all. Eating didn't seem to be essential for her, but she would eat whatever was offered to her. And she would eat anything fed to her. Lin Ning enjoyed feeding her chili peppers, and watching the child writhe and squirm from the spiciness. It was also after Qi's official resurrection that Lin Ning received another message from Arns. This time, the message didn't include a time, but only a large question mark. Chapter 440. Lin Ning's work with the child wasn't going smoothly. He was initially worried that if Qi had lost her spider-like constitution and her lifespan was the same as a human's after her resurrection at this time, she might have lived out her life before the world transfer was complete. Lin Ning didn't know if she still had her previous memories, so he took the still infant Qi to familiar places. Fortunately, she responded to many things. She would actively approach Lin Ming, babbling in front of him, and when she saw the motionless Yin Ming, she would gently pat his face as if waking a sleeping person. From then on, Lin Ning began to tirelessly teach Qi to speak. He himself also regained his language abilities after a long time. Although he taught very diligently, Qi's intellectual level seemed to be at an infant level. Qi had no interest in learning to speak, only knowing how to crawl around the ground as fast as a cockroach. Regarding Qi's lifespan, Lin Ning originally planned to seal her away like everyone else using world silk, ensuring she would still be alive after the world transfer was complete. However, after a few years, Lin Ming changed his mind. Because Qi's growth pattern was completely unlike that of a human. She first spent several years growing from an infant to a toddler, then maintained that state for about 30 years, and then grew a little more over a decade later, Just as she was beginning to show signs of becoming a young woman, she stopped growing again. Lin Ning had a clear understanding of his own lifespan. As long as Ersham didn't die, then Lin Ning would almost certainly not die either. That's why he was able to execute this world transfer plan spanning hundreds of years. But he truly couldn't understand her. Chi's mind only fully matured around the age of 20. She could finally speak. However, some memories required her to recall them over a considerable period. Lin Ning finally had a companion who could talk. Chi. You called me? What else? Between these two worlds combined, only the two of us can talk. Chi's personality had changed somewhat compared to before. If the previous Chi was somewhat empty, the current Chi was more human. She expressed joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness more often than before, and even threw a tantrum at Lin Ning because of her prolonged loneliness. After running away from home for 5 years in the unfinished New World, she returned to find Lin Ning out of sheer boredom, telling him about the pranks she had played in the New World. Lin Ning's head buzzed when he heard this. He wasn't sure if Chi's prank would affect the operation of the New World, but he also didn't have the energy to thoroughly investigate that already half-finished world. In the end, he could only hope that Chi's prank wouldn't cause any harm. Chi, are you still a spider? Can't you see for yourself? If I could see, I wouldn't be asking you. Humph. You were much cuter before. Then go find the old one. Lin Ning really wanted to wrap Chi up in a ball of mycelium again. Is this what they call puberty? Lin Ning was worried that Chi had truly become a completely different person. After all, even his personality was completely different from before. But Lin Ning later dismissed this concern. One time, she went to the New World and didn't return for a long time. Curious, Lin Ning searched for her, and finally found her in Yan Ming's room. She had placed many flowers around Yan Ming. In this world, flowers never wither. Those flowers would always remain in their most beautiful state. Chi just looked at Yan Ming, remaining silent even when Lin Ming noticed her. Lin Ming looked at Yan Ming, then at Chi. Excuse my bluntness, but the way you arrange these flowers doesn't look very auspicious. Mind your own business. Shouldn't you, the great savior, be very busy? I'm just taking a break from my busy schedule. Chi was silent for a long time before asking Lin Ming, do I like her? In that instant, Lin Ming felt like he was having a heart-to-heart talk with his daughter, who was in early love. I don't know the answer to that question. This time, Chi, unusually, didn't argue. Instead, she curled up into a ball and whispered, I remember, but I don't remember. Those past events seem not to be mine, but I can't ignore them. So that's it. Only now did Lin Ming understand the reason for Chi's constant anxiety since her resurrection. She seemed unable to fully accept her memories. Because the emotional system she possessed now was different from her previous self. The former Chi might not have understood what liking or loving meant, but she would draw conclusions with mechanical rationality. The current Chi undoubtedly understands liking and loving, but it is precisely because of this that she has begun to question everything she has experienced. Lin Ming couldn't help. After much deliberation, he could only leave Chi with one sentence. I think even if you completely deny your memories, believing they have nothing to do with you, the person in front of you surrounded by flowers will accept this fact. Why? Because you're still alive, and in my opinion, your current state is closer to the state of being alive than before. No, she be sad. She feel I denied her, she feel I'm a traitor. Lin Ming bent down, picked up a flower, snapped the stem short, and then, with a mischievous grin, placed it up Yan Ming's nostril. I don't think she will. No, she will. Regardless of what you think, kid, the Yan Ming I know isn't someone who gives up so easily. Even if you deny everything, she still try her best to get to know you again. That's the Yan Ming I know. Lin Ming turned back to look at Chi. The Yan Ming you valued before was like that too. Hearing this, Chi's eyes slowly brightened, but then she angrily kicked Lin Ming in the shin. Get the flowers out of her nostrils right now. No, I left one nostril open for you. You can put the other one in. I won't. Am I crazy? After a while, Lin Ming and Chi left the Assassin's Guild in the New World. Yan Ming continued to lie quietly on the bed, a flower stuck in each nostril. Only about 1/10 of this world's transfer was complete. Now, the New World showed almost no signs of transfer. It was like a world that had always been asleep. Moreover, during the relocation process, Lin Ming noticed an unexpected phenomenon: the transfer of the designated successors. Lin Ming didn't even know how he noticed it. He simply found himself standing in the New World one day, suddenly realizing the existence of designated successors. Later, Lin Ming was conducting a routine inspection in the nearly emptied Old World. Because the relocation required disassembling and reassembling various objects, The old world was now a scene completely corroded by mold. As Lin Ming inspected this hellish landscape for any oversights, he suddenly laughed out loud. He remembered Arns's prophecy. In the prophecy, he was walking alone in a world destroyed by mold, holding Kaven's wings. Arns's prophecy was actually entirely accurate. It's just that Arns, who had awakened 8 eyes at the time, misjudged the timing of the scene she predicted. Since the world relocation mission began, Lin Ming had repeated the prophetic scene thousands of times. Each time he completed the transfer of a region, he would check it in this way, mainly focusing on the 4th backup. Each time a backup was found, he would mark its location and mark its sequence number on the ground. As for Kaven's wings, Lin Ming often took them off to play with. He didn't just hold them in his hands. When he was bored, he would even stick the wings on his head. Finally, after a total of 765 years, Lin Ming's relocation was completed. During the latter half of his work, Qi, out of boredom, entered a state of hibernation with Lin Ming's help. Every few years, Lin Ming would wake her up to keep him company for a while, before letting her fall asleep again, using this method to protect Qi's mental state. When the transfer was complete, only the location of the 4th one and Kaven remained in the old world, along with some soil and vegetation. The rest of the world was covered in mycelium and mold. And then, there were the most crucial backups of the 4th one. These backups were carefully removed during the world transfer and left behind in the old world. After completing all this, Lin Ming woke Qi and, in the new world, explained some possible scenarios to her. For example, the initial state of the world's silk threads was unstable and might cause spatial tremors. Also, theoretically, once time was activated, the sun and moon would naturally manifest. Without the 4th one's influence in the new world, the corruption of human souls would cease, but a period of recuperation and reconstruction would be needed. And, if his final step failed, she needed to relay the message to all humanity in the new world. I need to change the frequency of the primary element to deactivate the 4th element and all the backups. And what about you? Well, I have indeed come up with a method over the past few centuries, but whether it will work, I don't know. Then, what about Kaven? After the world flows, he will leave the blood nail state. If I fail, I will send him here first. Qi's current attire is completely different from before. She is only wearing a long white robe, and her hair is much longer than before. She has styled her straight hair into a middle part, with strands falling on both sides of her face. Coupled with that familiar hole-like eye, at first glance, she looks like a little female ghost. She looked at Lin Ming, who seemed to be giving his last words, and said with her head down, "To this world, you are a god. To be able to do this, I was not wrong about you back then. What's with all this talk of gods and magic? It sounds so cliché. No matter what you say, it's the truth. That doesn't matter. I be going to the old world in a bit, then the spatial passage will close. After the space closes, time will flow again. At that time, you need to go to these places." Lin Ming sensed that his final confrontation with the 4th person would take some time, so he could only entrust the cleanup work in the new world to Qi. She needed to first check on the Assassin's Guild members and find the Queen Ant. If the Assassin's Guild members were unharmed, then the Queen Ant would be needed to conceal the fact that the world had changed its spatial dimension from the rest of the world. Lin Ming was going to lie. His reason for doing so was quite personal. Because he knew that this transport wasn't an elemental level replication, his transport would inevitably have oversights. If everything went smoothly, once human society returned to normal, these oversights would be used as charges against Lin Ming. For example, the increase or decrease of minerals, the inexplicable failure of the magic seals, the time chaos of the ancient ruins, and so on. Even if Lin Ming saved the world, some would still say, since it's already taken over 700 years, why not spend more time doing it more meticulously? Lin Ming understood this aspect of human nature all too well. Moreover, he himself disdained the title of savior. Therefore, Lin Ming wanted Qi to tell the world that all the strange phenomena of the present world were the reason why the 4th person, after modifying human souls, attempted to tamper with the world. And Lin Ming, with the air of a hero, stepped forward and fought the 4th person for 300 rounds, stopping the 4th person's alteration. Therefore, the 4th person only altered a small part. In this way, all the hatred was transferred to the 4th person. A few elites among humanity could naturally see through this lie at a glance, but these elites would certainly not be determined to expose it, because this lie was clearly more conducive to stabilizing the public. In this way, the few skeptics would also become a minority, and in the end, the truth would become a mythical folk tale. This was Lin Ming's script for Qi's cleanup. Chapter 441. Time, truly wondrous. Lin Ming bid farewell to Qi, tidied his hair, changed his clothes, and prepared to break the time constraints of this new world. Lin Ning had relayed the world silk in this world. Initially, Lin Ning was very apprehensive because he only knew how to make the world silk move again, but had no information on activating time. Later, Arns clearly told Lin Ning on the stone slab that activating time required the participation of a designated person. This made things much easier. He and Arns, with a simple coordination, made time in the new world begin to flow again. The principle was actually somewhat mundanely simple. They only needed to simultaneously push on both the time and world silk levels. Then, like dominoes, the entire world awoke from a central point. Wind. The rustling of leaves. Sun and moon. Slowly moving clouds. Lin Ning now knew the distribution of elements and the geological structure of this world. His understanding of it was incredibly detailed. But when the world began to move again, Lin Ning felt a sense of estrangement. Strange, yet beautiful. For over 700 years, his only thought had been to complete his mission as quickly as possible. But only after everything was finished did he recall his purpose. He had done it all to preserve this world. The moment the world began to move again, Lin Ning awoke as if from a dream, realizing a fact. He had succeeded. Feeling the breeze, Lin Ning murmured to himself, "I succeeded." She chimed in, "Yes, our great hero. I feel like I'm dreaming." "No, I feel like I just woke up." "You slept for quite a long time. How many years?" 765 years. The relocation is finally complete. She looked at Lin Ning and pointed to the location where the spatial passage had just been opened. "No, you haven't finished relocating yet." Lin Ning was taken aback at first, then smiled and nodded. "That's right, there's still one person who hasn't been moved over. Go quickly. If you come back late, I tell them you were killed by the fourth one, and that I'm the savior." Okay, say whatever you want." Lin Ning opened the spatial passage and began executing the final step of the plan. This old world, because it had been covered in Lin Ning's mold, didn't show any obvious changes after the world silk was unlocked. The only difference was that the fourth one was struggling even more violently. "Hey! Caven!" Lin Ning called out to the blood nail. The enormous blood nail, whether due to the restarting of the world silk or the hearing of Lin Ning's voice, began to gradually melt. The fourth person, sensing the blood nail's loss of power, vanished instantly. Where he had stood, a human figure slowly rose from a pool of blood. The first thing Caven did upon waking was look around, then sighed, "Truly, a scene from hell. Humph. It took me 765 years to get this to." Caven looked at Lin Ning, confirming the incredibly exaggerated time frame. 765 years? Yes, 765 years. Just you? At first it was just me, then Arns and she came. Caven stared at Lin Ning for what seemed like an eternity. Lin Ning felt incredibly uncomfortable under his gaze. "What are you looking at? You don't seem to age at all." "What? Want to see an old man? I can turn right now." No need." Even though he hadn't spoken to Caven for over 700 years, Lin Ning didn't feel any sense of estrangement. He just felt very comfortable. Like finally returning home after a long journey, lying on his most familiar bed. But it wasn't over yet. Caven actually had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he had just sensed the fact that the fourth person had escaped. "Caven, I send you to the rebuilt world first, then you wait for me there for a while." Lin Ning was about to continue when Caven shook his head decisively. "No, first of all, sending me there requires opening a spatial passage, and there's no guarantee that a fourth person won't take advantage of the situation to enter. And then?" Caven walked behind Lin Ning and retracted the wings he had left on his back. "You've been showing off for over 700 years, because I wasn't there. Now that I'm awake, there's no reason for you to continue facing this alone." Lin Ning opened his mouth to say something, but found his throat tight. He thought he had exhausted all his emotions over those 700 years. But now it seemed he hadn't. This was a good thing. Caven smiled and patted Lin Ning's back, watching the 700-year-old man begin to cry. "Cry, there's no one else here. It doesn't matter how ugly you cry, I keep it a secret." Lin Ning's loneliness of over 700 years finally found release at this moment. He had cried during his mental breakdowns before. But the feeling now was completely different. Only now did Lin Ning's heart truly find peace. In his unrestrained weeping, he was overjoyed to confirm the fact that he was still alive. Like a newborn baby. Having vented his loneliness and grievances, Lin Ning's anger began to rise. Fourth. That son of a bitch. He'd been imprisoned for over 700 years, all because of him. Caven looked thoughtfully at the sea of mold before him. "By the way, Do you have a way to destroy all the backups at once? Wouldn't it be okay to just leave him here like this? Lin Ming shook his head. No, he'd probably try every possible way to open a spatial passage. We have to eliminate him completely. Do you have a way? Of course. That's over 700 years. If you thought about a problem for over 700 years, you surely find a solution. Lin Ming said, taking a deep breath. In an instant, his entire body structure turned completely black. De-isolation complete primordial elemental form. Kevin looked at the pitch-black Lin Ming before him, about to ask a question, when he saw countless fine mycelia sprout from Lin Ming's body, like hair growing out of it. The mycelia were extremely thin, but numerous. After a while, the mycelia formed a new humanoid shape around the original pitch-black body. Then the humanoid shape gradually became clear, and another Lin Ming stood before Kevin. Dear Demon God Owl, Demon God Cicada, Demon God Frog, Demon God Composite Soul Projection Spiritual 2 Bodies, this is the National Academy's research. While transporting worlds, Lin Ming relentlessly searched for a way to destroy the fourth demon while preserving himself. Finally, he actually found it. Ironically, almost all the research results Lin Ming used were left behind by the fourth demon, soul fragments of other demonic species, and repeatable experimental methods. After the fourth demon obtained his complete spider form, he discarded these things as junk. But Lin Ming used this junk to develop a method that allowed the primal element to separate from his body. Kevin looked at the two Lin Mings before him, feeling as if Lin Ming's shadow had stood up beside him. Lin Ming turned around, and the dark humanoid beside him turned around as well. Lin Ming straightened his clothes, and the humanoid repeated the same action. Completely synchronized. Kevin looked at the two Lin Mings before him and cautiously asked, which one is the original? The two Lin Mings pointed to themselves in unison. Both are, yet neither is. Lin Ming's technique, to be precise, split his body in two, but the soul and consciousness governing the body remained the same. One soul, two bodies, only one body possessed the primal element, while the other did not. To destroy the fourth entity, many prerequisites were necessary. The frequency of the primal element needed to be altered, and Lin Ming himself needed to detach from the primal element, otherwise, they would perish together. However, once Lin Ming detached from the primal element, he would lose the ability to influence elements. Therefore, Lin Ming needed to detach from the primal element while still merging with it. For the past 700 years, Lin Ming had been pondering this mind-boggling question, finally finding the current answer. He had indeed detached from the primal element. The primal element now existed independently of Lin Ming. However, he could still use the primal element's abilities, because the primal element body was still under the control of Lin Ming's soul. After listening to Lin Ming's explanation, Calvin gave his assessment. Brilliant. Chapter 442. In the old world, Lin Ming was confident of victory. This wasn't blind confidence. Lin Ming had simulated the current scenario countless times over the past 700 years. The fourth entity wasn't even a threat to Lin Ming now. Moreover, even without converting the frequency of the primal element, Lin Ming had 7 or 8 backup plans to seal the fourth entity. The reason he chose to destroy the fourth entity instead of sealing it was simply because of his displeasure. Because of the losses suffered by all of humanity to date, because of this 700-year-old personal grudge. Lin Ming looked at the dark shadow that had separated from him, and the shadow turned its head in another direction, following Lin Ming's movement. Primal element. Once the frequency of the primal element was changed, Lin Ming would lose the ability to modify elements. Although the primal element had no consciousness and didn't have the same sense of companionship as the Urshram, Lin Ming still felt a pang of reluctance looking at the part that had once belonged to him. The conversion of elemental frequencies was not interconnected between the two spaces. Therefore, Lin Ming didn't need to worry about this frequency shift affecting the new world. Let's begin. The final elemental transformation. Kevin watched as Lin Ming slowly closed his eyes, and then the tremors began. This was a massive earthquake affecting the entire world. Immediately afterward, Kevin saw a jet-black stone pillar suddenly pierce through the ground in the distance. As Lin Ming's transformation continued, stone pillars continuously grew from the previously flattened land. These stone pillars began to grow larger as Lin Ming's transformation deepened. From initially being just over a meter tall, they gradually towered into the clouds. Meanwhile, the ground continued to tremble violently. These stone pillars were the form in which Lin Ming had transformed the fourth backup's primordial element frequency. The black shadow beside Lin Ming also began to change. This black shadow didn't turn into stone pillars. Instead, branches made of rock sprouted continuously from its body, like a wildly growing stone tree. As Kevin observed these anomalies, The fourth backup's increasingly faint voice began to echo around them. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. This was the combined voice of all the fourth backups. The fourth backup seemed to have a lot to say, but in the end, it only stopped at calling Lin Ming's name. Lin Ming heard the fourth backup's voice and opened his eyes. His heart was completely calm. He knew the fourth backup could no longer appear before him. The fourth backup, like the black shadow beside him, was now gradually becoming a towering stone tree. After the shadow began to transform, Lin Ming and Kevin left their original spot and went to the top of a straight stone pillar a little further away. Lin Ming listened to the fourth voice beside him, sighed, and said softly, "After humans die, people erect a stone monument after burying the body, so that future generations will know who is buried here." As he spoke, Lin Ming looked down at the stone pillars on the ground, which resembled a forest of giant rocks. "These stone pillars are the last monument I erect for you. I am not human." The fourth voice grew softer and softer, becoming more and more like the sound of the wind. "Yes, you're not human, and you don't want to be. Then consider these stones my final humiliation of you. Humanity will face crises. The world is far more than this. I know. I read all your research on the outside world. Don't worry, if it's published, I give you credit." Humph, 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 humph. The fourth one's last words were a mocking laugh. Lin Ming didn't know if the fourth one was mocking him, or the fourth one itself. The primordial element frequency conversion ended. What remained in the world were countless towering stone pillars, and two enormous stone trees, so large they seemed endless. One was the primordial element Lin Ming had separated, the other was the fourth one. Kevin stood at the edge of the stone pillar, glancing down. Pretty tall. Lin Ming also came closer. "Yeah, if you jump from here, you could probably finish a song before landing." "Really? I think so." Kevin reached out and touched the stone pillar beneath his feet, keenly sensing a pulse. Kevin was startled and spread his wings, about to leave the pillar, when he saw Lin Ming already lying down quite leisurely. "Don't worry, these stones are alive. The underground part of the pillar is actually roots." "Alive?" "Yes, I noticed this when I first started the experiment. At the time, I couldn't believe it myself, thinking something had gone wrong, but later." Lin Ming sat up and touched the stone beneath him. "Later, I suddenly realized that spiders are actually one of the stable frequencies of the primordial element. The primordial element inherently possesses life potential, its other stable states are alive, so it's not strange." Kevin looked at the ground in surprise. Staring at the stone pillars for a while, Kevin noticed that all the pillars, including the two giant trees, were actually emitting a faint yellowish light. The light would flash briefly every now and then slowly dim, like they were breathing. Lin Ming stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked to Kevin's side. Kevin turned to look at Lin Ming and paused, stunned. Lin Ming looked at Kevin and also paused, stunned. Then, in unison, they both said the same thing. "So this is what you look like?" Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes disappeared. His eyes had returned to their normal human appearance. Because Kevin had been looking at Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes for so long, he now found Lin Ming somewhat unfamiliar. Lin Ming, on the other hand, had been observing the world from the perspective of elements and world threads for a long time. Even when looking at the people around him, he habitually used this perspective. Therefore, seeing someone's appearance directly after so long was also a little strange for him. Things ended much faster than expected. Lin Ming glanced at the world again, opened a spatial passage, but didn't walk in directly. Instead, he turned back to examine the stone pillars carefully. Kevin followed his gaze and looked behind him. What? Still a little reluctant to leave. The life characteristics of the primordial elements are still present. If we wait another tens of thousands of years, some other life forms might appear here. Kevin shook his head. It's best not to, too much trouble. Lin Ming smiled, led Kevin, and passed through the spatial passage. But Lin Ming forgot that he had opened the passage atop the stone pillars. He habitually took a step into the inner spatial passage, only to lose his footing and begin to plummet. Seeing this, Kevin retracted his wings and joined Lin Ming in a ropeless bungee jump. What? Lin Ming instinctively tried to use his world silk. But it wouldn't work. He hadn't used his mycelium wings in a long time, and after 2 unsuccessful attempts, he was momentarily flustered. Kevin shouted from the side, "Try singing a song." Lin Ming glanced at the ground, getting closer and closer. Singing a song is a miracle. At the last moment, Kevin scooped him up, using his wings to cushion the fall, and landed him on the ground. They landed at the entrance of the Assassin's Guild. As soon as they landed, Lin Ming smelled a delicious aroma. Seeing no one around the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming curiously pushed open the guild's door. On the other side of the door, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Pots and pans were scattered everywhere, along with various other noises. Food. Is there any food left? Those who have finished eating, come help. Those who are cooking, go eat now. In the crowd, Mei Yi, with a headscarf tied around her head, was wielding a spatula in front of a huge, makeshift stove, stir-frying vegetables while secretly stuffing food into her mouth. Excuse me. Lin Ming looked over at the sound and saw Qi, who had carried a whole cow in on his back. Susa, standing next to him, took the entire cow from Qi's back and then grabbed an axe to chop the meat. Not far away, Hyson was handing out various utensils. Looking out down the main street, Lin Ming realized that the entire street had been transformed into an open-air canteen. Everyone was busy, either cooking or eating. No one paid any attention to Lin Ming. Curious, Lin Ming walked over to Mei Yi and asked, "Need any help?" Mei Yi instinctively replied, "Of course. Go and cut the meat with Xiao Yi." Mei Yi was about to continue issuing tasks, when she suddenly realized how familiar the voice was. She whirled around and saw that familiar face. The powerful spatula she had been wielding froze in midair, then clattered to the ground. Lin Ming? Everyone nearby heard Mei Yi call Lin Ming's name, and they all froze, as if the world had stopped, staring intently at Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine from their stares. The food's going to burn. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Everyone cheered and crowded around, but Lin Ming couldn't understand a word they were saying, because everyone was chewing. Hunger. Lin Ming heard a rather calm voice at his feet. He looked down and saw Qi. She still looked like a little ghost, but her hair was clearly carefully combed. Perhaps because the stagnation lasted too long, or perhaps because the soul erosion has ended and the body needs to recover. Everyone in the world is eating like crazy right now, Qi said, then suddenly asked curiously, "How did you stop the soul erosion? Shouldn't that be like a plague? I didn't see you clear the plague from them one by one." Lin Ming smiled. "That's not actually a plague. The countless backups the fourth one planted throughout the world, besides their teleportation function in critical moments, also have another ability, constantly spreading a kind of fluctuation that affects the soul." Fluid? Didn't Kaven notice that? Lin Ming shook his head. Kaven's ability leans more towards vibration, but the fluctuation emitted by the fourth one's backup is closer to invisible light that can penetrate obstacles. Humans exposed to this fluctuation will exhibit symptoms of a soul plague. So it's not an infectious disease, but rather the fourth one forcibly altering the world's environment. I see. She seemed to understand, but she also knew that Lin Ming was now the one who understood this world best. I thought the appointees would force you to become one of them, but it seems they didn't. Lin Ming simply smiled upon hearing this, saying nothing. In fact, the appointees had been causing trouble for Lin Ming from the beginning. During his journey of transporting worlds, he frequently encountered anomalies that significantly hampered his progress, such as sudden gravitational anomalies and the familiar causal inversion. These strange phenomena persisted until Lin Ming wrote a research notebook. After completing this notebook, the appointee never contacted him again. That research notebook was actually just something Lin Ming wrote to pass the time. The notebook was titled Information Projection Theory and Possible External Space Connection Channels. The appointee seemed to be indirectly telling Lin Ming that his exploration of this world was far from over. Moreover, the appointee was quite willing to let Lin Ming explore what lay beyond this world that had been divided in two. Chapter 443. Peace and tranquility prevailed. For the next few days, Lin Ming focused on caring for the entire Assassin's Guild. Firstly, he missed his old comrades dearly, and secondly, he wanted to observe the humans' recovery progress closely. Now that Lin Ming had lost the power of the primal element, he wasn't sure he could handle any further trouble. Fortunately, the humans were indeed recovering. Aside from eating a little too much, there were no other problems. The vice president gradually resumed his daily morning sword practice, and the president began formally preparing for post-disaster diplomatic work. Lin Ming, unusually well-rested for a few days, found Nazi, the world's most powerful teleportation mage. "Come help me with something." Nazi gave Lin Ming a wary look. "I knew it wouldn't be a simple matter the moment you flattered me. It's not difficult. I just want you to make me a point-to-point teleportation array. Whether it's difficult or not depends on the distance. It shouldn't be far, right? The Southern Territory." "Ha, farewell." Lin Ming quickly grabbed Naki's collar before he could teleport away. "Don't go yet. There's something in it." Naki, hearing about the benefits, listened with some skepticism as Lin Ming continued. Lin Ming then began vividly describing the medicinal effects of various wild game from the Southern Territory to Naki. Strengthening the body, nourishing the complexion, prolonging life, immortality. Stop! I know the stuff is good, but a teleportation array this distance can't transport large quantities of goods. Knowing you as I do, you want to go there. It's definitely not just for some aphrodisiac, right? Lin Ming chuckled. Of course not. This world was entirely rebuilt by Lin Ming himself. He had no reason not to leave himself some small benefit. Actually, Lin Ming could reach the Southern Territory very quickly using only the mycelium. But he couldn't go alone. He had to take Kaven with him. After much pleading and cajoling, Nazi finally agreed. The establishment of the teleportation seal required Nazi to personally travel to the Southern Territory. Sigh. Nazi sighed. He knew he couldn't avoid it, and could only follow Lin Ming's arrangements. Lin Ming greeted the others in the Assassin's Guild and then, along with Kaven and Nazi, flew towards the Southern Territory. Along the way, Lin Ming constantly checked the recovery status of various forces along the route. While on the road, Nazi kept complaining, I left many teleportation nodes before, the furthest being close to Xiaolinsel, but now I don't know why all the magic arrays have disappeared. It's really strange. Lin Ming didn't dare to utter a sound. The entire world had been completely overhauled. Nazi's nodes, of course, no longer existed. Ah. Well, since we have the chance, you can just redo it. Lin Ming's tone was full of guilt. Flying and stopping along the way, with Naki gathering post-disaster intelligence along the way, the three finally arrived at the southern border. The southern border was still the same. The walls were dilapidated, and the former southern border guard camp was now in ruins. When Lin Ming replicated the world, the part outside the wall remained completely unchanged. But the part inside the wall was a different story. When Kaven arrived at the southern border and saw the wall, he suddenly realized a very important problem. Lin Ming. In here. Lin Ming nodded. That's right, Chong Wuzi is still alive. Chong Wuzi, a spider. Because she had no ambition, Chong Wuzi had always been relatively unknown. Kaven frowned. So now you're here to eliminate her completely. No, no, no. Lin Ming quickly interrupted him. Although Chong Wuzi is a spider, I conducted considerable research on her. Before Lin Ming could finish speaking, a familiar voice came from the hole in the city wall. Yo, finally here. Lin Ming and Kaven weren't particularly surprised to see Chong Wuzi. Nazi, on the other hand, nearly popped her eyes out of their sockets when she saw the dark-skinned, naked woman before her. Kaven's expression was somewhat grave. He knew Lin Ming must have his reasons for doing things, but he still instinctively felt that none of the spiders should be left alive. But what Lin Ming said next truly exceeded Kaven's expectations. She's not a spider. Lin Ming smiled at Chong Wuzi, stating a fact that might surprise both humans and spiders. She's not a spider, she's a con artist who's been deceiving spiders and humans for tens of thousands of years. Chong Wuzi laughed with considerable relief upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, how did you discover that? It's World Silk. I originally intended to throw you aside and dispose of you along with the fourth one, but when I was transferring you, I discovered that your influence on World Silk was completely different from other spiders. Chong Wuzi raised an eyebrow. Just that. Isn't that a bit hasty? That's certainly not the key factor. The most crucial thing is your magical beasts. Speaking of which, your magical beasts must be very happy right now. Of course, after all, we're finally home. Home? Kaven tried hard to understand the conversation, but still couldn't grasp it. Nazi, standing beside him, didn't understand a word either. Chong Wuzi was an existence that almost deceived the world. She was born into this world. If Lin Ming wasn't mistaken, 3 souls survived the last world transition. Eshram, the first generation of Nightborn, and Chong Wuzi. Eshram was the executor of the destruction of the old world. The first generation of Nightborn survived the destruction through sheer brute force, and Chong Wuzi was the most special one. She was the aggregate of the consciousness of the old world's creatures. She was the lord of the old world's beings. She was the mother of the old world's souls. Chong Wuzi was one with all life in the old world. Lin Ming didn't actually know what she had gone through to become such a demigod-like being. Perhaps, in the old world's life system, this was simply a common occurrence. Chong Wuzi didn't actually possess any special abilities. Her only skill was disguise. Disguise capable of deceiving all consciousness. Lin Ming even felt it wasn't just disguise. That ability to become whatever she wanted was more like a true incarnation. Her method of escaping the destruction of the old world was likely by disguising herself as a part of Eshram. Then she encountered a spatial portal connecting to another world. What happened afterward, Lin Ming wasn't entirely clear. He could only guess that Chang Wuzi recuperated in this newly born world, and later she noticed the appearance of an extremely unusual life form, a spider. Having witnessed the unique nature of spiders, Chang Wuzi, in order to better understand this world, chose to transform into one of these creatures, closest to the world's origin. Then, by a twist of fate, she and the spiders suffered a great calamity. Chang Wuzi and the other spiders fell into a deep slumber. From then on, the magical beasts went out of control, and a tug-of-war ensued between humans and the beasts. Eventually, humans brought all the magical beasts into the Southern Territory. Later, Lin Ming arrived in the Southern Territory, and Chang Wuzi awoke in her spider form. After Chang Wuzi's awakening, the magical beast's aggressive desires vanished. If we interpret it in a positive light, Chang Wuzi's purpose from beginning to end was singular: to preserve the ecosystem of the old world. In Chang Wuzi's eyes, this old world ecosystem was her child. The conflict between magical beasts and humans only occurred because of Chang Wuzi's absence. Chang Wuzi listened to Lin Ming's story, her astonishment evident. How do you know so much? This is impossible. Of course, not by myself. I have to thank a friend who calls herself Half of Time. Half of Time. Arns. Without Arns, Lin Ming would never have known this information. Lin Ming looked at Chang Wuzi, his feelings quite complex. He already knew Chang Wuzi's true form, and he also knew that Chang Wuzi was not an enemy. However, the conflict between humanity and the southern border's magical beasts could not be easily dismissed. The price the southern border guardians paid to prevent the magical beasts from harassing humanity could not be easily overlooked with a simple, "She is not an enemy." If we truly compare threats to humanity, Chang Wuzi should rank second, if fourth. Therefore, Lin Ming's purpose in coming to the Southern Territory was actually surveillance. He didn't want the magical beasts of the Southern Territory to disturb the peace of humanity again, but he truly had no way to eliminate Chang Wuzi along with the magical beasts. Because he knew that physical destruction couldn't eliminate Chang Wuzi, she could still survive in other forms. Chang Wuzi listened to Lin Ming's explanation, her smile somewhat unnatural. Your information is generally correct, but there's a problem with one part. Which part? My becoming a spider wasn't a voluntary change, but rather assimilation after being captured. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Spiders might actually be capable of such things. This wasn't because spiders had particularly strong assimilation abilities, but because Chang Wuzi's soul form was too free. While this explanation was logical, its credibility was questionable. It's also possible that Chang Wuzi was trying to gain Lin Ming's trust with this statement. If I hadn't been assimilated and dragged into that disaster, perhaps the magical beasts wouldn't be in this state now. But put that aside for now, aren't you going to explain this thing that suddenly appeared? Chang Wuzi said, pointing inside the city walls. Caven had actually wanted to ask for a while. The biggest difference between this place and the former Southern Territory was that inside the city walls, there was an exceptionally luxurious-looking castle. Lin Ming, upon hearing Chang Wuzi's words, didn't hide anything, pointing directly at the castle and proudly turning to Caven to show off. How about it? Isn't it amazing? This is our new home. Huh? Naki only realized this now. Oh, so you wanted the teleportation array for this? This building is too ostentatious, a bit of a mishmash. Nazi, to recognize your contribution, I can give you half a floor. Your architectural style is clearly that of a master, grand and harmonious. Come on, let's tour. Wait a minute. Chang Wuzi quickly stopped Lin Ming. My territory, you think you can just walk in like that? Lin Ming spread his hands. I know, this land can't be used for free. What you value is the monster ecosystem. You chose to retreat to this place, so you must already know that human greed is enough to destroy the monster ecosystem, right? Of course. Then I make a deal with you. I guard this territory, and I can guarantee that human hunters won't set foot in the Southern Territory. At the same time, I help the monsters reintegrate into the existing ecosystem. This world originally belonged to them, didn't it? Chang Wuzi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Monsters are now infamous. Reintegrating into the world is no easy task. If Lin Ming could truly help her reintegrate into the greater ecosystem in a different way, it wouldn't seem like a bad thing. Her life shouldn't have to exist in such a cramped place. Seeing Chang Wuzi acquiesce to his suggestion, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The Southern Territory was the last place Lin Ming was worried about. He established a second stronghold here for surveillance and control. His seemingly polite words were also to gain Chang Wuzi's approval for his presence. He, Lin Ming, wouldn't joke with the lives of his former comrades in the Southern Territory. He himself actually preferred to keep the magical beasts permanently sealed within the Southern Territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built a castle here. Reintegrating the magical beasts into the ecosystem was just a suggestion. As for when this suggestion would be implemented, that would have to wait until it was completely confirmed that the magical beasts were harmless. This harmlessness had two parts. First, it wouldn't damage the existing ecosystem. Second, humanity needed to have the absolute ability to suppress the magical beasts. Therefore, they needed to educate the public. They needed to let humanity know everything about the magical beasts. Physiology, habits, weaknesses, value. Chan Wuzi. What? The plan I mentioned, the first step of its implementation, requires your help. What is the first step? Write a book. Write a book? Yes, write a book, the complete Warcraft Species Encyclopedia. Chapter 444. In the days that followed, Lin Ming traveled back and forth between the Southern Territory and the Assassin's Guild, working on compiling the monster encyclopedia. Lin Ming was quite skilled at the textual descriptions in the encyclopedia, but he wasn't good at drawing. An encyclopedia, of course, needs illustrations. Kevin stood beside Lin Ming's luxurious carved wooden table for a long time, then couldn't help but chuckle. Laughing. Still laughing. Kevin laughed, pointing to an ostrich-like monster standing obediently in front of him, then to the drawing in Lin Ming's notebook. The drawing depicted an unidentified bird with a slender neck, bulging eyes, and each eye looking in a different direction. What you drew looks like a duck choking on its neck. When you were in male form, you weren't so sharp-tongued. Huh? Is there a difference between the two forms? Now the difference is getting smaller and smaller. Should I switch to the female form? No need, the lively male form has its own charm. Speaking of your drawing, Lin Ming's spirits plummeted at the mention of his painting. What can we do? Everyone at headquarters is busy, and we can't spare any manpower. Kevin looked at the drawing again, and after a while, it even seemed kind of cute. He was thinking of framing the duck and hanging it on the wall. Just as Kevin was happily admiring Lin Ming's masterpiece, thinking that Lin Ming might have a talent for drawing children's picture books, Lin Ming tore off the drawing, crumpled it into a ball, and was about to throw it into his mouth. Just as Lin Ming was about to throw the ball of paper into his mouth, Kevin swiftly intercepted it halfway. Don't eat yet, I have a use for you. What use is this to you? I take it to Les later. I think his kids will like it. Kids? Lin Ming had already noticed that after Kevin fully merged with the first generation, besides being more emotionally expressive and smiling more, the biggest change was that he started to like children more and more. This was undoubtedly the first generation's influence. The first generation was inherently obsessed with new life, and this characteristic had now transferred to Kevin. When they went to Shillingsel to catch up with old friends, Kevin spent the whole time with children. And what surprised Lin Ming the most was that Kevin, who should have been covered in blood, was actually particularly popular with children. Of course, this could also be due to the oppressive aura of the fully formed nocturnal being, making the children feel the pressure that disobedience will definitely have dire consequences. You mean you're going to show these drawings to children? Yes, they look like picture books. Do you think those kids who perform with their magical armor and axes at the school anniversary celebration would like picture books? How will you know if you don't try? Lin Ming listened to Kevin's words. He knew Kevin didn't mean anything sarcastic, but it still sounded disheartening. After all, the difference in style between an illustrated guide and a picture book is just too great. Lin Ming sighed, slumped back in his chair, and his body gradually went limp. Seeing Lin Ming almost collapsing to the floor, Kevin picked up a pen and notebook, looked at the ostrich model that Chan Wuzi had found, and tentatively drew a few strokes. Kevin had never drawn before. He didn't even know how to hold a pen. However, Kevin's eyesight and body control were both top tier. Lin Ming hadn't sought Kevin's help before because he instinctively felt Kevin and drawing were unrelated. So when Kevin placed an almost hyper-realistic painting in front of Lin Ming was so astonished he forgot to revert to human form. Then Kevin saw a mud monster carrying a painting, looking on in amazement. You're chosen, my personal illustrator. With Kevin's help, the progress of the encyclopedia accelerated rapidly. Soon, the first volume of the encyclopedia was completed. Because there were so many types of magical beasts, it was impossible to record them all in one book, so Lin Ming planned to divide it into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. The encyclopedia was signed Lin Ming Kevin. Lin Ming entrusted the printing of the first volume to Dong Chung. CMO had a high-precision printing press. After printing, he and Kevin gave the book to the caravans traveling to and from the Assassin's Guild's exchange, asking them to deliver it to academies in various regions. After finishing his tasks, Lin Ming decided to take a break. Back at the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming found the place brightly decorated. Huh? Is there some good news? Lin Ming was muttering to himself as he stood on the street when a familiar female voice came from behind him. This is to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the disappearance of the plague. Lin Ming turned around and saw Ellie wearing a large sun hat. Ellie was dressed in loose clothing, and although it wasn't form-fitting, Lin Ming could still see her astonishingly large breasts. This was the power of a strong person. Just as Lin Ming was about to speak, Ellie's face suddenly pressed against his. Ellie has regained some of her vision, but she still needs to be very close to see people's expressions clearly. So whenever she talks to someone, Ellie observes them closely, almost face to face. In her own words, she hasn't seen other people's expressions in so long that she finds them very interesting. However, this habit has resulted in Heisen confiscating all her low-cut clothing. Lin Ming looked at the busy people on the street and asked Ellie in surprise, "It's already a year?" "Yes." Lin Ming felt like only a few days had passed. Kevin, standing nearby, noticed a flash of panic on Lin Ming's face. But the panic was fleeting. Lin Ming looked up at Kevin, and they both gave a wry smile. Their sense of time seemed out of sync with human society. Lin Ming looked towards the street and saw Yen Ming strolling hand in hand with Qi, like a mother taking her daughter for a walk. "Ellie, how are Yen Ming and Qi doing now?" It seems they had a fight." "Yen Ming, fights?" "Yes, they do." Like bees buzzing around, the subtitles changed incredibly fast. So that's how they argued. But judging from their current state, there's probably nothing to worry about. Ellie squinted, seemingly trying to get a better look at Qi in the distance. Speaking of which, that Qi, her personality has really changed a lot. She once came to me and asked me a question. Came to you? What did she ask? She asked me what exactly a couple's relationship is. What did you answer? I told her the truth from a human perspective, and just in case, I even gave her a little background knowledge on that subject. In that respect? Yes, in that respect, I explained it to her in great detail, hoping it would be helpful. Later, Lin Ming learned that she had actually asked everyone in the Assassin's Guild who seemed like a couple. Even Susa and Nazi. Although they didn't actually have that kind of relationship, she seemed to think they were a good match. Knowing this, Lin Ming felt much more at ease. She was still the same Qi. That clumsy pursuit of truth was still the same as before. Seeing Lin Ming lost in thought, Ellie asked curiously, "What are your plans for the future, you two?" "Us? Not yet." Kevin unexpectedly chimed in, "I want to open a school." Lin Ming was startled. Because Kevin had never mentioned this idea to him before. "A school?" "Yes." "When did you come up with this idea?" "Just now, when you were spacing out." Lin Ming was still surprised that Kevin would so clearly state what he wanted to do, when Ellie suddenly became interested. "A school? What a good idea. The National Academy's reputation has been ruined because of the 4th-ranked incident. Scholars all over the world are now recuperating. The brief appearance of the Righteous School during the previous conflict also caused quite a stir in the academic world. There's definitely a lack of a formal academy to carry the academic banner." Lin Ming thought along these lines, and felt this might be a good suggestion. The Righteous School? I might be able to contact them. If possible, establishing a neutral joint academy would be a good idea. My own research also needs some manpower. Calvin, listening from the sidelines, was completely bewildered. He had only ever wanted to build an ordinary school. He simply found it fascinating to watch newborn lives bursting with vitality. However, Lin Ming and Ellie's plan was already a grand undertaking capable of impacting the world. Lin Ming and Ellie, caught up in the conversation, went straight to the president's office to discuss this ambitious plan. Inside the office, the president and vice president were chatting. Seeing Lin Ming and Ellie's excited expressions, they curiously listened to their plan. Then, the president and vice president exchanged a glance and immediately decided to allocate all the remaining funds of the Assassin's Guild to support Lin Ming's academy project. Lin Ming was taken aback. "There's no need to rush." The president retorted crisply, "No, it's very urgent. You could even say every second counts." After the plague disappeared, many former scholars from the National Academy of Governance wanted to join the Assassin's Guild, but we are essentially a mercenary organization and cannot accommodate these scholars. However, these scholars are all top-notch in their fields. I had the idea of establishing an academic organization at the time, but the Assassin's Guild couldn't spare the manpower to handle this matter entirely. The vice president then added, "Moreover, the future world situation will most likely be one of mutual recuperation and development, without any major conflicts. There will be a period of peace. Once it's peaceful, mercenaries will be very idle, and with plenty of free time, people will fall in love, and falling in love will lead to children. We, the Assassin's Guild, can also solve the education problem for our own children by establishing our own academy. The vice president and president stood up and walked to Lin Ming's side, one patting Lin Ming's left shoulder and the other his right. In short, it's all up to you. Good luck, Principal Lin Ming. Chapter 445. The selection of the academy's location and construction didn't require much effort from Lin Ming. What Lin Ming needed to worry about was the faculty. Of course, there was also the indispensable money. Lin Ming had already invested all his savings, but he still underestimated the amount of funds needed to establish an academy. Regarding the teachers, he originally considered directly taking over the disgraced scholars of the National Academy of Politics, but the disadvantages of doing so were obvious. Although the fourth prince had perished, he still had some concerns about the people of the National Academy of Politics. If some irrational scholars wanted to inherit the fourth prince's spirit and cause another human extinction, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, Lin Ming decided to design the faculty model as half permanent teachers and half specially appointed teachers. Permanent teachers would be based at the academy, while specially appointed teachers would come to the academy briefly to teach during exchange periods, and otherwise continue with their own affairs. First, within the Assassin's Guild, Ellie was very willing to return to academia, and she also had the ability, so Lin Ming directly gave the first permanent teacher position to Ellie. Then there's Nazi. After his fame from the last battle at the world-class teleportation array, Nazi's teleportation magic has reached a new level. Unfortunately, Nazi is also very busy with his duties in the Assassin's Guild, so he can only serve as a special instructor. Then, Lin Ming and Kevin went to some familiar places. First, they went to Shulinsel. Les and Hua had become the foundation of Shulinsel's children's education, and Lin Ming couldn't poach them, so he went to Ding Ningyan. As a current member of the Sign Society, Ding Ningyan's expertise in declining magic and signs is actually quite high, fully meeting the requirements for a special instructor. Ding Ningyan initially vehemently refused. No! I don't want a long-distance relationship. She and Wu Yang were still in a sweet, intimate phase, and she wouldn't agree to frequent business trips. At this point, Fang Xianzheng intervened. Go! Both of you go! Things are peaceful now, and Wu Yang doesn't need to stay with Xia Linsel. He should go out and see the world. Both of you go! One person's trip would be a painful business trip, but for both, it became a honeymoon. And it was on the company's dime. Thus, Ding Ningyan happily agreed to become a specially appointed teacher. After Lin Ming and Ding Ningyan finalized their plans, they went to see Fang Xianzheng. What a wise and mighty ruler. Enough talk, get to the point. I need some money from you. How much? 20 million first. Or I could just quit now and become the ruler? You're joking, a little less is fine. Right now, Xia Linsel doesn't have any funds, so I have to use my own money. This is all for the great cause of education. Education, the cause. After haggling with Fang Xianzheng, Lin Ming, under the guise of education, practically emptied Fang Xuanzheng's private coffers. Having secured talent and funds, Lin Ming went to Dongcheng. In Dongcheng, there was a rare genius. CMO. As soon as Lin Ming arrived in Dongcheng, he saw the semi-automatic city-guarding machinery that had been mentioned at the World Conference. It looked like two giant mechanical arms growing out of the city walls, each arm covered with mechanisms. At the highest point of the machinery stood CMO. Seeing Lin Ming and Kevin, Ming was overjoyed and rushed out to greet them. What's up, old buddy? Decided to stay in Dongcheng permanently? I arrange a mansion for you. No, I'm here for something else. Lin Ming told Ming about inviting CMO to be a specially appointed teacher, and CMO readily agreed. No problem. Don't you have any other concerns? I prepared a whole bunch of excuses. What concerns could I have? It's nothing more than the internal technology never being leaked, and defense technology not being suitable for disclosure. CMO is certainly important to Dongcheng, but as his brother, I still hope he can fulfill his dream. Dream? Yes, he's always wanted to travel and develop his mechanical engineering into a complete discipline. Then I really come to the right place. Lin Ming looked at Ming. Are you the lord of Dongcheng City now? Yes. There's one more thing. Go ahead. Give me some money. It's all for education. Dongcheng doesn't have much funding right now, so I have to use my own money. Did you rehearse your lines with that Xia Linsel guy? After emptying someone's coffers in the name of education once again, Lin Ming left Dongcheng satisfied. Ding Ningyan and CMO were talents Lin Ming felt he had to recruit. Besides these two, Xiaolensel and Dongcheng had also recommended some academic luminaries, but they needed to pass further reviews before becoming teachers. Then there was Wilhelm. Lin Ming didn't actually want Wilhelm to be a teacher. He wanted to contact this old friend because Wilhelm had connections within the Orthodox school. Lin Ming, after all, was someone who had reshaped the world and naturally knew the location of the righteous school. However, simply visiting them directly would seem somewhat disrespectful. Even to show sincerity, Wilhelm would still need to act as an introducer. Fortunately, finding Wilhelm was incredibly easy for Lin Ming, because when he was transporting the world, he had added location tracking mycelium to Wilhelm. When Lin Ming found Wilhelm using the mycelium's tracking, Wilhelm's expression was as if he had been followed by a ghost. How did you know where I was? I'm not telling you. It's mycelium, isn't it? I need to take a disinfectant bath. Disinfectant can't wash away mycelium. Lin Ming ignored Wilhelm's disgusted expression and directly stated his desire to cooperate with the righteous school. Oh, you mean this? That's easy to explain. The Orthodox school knows what you've done. They're not afraid of you. On the contrary, they even admire you. Admire? Yes, in their eyes, your incredibly imaginative method of saving the world possesses a kind of tyrannical beauty. So you know everything I did? Of course, who you think I am? Leaving mycelium on you was definitely the right thing to do. Remove the mycelium right now. Being followed by a man is disgusting. Oh right, I have something else. No money. Huh? How did the news leak out? What do you think? The Assassin's Guild's mushrooms are spreading all over the world, demanding both people and money. Now everyone knows. Then stop talking nonsense. For education. No money. I invested all my own money. I haven't kept a single penny. You're great. I have no money. You're stingy. No. I'm penniless. Seeing he couldn't get any money out of him, Lin Ming pouted, pretended to remove the mycelium from Wilhelm, and then successfully met the members of the righteous school. To his surprise, the righteous school didn't actually have a leader. These people usually presented themselves as ordinary scholars, and if anyone asked about their academic lineage, they would say it was ancient texts discovered through archaeology. Lin Ming also saw Anna again. Anna's health was worse than when they last met. After listening to Lin Ming's request to hire teachers, Anna pondered for a long time before finally nodding. Perhaps it's time for the School of Reason to return to the forefront. Gaining a formal research base and funding would be beneficial for every scholar. Anna then told Lin Ming several names, instructing him to visit them one by one. However, Lin Ming actually wanted Anna to oversee things at the academy herself. Me? No, I probably don't have much time left. This life support system is also quite crude. Lin Ming shook his head. After the academy is established, we have many talented individuals proficient in mechanics and healing. They might be able to help your body. No, my problem isn't something technology can solve. However, if I were to be used as a physical demonstration and teaching aid, perhaps I could have some value. As far as I know, I'm the only one in the world with this life support system. After that, Lin Ming recruited many more renowned scholars, ultimately forming a teaching team of 40 people. It took Lin Ming a full year to find these 40 sufficiently distinguished scholars. Of the 40 faculty members, 23 were resident, and 17 were specially appointed. Half of them were acquaintances of Lin Ming, and the other half were introduced through various channels. While this number was still somewhat meager, it was enough to attract students. During this year, the academy's initial construction was completed. Although some buildings on the perimeter were still unfinished, the core research labs, classrooms, and library were fully operational. The academy's location was somewhat far from the Assassin's Guild. This location was carefully considered. Lin Ming positioned the academy as a completely neutral research institution, so he didn't want others to perceive it as an organization subordinate to the Assassin's Guild. Looking at the gradually improving academy, Lin Ming felt a great sense of accomplishment. Next, it was time to announce the academy's existence to the world. Lin Ming sent an invitation to almost every powerful faction. He wanted to invite all factions to attend the academy's opening ceremony. Caven, watching Lin Ming prepare the invitations one by one, asked curiously, "Do we need to invite so many people?" "Of course. We finally got this big event sorted out, so we should definitely have a celebration." Caven casually picked up a few invitations and looked them over. "Wow, so many familiar faces. We actually know so many people." Lin Ming laughed at this. "Of course, we had our share of stories along the way." "Stories?" "Yes, stories. Caven then seemed to suddenly remember something, and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. "Oh right, when you were asking the king for money, I showed your drawings to the children, and I also asked the printing department at Schillingsel." "Huh? And then?" "They decided to have you draw a series of picture books." Lin Ming's hand trembled slightly, as he wrote the invitations. "I thought you were just joking before. You actually want me to draw?" "Yeah, what's wrong? You don't want to draw?" "I've been very busy since the academy was established, and I need to manage my funds. They said that after deducting costs, only 20% of the picture book revenue will be kept, and the rest will be yours. I get 80%? I draw right now." Chapter 446. A Celebration. Assassins love celebrations. Assassins love drinking, excitement, and mushrooms. The Academy's opening ceremony attracted people from almost every faction across the country. Everyone was beaming with joy in the Academy's main square, except for Lin Ming. Caven looked around, then looked up, his excellent eyesight catching sight of a figure on the roof of the main Academy building. To avoid alerting others, Caven went to a slightly secluded spot before spreading his wings and flying up from the back of the building. Lin Ming was sitting on the roof, lost in thought. The main Academy building was actually quite simple. Lin Ming had originally wanted a more ornate spire, but considering the rooftop could be used for plant research related to sunlight, he opted for a flat roof. Lin Ming sat on the edge of the roof, his legs dangling out, seemingly lost in thought. Caven walked up to Lin Ming and asked curiously, "Why are you hiding here on such a lively day?" "Thinking about something." "What about?" "About the future, a very, very long future." Caven paused for a moment, then understood what Lin Ming meant. But he didn't elaborate further. Caven pointed to the vice president in the crowd. "Next year, the vice president's child will be born." "Huh? I haven't heard about that." "I just heard about it myself. The vice president herself only recently found out." Lin Ming looked into the crowd and saw the vice president, Hua, Ding Ningyan, and Ai Liwei gathered together, happily discussing something. A moment later, the proprietress joined the discussion, pipe in hand. "Child." Lin Ming muttered unconsciously to himself. "Yes, the assassins will have their own descendants, and these descendants will have their own stories." Lin Ming glanced at the crowd, then at Caven, then looked down at the crowd again. When he looked up again, the gloom in his eyes was gone. Lin Ming didn't think it was Caven who had convinced him and pulled him out of his slump. It was the fact that Caven was beside him. Caven sat down beside Lin Ming and continued, "This academy, in fact, has this purpose. Humanity will continue to exist. Bloodlines, knowledge, they will always exist. And you, Principal Lin Ming, you are the greatest contributor to this continuation." "A contributor? Although everyone says that, I don't really feel anything special." Before Lin Ming could finish speaking, he heard laughter and jeers coming from downstairs. Following the sound, Lin Ming saw a group of people forming a circle. Inside the circle were Fang Xianzheng and Si Ming, these two freaks of nature, each holding a bottle of liquor. "Hey!" Fang Xianzheng shouted loudly to Lin Ming and Caven. "Catch!" As soon as Fang Xianzheng finished speaking, he took 2 steps back, then added a short running start, and with a sudden flick of his wrist, the bottle of liquor flew straight towards the rooftop where Lin Ming was. This was a rooftop dozens of meters high. The bottle of liquor continued its ascent, showing no sign of slowing down even as it was about to pass in front of Lin Ming and Caven. Seeing this, Caven immediately reached out, bang! With a thud, he caught the bottle of wine steadily. Caven deliberately used some force to cushion the impact when he caught it, otherwise, the wine inside would likely have been ruined by the force of the bottle's flight. Seeing Calvin catch the wine, Fang Xianzheng laughed heartily, hands on his hips, turned around, grabbed a glass, and raised it to Calvin. Calvin also opened his bottle, and gave Fang Xianzheng a light toast. Fang Xianzheng turned to Si Ming. "All right, your turn. Little brother from Dongcheng." Hearing this, Si Ming bowed to Fang Xianzheng, and then picked up a bottle of wine. Calvin nudged Lin Ming with his elbow. "This one's yours." Lin Ming looked down at Si Ming. "This is the first time I've seen such a unique toast." Si Ming's bottle flew just as fast as Fang Xianzheng's, only the angle was a little off. This bottle was a little further away from where Lin Ming was. Seeing this, Lin Ming immediately used his mycelium to grab the rooftop, then his body transformed into mycelium and extended out to catch the bottle of wine, before retreating back into human form. After a virtual toast with Si Ming, Lin Ming saw Si Ming walk to the side and, surrounded by a crowd, begin to gulp down a jar of wine. It seemed this was punishment for losing to Fang Xianzheng. Just as Lin Ming was happily watching Si Ming drink until he was burping, Caven held out a wine bottle. What, aren't you going to clink glasses? Lin Ning looked at the bottle Caven offered and picked up his own wine to clink against it. The bottles clinked together, producing a pleasant, crisp sound. Let's go! You're the star of this celebration. It's not appropriate to hide away. Lin Ning nodded, and he and Caven, wine in hand, leaped off the rooftop. Caven, with his wings, chose to slowly fly down from the rooftop. Lin Ning, however, first found a good spot, released the bottle, and then transformed into a straight, thin thread of mycelium leading directly to the ground. Just as the bottle was about to hit the ground, Lin Ning himself landed smoothly on the mycelium thread, catching it safely. The crowd below fell silent upon seeing Lin Ning finally enter. Lin Ning, wondering what was happening, turned his head and saw Mei Yi and Shinku in the front row of the crowd, quietly reminding him while gesturing frantically with their hands. Speech. Speech. Oh right, I'm the principal. Lin Ning followed Mei Yi's pointing finger to the academy's entrance hall, where he could see the entire celebration area. Lin Ning took a wine glass from someone next to him, and was about to speak when he saw Caven being pushed towards him. Caven looked puzzled. Huh? Me? What do I have to do? Only when Caven and Lin Ning stood together did everyone present nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. Exactly. I was saying something was missing earlier. It just didn't look right otherwise. Lin Ning, seeing Caven's still bewildered expression, smiled and began his speech. Speech in this kind of setting wouldn't be too lighthearted, because it included some statements about the Academy's stance. For example, complete neutrality, collaborative academic research, and the public release of results, topics he had prepared beforehand. After finishing, Lin Ning intended to raise his glass to conclude, but then a gust of wind blew, and a petal landed in his glass. Lin Ning recognized the flower. It was the color of a fruit tree, with small flowers, about 12 petals per bloom, and a faint fragrance when fully open. He was the one who reconstructed the entire world. Even though the elements were no longer visible, he still remembered the elemental structure of this flower. When Lin Ning reconstructed the world, he found the flower beautiful, so when he established the academy, he planted many of these trees. This world still exists, it's so wonderful. Lin Ning was initially talking to himself, but when he looked up, he found that the people below had also heard him. Hearing Lin Ning's heartfelt words, the people below all exchanged smiles. Yes, this world still exists, it's so wonderful. This world exists, it's so wonderful. Just as Lin Ning was about to raise his glass to end his speech, someone in the crowd suddenly started to heckle. You? The person who started the heckle was silenced by someone covering their mouth. But the man wasn't finished. He struggled to stick his head out and shouted, So when are you getting married? Huh? Lin Ning and Caven reacted in unison, confused, bewildered, and a little disgusted. Lin Ning looked at the man being surrounded, because of his tactless remark, and was about to speak when Caven spoke first. What you call marriage is just a way of being together. Since you decided to be together, why insist on a specific relationship? As soon as Caven finished speaking, a satisfied "oh" rang out from the crowd. Lin Ning thought to himself, that answer is very much in Caven's style. He himself was somewhat flustered by Caven's overly blunt words, desperately pretending to look around at the scenery. Just as the crowd was still immersed in the joy of having gotten the juicy gossip, Si Ming, already swaying from drinking, suddenly raised his glass and shouted, For the Snow Mountain. Seemingly led by Si Ming, the others began to chime in, for the country, for academia, for the career, to become a top mercenary, for the black armor, for the fireplace, for the president, for the vice president. Showing affection like this? For marriage. Didn't you two get married once already? For machinery. For truth. Voices rose and fell in the crowd, finally silencing as everyone looked at Lin Ming. Yes, why raise this glass? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Delicious mushrooms, immortal vampires, otherworldly monsters, past and future, extinct spiders, martial kingdoms, ambitious towering trees, astonishing geniuses. Finally Lin Ming smiled and shook his head, raised his glass, glanced at Caven, then looked at the crowd. Friends. For me, for you, for this world. Cheers!